The special military truck drove through the wind and snow all the way to the Changbai Mountain Pass. The remains of Changbai Mountain are not at the main hot spring peak of Changbai Mountain, but in the Changbai Mountains. Now that the new year is coming soon, it is the coldest period in the northeast. Even on normal days, the top of Changbai Mountain is still covered with snow, let alone now, it is even more snow-capped and vast. The equipment cannot be opened. There is a gathering place at the entrance to the mountain. Sister Ling arrived in person. In the military green simple camp room, there were Chinese talents and strangers gathered at the Crescent Hotel. If you can achieve something in a certain area, your temperament must be different from ordinary people. These talented people also had different styles. I don't know if they thought they were attending some kind of fancy dress-up and makeup party. Next to the simple camp room, there are several dormitories and camps, all of which are talented people from all over China. Yi Yang got out of the car. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu followed behind. Someone's here again. There are so many people coming from China this time, Smekta. In the distance, in a hidden corner, there was a group of sneaky teams wearing camouflage clothes. The leader held a telescope and muttered, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect that even in this era, the other party can retain such a number of capable people. It's really impossible to measure the sea. Water. Yes, China is a vast land with vast resources and a sea of talents. It is really difficult to describe them all. Even two catastrophes did not completely cut off some of their inheritance. These people are whispers. Baga. Hiding your head and showing your tail, it's really not fun to work. Why are these Chinese people so strange? They are using high tech, but they are still wishful thinking. The secret of this ruin must be my great day. Empire. Several forces are lurking nearby. The newly discovered ruins in Changbai Mountain are of great concern and are involved at a very high level. High-level officials from all over the world are paying close attention to it and using all means to send in their respective scientific expedition teams. In name, they are coming to China for scientific investigation. But in fact they are disguised as capable people from various countries. Now they have arrived outside the ruins of Changbai Mountain. They will sneak in when the mountain is closed and opened. As long as you enter the blockade area and the vast snow-capped mountains, whoever owns the secret will depend on which exploration team is more capable. After all, it was a primitive area that modern civilization could not yet conquer. The car can't drive in, and the plane can only hover above. Lieutenant General Yi. The sergeants guarding here saluted respectfully when they saw Yi Yang getting out of the car. Yi Yang returned the gift. Looking at the vast snow-capped mountains in front of me. In several temporary residences, Sister Ling led a group of capable people and strangers to come out to greet Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, why are you here too? Sister Ling was surprised. I'm also going to go take a look. Yi Yang said firmly. After a lot of back and forth, no one could overcome Yi Yang's will and could only obey. In the crowd, he actually saw an acquaintance. Little fat man, is that you? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. A little surprised. It was the night when Shen Qinglan, the money-laundering painter of black source, was arrested at the Longmei Museum in Shanghai. The fat man in the art exhibition who dreamed of joining the army but switched careers to painting, gave him a painting for free after knowing that he was a general. The little fat man scratched his head and smiled. Brother Yi, we meet again. After some understanding, he finally understood why the little fat man couldn't join the army. It was because the seniors in his family had fought against each other before and had bad records, so they couldn't join the army. On the day of the relationship, you lied to me when you said you didn't pass the physical examination. Yi Yang smiled. The little fat man blushed. Being a general was his dream. If his idol found out that his family was a traitor, he felt that his idol would have a bad impression of him. Are you all equipped with all the equipment? Sister Ling asked. Okay. It's done. Sister Ling nodded with a serious expression. The Changbai Mountain ruins this time are completely different from the ruins we have visited before. You must take it seriously. You can't be careless just because you have some unique skills in your hands. Otherwise, unexpected disasters will definitely happen. Harm. What kind of storms and waves have you not seen in all these years? Don't worry, we are all veterans, nothing will go wrong. With so many well-known figures in the world gathered together, even a 1,000-year-old blood-haired zombie may not be able to cause any trouble. Sister Ling, you are too cautious. Few pricks obviously felt that Sister Ling looked down on them. All capable people have this problem. Sister Ling shook her head and said no more. This time we have gathered a total of 36 people, all of whom are the top experts in China's cleaning up ruins. We have purchased the most advanced new equipment this time. The two of us have. The weather has become familiar, and we will set off immediately after we are equipped. Okay. When it comes to this advanced equipment, many experts have to admire it. This so-called advanced equipment is naturally mainly a mechanical exoskeleton. Ordinary people can jump 3 meters high and weigh more than 1,000 pounds in just one jump. Let alone experts like them who are already good at it. It just feels so dreamy. Especially some experts who specialize in government agencies, feng shui, etc., and are more inclined to strategize and have no force to protect themselves. They are the most dangerous when they go to the ground. There are often casualties, all in order to protect them, or they are the ones who die. This time they also had the ultimate force, and their sense of security was directly bursting. And with the exoskeleton, they were extremely powerful. Cars could not drive into the snowy mountains, and more luggage could be carried in. It was simply a magic weapon for cleaning up the ruins. Everyone put on a mechanical exoskeleton, only Yi Yang did not wear one. He himself had a superhero physique, and wearing this thing would be a restraint. Some people who knew Yi Yang knew that he had beaten the world's #1 boxing champion Conti Nathan, who could fight tigers and bears, and they did not think he was arrogant. The power provided by the mechanical exoskeleton was only about 1,000 kilograms, which was about the same as Conti Nathan's punching power. Those who didn't know sneered in their hearts, thinking that this unprofessional guy had to join in the fun. And he would definitely be scared to death in a while, and he was pretending to be cool without wearing an exoskeleton. At that time, he would definitely drag down these masters. However, due to Yi Yang's identity, they did not dare to speak their minds at all, otherwise the soldiers next to them would be armed with guns and live ammunition. Scolding the general in front of them? I'm afraid he'll be riddled with bullets in the next second. In the distance, several foreign expedition teams were observing this place, looking suspicious. What do these devices do? I've never seen them before? It's just external forces. These high-tech things are unreliable after leaving the ruins. A bunch of idiots. It seems they are not to be feared. Hiss. Why did Yi Yang set off with them? What kind of work does he want? First update, PS, the little fat man appears in chapter 779. Yo Shi. If we can trick this Yang to death in the ruins, Father America will definitely reward us for our hard work. Sparasi. Just do it. This Yang has now become the heart disease of all countries in the world and the mortal enemy of the super consortium. If we can take this opportunity to kill him, we will become monumental heroes. Sparasi, die. Expedition teams from various countries are discussing it. The enthusiasm was boiling. It was obvious that Yi Yang actually dared to go down to the ruins, which made them all excited and in a lively mood. After all, anything can happen in the ruins. If you have to go looking for death, it would not be a strange thing to die there. They are all talented people from all over the world. They have been engaged in black business for generations. They have vicious blood in their bones, so they are naturally restless. Yi Yang's head is simply priceless. It's just that no one dares to buy it, and it's impossible to buy it. But now, apparently an opportunity has arisen. They are crazy. Yi Yang was proficient in martial arts and had a keen sense of murderous intent. He turned his head and looked in several directions, and then looked at the special military truck that brought him here, with an unexplainable smile on his lips. Changed my mind. And wore a mechanical exoskeleton. Then he followed the others into the mountain. Looks like this time it's going to be more fun than I thought. He murmured in his heart, vaguely looking forward to it. Ever since he became a god, such exciting things involving life and death had only happened a few times, and each time it made his blood boil. This made him often imagine that if the Earth was not a technological civilization, but a fantasy cultivation civilization, maybe he would be more suitable. In the snow-capped mountains, in some places, the snow is 2 or 3 meters deep and can submerge people in it. Cars can't drive in. If you wanted to enter Changbai Mountain before, you had to drive in. If we follow the previous exploration method, we won't be able to reach the ruins during the new year. We need to keep setting up camp, keep clearing the snow, and keep trekking. But now the 36-member exploration team directly carried their luggage and jumped 3 meters high, jumping like a group of giant grasshoppers in the ice and snow. Not only is ice and snow not a resistance, but it has become a beautiful scenery full of primitive beauty. It made everyone feel extremely enjoyable. It's so cool. I never thought that the Changbai Mountain area in winter could be so comfortable. Changbai Mountain is the sacred mountain of ancient northern tribes. Many large tombs and ancient ruins are located in the Changbai Mountains. It is also a place where all the previous tumblers have been very greedy. However, because the mountain is closed by heavy snow for half of the year, it is not suitable to go deep, so I can only wait for it. The expedition teams from the following countries were all speechless and completely confused. Damn it! Is this mechanical suit so awesome? China's black technology is too scary. Is the other party already so awesome? I really wish we had this kind of equipment. Jealousy, envy, hate, awe. It's so sour, it's so sour. Damn. I'm really envious. Several detachments saw the speed of Yi Yang and his party, and knew that if they slowly opened a road to camp at the back, by the time they reached the entrance of the ruins, they would probably eat shit and not be able to keep up with the heat. They all walked along the path cleared by these mechanical exoskeleton teams, saving a lot of time. Mechanical exoskeletons are fast. However, everyone does not intend to get too tired. After all, this ruins is obviously very different from before. It may even be the first case of exploring ancient and modern ruins in China. No one knows what will happen. You all have to rest and be ready before going down to the ruins. Otherwise, I don't know when I will sleep next. Soon, they used the mechanical exoskeleton to clear away the surrounding snow, set up a camp, lit a bonfire, and shot several wild birds and deer along the way. Put it on the fire. Brush it with seasonings, and the aroma will come out instantly. A huge barbecue in the snow and ice, paired with a soju bonfire, is an unparalleled enjoyment. Yi Yang cut off the roasted deer leg with a knife. The meat of wild creatures is firm, fat but not greasy. How can it be called fragrant? Although the taste is definitely not as good as the one cooked by the state banquet chef. But this situation, this scene, my mood is different, and my taste experience is also different. When you eat, your mood and atmosphere are also important. Everyone had a great time eating. However, someone soon discovered that a bonfire was lit not far behind. The smoke was dim. Someone followed us in. A new generation of outstanding young people from the Tutu family exclaimed. As expected, every time there are some treasured ruins in China, these guys want to get involved. There was an old man with white hair who was not young, carrying a long wooden sword on his back and a Type 95 rifle on his waist. It had a strange shape. He had obviously experienced a lot. He said this with no surprise at all. Modern civilization and the corners of the world beyond the reach of electric lights are full of struggle and killing. When you enter such a primitive area, you have to be more cautious. The white-haired old man glanced sideways at Yi Yang, obviously telling him. Yi Yang smiled slightly, nodded, and said nothing more. For a guy like him who is incompatible with reverse fighting at first glance, it is abnormal behavior for these talented people to not doubt his ability and not be weird. I don't believe these people are better equipped than us this time. I wonder if there are any from the Japanese country. This time, we must settle the previous grudges. Kill them in the ruins. A rough and wild man dressed in the Northern Wolf clan with a single braid sneered, with a shocking scar on his face. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that some tomb robbing forces have had a long-standing grudge with the Japanese country. But this is nothing strange. The little Japanese country and China have a national feud. There were violent clashes in all walks of life at that time. It is not surprising to have a grudge. Obviously, the application of the exoskeleton this time has boosted the confidence of the talented people on the Chinese side. Beside the campfire in the distance. Now that they have entered the mountains, these foreign expedition teams have begun to be blatant. And they are no longer hiding. In the wild mountains and primitive environments, how can there be any public law? The leader of the Japanese team, Yamamoto-jima, sneezed. Baga. Who is cursing me? I'm dead. Forget it, let's go to sleep and take turns to keep watch. According to the speed of those steel monsters in China, we can reach the ruins tomorrow. Yamamoto-jima rubbed his legs and grinned. These steel monsters can jump 3 meters high and rush 5 or 6 meters at a time. Their speed can be compared with that of a car. Fortunately, they all have some kung fu skills, otherwise they would have been left behind long ago. However, no matter how deep their kung fu skills are, they will almost break their legs after running for a day. Yamamoto-jima was worried and suspected that he might not be able to get up tomorrow. Second update. Do you want to kill them tonight? Among the Chinese team, the scar-faced wolfman asked fiercely. Yes, these people definitely have evil intentions. The ruins are dangerous and unpredictable. It would be better to deal with them early. Someone seconded the motion. I think so. Some Chinese experts and strangers said so. Sister Ling was the initiator and naturally had the most say. However, she looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang thought for a while and shook his head. Immediately, he also expressed his thoughts. In the expedition team camps in various countries, there are people who have come up with such ideas. However, the mechanical team chasing China during the day was too exhausted. Now they are all exhausted, and even if they have the intention, they don't have the energy to do it. Even with such a strenuous pursuit, they were still some distance away from Huaxia's garrison. Now that I have rested, I don't even want to move a finger, let alone plunder. In the camp. After hearing Yi Yang's thoughts, many capable people in China nodded and smiled. They have been in the underground for so many years, and they are skilled in craftsmanship. And more than ruthless. But compared to the dark-bellied ones, many of them are not as ruthless as Yi Yang. A big boss who is at the top of the political, business, and military circles. At this time, they all laughed out loud. That's a good idea. Haha, let's trick these foreigners. In the early years, our ancestors had a bloody feud with them. This time we will repay them all. Mr. Yi is very calculating. Even if he doesn't have the means to fight, he can still be the first strategist. Haha. Everyone's perception of Yi Yang was completely different from before, and they were obviously much closer to him. After all, they originally thought Yi Yang was just a little sheep raised by modern civilization living in the city. This kind of deep mountains and old forests is not a place where the little fat sheep should come, for fear that he will be held back. After deciding on follow-up countermeasures during the night's vigil, no accidents occurred. On the second day, the temperature warmed up a bit. Everyone put on the mechanical exoskeleton and continued to march inward. In the afternoon, the mechanical exoskeleton arrived at the target location early. Yi Yang looked at the target location with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Is this the remains of Changbai Mountain? In front of you is a huge door. The specific material is hard to say, but it is definitely some kind of metal. Could it be possible to refine such a huge metal product with the level of ancient craftsmanship? Yi Yang looked at the lines on the giant metal door and felt a little dumbfounded. This was somewhat contrary to the historical knowledge he had learned over the years. Was this blood-stained during the last exploration? Yi Yang pointed to the bright red mark on the giant metal door. It was extremely vivid, as if it was still flowing. No. Sister Ling shook her head. The imprints on the giant gates all have a bright red color. This blood is left over from ancient times. It's extremely old, but it looks bright red. Sister Ling said seriously, we took some of the blood residue from it for testing and came to this conclusion. Yi Yang nodded, this was so strange. It was obviously bloodstains from a long time ago, but it was bright red and fresh, giving off a certain ominous and biting feeling. Open the door and go with the plan, Sister Ling said. Okay. Originally, to open the door, you had to carry some mechanical components on your back, but now with the mechanical exoskeleton, everyone is working together, and it is not difficult to open this huge metal door. Chi-Chi. The last time we explored, due to limited tools, we could only open a door crack for one person. to enter and exit, but now we can directly open the door. Put up some traps. Sister Ling pointed to several places. Those in the team who were good at mechanism skills immediately came out and started busy. Although they have different personalities, they are extremely experienced when it comes to their work. They are obviously masters with excellent professional qualities. After setting up the trap, everyone hid in the shade far outside the gate, waiting for the arrival of the pursuers from behind. The expedition teams from various countries had their legs broken yesterday, so it was naturally impossible to continue that extreme high-speed pursuit today. No matter how powerful one is, one cannot keep moving at the speed of a small car in the snow for 2 days. Slept peacefully all night. At noon the next day, a faint team appeared from a distance. Yi Yang held a telescope and observed. A listening device was set up near the gate, and the subsequent conversation of the team could be heard. Baga. The Chinese people have a bad conscience. They ran so fast. I am almost exhausted from my work, Taijun. Yamamotadara was breathing heavily, her eyes were blood red. And she was going to die. This time Japan used all its strength to send in 8 top masters in the inversion world. At this time, 8 people stood in front of the ruins, looking at the ancient metal door. In front of them and the bright red blood stains on it, dumbfounded. The history of China is indeed unfathomable. This ancient metal gate is really eye-opening. Once announced, it will cause a worldwide archaeological shock. One day the Chinese master exclaimed. Well, there's so much blood on it, isn't it possible that all those people from China were injured at the gate? That's too evil. Yamamoto-jima touched the blood on it. It has already dried up, but it looks fresh. It should be blood from a long time ago. This is too evil. Everyone in the kingdom of Japan frowned, knowing that something bad was going to happen this time when the ruins were taken down. This gate alone is extremely weird. Ah! Someone yelled. Everyone looked over in horror. The man had collapsed, blood was pouring out from the soles of his feet, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. What's the situation? Yamamoto Dorama inspected it and dug out an earth needle launcher from the ground. Damn Chinese people, they are so cunning. They are simply vicious. Yamamoto-jima shouted angrily. This ground needle was obviously placed here by the Chinese team members. Be careful. After entering the ruins, those Chinese people left some traps at the gate to plot against us. Yamamoto Dorama asked someone to rescue the teammate who stepped on the ground needle launcher. But the ground needle shot straight up from the base of his feet, passed through his legs, and directly penetrated his internal organs. Blood flowed all over the floor. It seemed that he was hopeless. Soon, the body was cold. Baga. Baga baga. Yamamoto-jima was filled with grief and anger. Before the ruins even went down, a master died at the door. I, Yamamoto, swear. This Chinese team must be destroyed. Die, die. The Chinese team has been in for a day, it will be too late if we don't catch up. A team member reminded. Yamamoto-dorama also nodded, pay attention to China's traps. We will also lay some traps. The teams from the back of the province will come in and compete with us. First update. Mr. Ye's strategy has worked. The arrangements left behind are misleading, making these little devils really think that we went in first. With them exploring the way in front, they will bear any danger. We don't know how much less we will lose. The scar-faced man's eyes were filled with excitement. For no other reason than the fact that Japanese Japs had been impaled to death at the door just now, which made him feel very good. Let these guys go in and act as scapegoats first, and then we'll catch a turtle in a urn. The benefits are still ours, but the dangers are the other parties. This is really not an ordinary swindler. Several young people from the fighting family were talking nonsense, and it felt very good to deceive others. It's even more exciting to trick these evil-minded trash. Wait a minute, there should be 4 forces coming with us. Sister Ling said. Good. Everyone is in a good mood now, and they can fight without any blood, so they can just watch the show from the side. The team of Shari Kingdom also left some traps. Not long after, the team from the Great Cold Kingdom also arrived. The dead master of Shaozi Kingdom was buried, and the blood stains at the time of death were absorbed by the metal door. This metal door seemed to be naturally close to blood. Yin Qingyue also looked with a telescope. Although she is the eldest lady, she has irreplaceable underground skills. This exploration is of great significance. And Tang Rugua also agreed to her request to go underground. Hey! When I was little, I was cheating on each other with the gods and people of the universe. What a fun show! In front of the metal gate. This soil has been turned over. After being shocked by the metal gate, a member of the Great Cold Underworld discovered something suspicious. Dahan Minghua only sent 5 people in this time. After all, the country is too small and there are few capable people and strangers. These 5 people were forced together. Dig it up. Captain Park Isik waved. Dig. Several Dahan team members gasped, it was a corpse. It looks like the costume is from the country of Shaoji. The people in the barbaric country have too low skills and will die before they even enter the door. Haha, I can't imagine any country in the world with people more stupid than them. As long as it's not a donkey, it's impossible to die without even entering the ruins gate. Parkichi sneered. Before he finished speaking, the sound of an explosion came along with a scream. After a while, Parky Ci felt that her face was so painful from being beaten by him. A team member of the Dahan Ming Kingdom was blown up by a booby trap left by the Japanese. Half of his body was blown away. Blood flew into pieces and splashed all over the bodies of several people. The scene was tragic and terrifying. Ah! The member of the Great Cold Underworld was left with only half of his body in front of the metal door. He stretched out his hand with desperate eyes and waved it feebly. However, soon, his body became completely stiff. Damn Little Japan Kingdom. These Japanese bandits must be punished. Investigate carefully, we will also set up some agencies, and then follow me in to hunt down these Little Japan smectas. Parkichi was furious and issued an order. In this way, within one day, the 4 teams tricked each other, especially the European team, which inherited the pirate character of their ancestors and was very reckless, and 2 of them were killed directly. In one day, 5 people died in front of the metal gate alone. The ground was dyed red with blood. Every team that was trapped dug out the dead bodies of the previous team and whipped them to vent their anger. Bah, how good it is, how good it is. When will the injustice be repaid? In the distance, in the Chinese team, a bald man dressed as a warrior monk had a compassionate look on his face and muttered words, as if these disputes were not caused by them. Old monk, why do you sympathize with these thieves? The northern man muttered, but when he got closer, he could hear the second half of the sentence. When will the injustice be repaid? Let us all die, the northern man grinned. What a guy. This old monk looked compassionate on his face, but he was crueler than anyone else in his heart. Okay, the mantis is catching the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Now the guys who are following us should all go in. It's time to go in and harvest the crops. After waiting for another long time, there was no follow-up. Yi Yang stretched and suggested. Okay. Mr. Yi killed 5 opponents without a single blow. I admire him. I take back my previous evaluation of you. I apologize to you. The scarred man from the north smiled boldly. For those of them who are underground, life and death are common matters. It means nothing to them who is a boss or what their status is, but if they are right, they are good brothers in life and death. They walked to the gate and dismantled the traps previously arranged by these teens. Every move of these people is under their surveillance, and they will naturally dismantle them as they please. Is it my imagination? Why do you think the door is wider than the one we opened before? Someone muttered. Yi Yang also felt this way, but there were too many corpses lying in front of this metal door, and the smell of blood was strong, so no one wanted to stay any longer. Went directly inside. Before entering, Yi Yang looked at the bright red blood stains on the door, which seemed to be a bit brighter and too coquettish. Behind the metal gate is a main hall. Various metal pedestals with a quaint atmosphere are arranged in the main hall. In the center of the main hall, there is a metal statue of a god, but it is not recognizable to the people present. It is too old and has been too long, and the statue has long been broken and incomplete. Is this an ancient religious temple? Someone asked. It doesn't look like it. These metal products obviously have their functions, but they are too old to infer their functions. But they don't look like they are used for sacrifices. The bald monk knows the most about worshipping Buddha and religion, and said at this time. Yi Yang stood in front of a relatively complete metal product. If it is complete, it should be a 4-sided rectangular block that can be walked through the middle. There are holes on both sides of the inner wall, but now it is covered with metal rust and various dust, and it is hard to tell what the function is. It's a bit like the access control machine I had to pass when I took the college entrance examination. The thing that detects whether there are metal products on my body. Someone muttered. There are actually people in our industry who have taken the college entrance examination. Intellectuals. The scarred man in the north squeezed. Haha, we are the 4 good tomb robbers of the new era, and we can't fall behind in cultural courses. The young man replied indifferently. Yi Yang felt that it was really a bit similar, but it was impossible to think about it. Could it be that the ancients passed the security check here and then went in to take the college entrance examination? That's too weird. The old Taoist priest with a mahogany sword on his back and a 95 rifle on his waist fiddled with a stone statue, picking it here and there, and walked around the hall. Then he heard a buzzing sound all around. Behind the statue in the hall, 3 doors slowly opened. It seems that these 4 teams have some tricks, and they have studied this stone statue. The old Taoist priest stroked his long beard and muttered. It seems that we can't underestimate the enemy. These foreign talents are not simple. Second update. There are 3 doors, which one should I take? Everyone looked at each other. Now this ruins doesn't look like a big tomb, and no one can tell what it is. Most of their knowledge is useless. What I saw and heard along the way didn't look like a tomb at all, let alone the relics of civilizations from past dynasties. These patterns and furnishing styles are not consistent with any historical knowledge we know. Many people frowned. Even the experienced Taoist priests and monks frowned. The two of them are the most senior among this group of people. When encountering this kind of situation, everyone looks to them and waits for their advice. It can only be divided into 3 ways. Sister Ling said after discussing with the old Taoist priest and warrior monk. So many people came this time just to cope with this situation. Yi Yang followed the old Taoist priest, and Yin Qingyue insisted on staying with him. The scarred man from the north is also on the team. Da. A group of 12 people stepped into the middle door. After walking forward for less than a minute, the door behind them slammed shut. The originally dim passage was filled with darkness. Pung. The flashlight attached to the mechanical exoskeleton was turned on, illuminating the road ahead. Woo, how terrible. Yin Qingyue played tricks in Yi Yang's ear, trying to scare Yi Yang. Yi Yang rolled his eyes at the other party. This little girl feels more and more out of touch with her. Yin Qingyue smiled. Although she didn't always go to the ground, she had to go down on average once a year. Since she was 15 years old. Of course, she couldn't be really afraid. There may be a mechanism inside. The tunnel is sloping downwards, and we should have entered the underground by now. The old Taoist priest reminded everyone in the metal hall felt that this place was completely incompatible with the tomb. But now I can't be sure. They all felt that this operation was unusual. Everything seemed to challenge their common sense, and there was no trace to be found. If what they have learned before cannot be used, there will be no other use for them except that their skills are better than normal people. Generally speaking, the purpose of fighting is to find out which dynasty and which level of tomb it is. Different dynasties and levels have their own doorways. They know almost all the mechanisms and layouts that will appear. But now this mysterious place seems to be beyond the smoke and dust of history, and its context cannot be touched at all. The dark corridor is filled with an unsettling feeling. But contrary to everyone's expectations, everyone felt that there must be a terrible mechanism here, and there would be great danger. But the journey was uneventful and nothing happened. There are various furnishings on both sides of the corridor, but they are all in a terrible state. Even if they had functions back then, it is impossible to guess at all. The materials range from unknown metals to plastic-like materials. I think these plastic-like things should be left behind by previous expeditions. If there was a civilization that could produce plastic thousands of years ago, I think our history would be in vain. A young man said, at that time, we were still picking up rice grains in Hamudu, and we had just learned how to grow rice. Soon, I saw light in front of me, and the corridor was past. Perhaps it's too old, and even if it's arranged, it's completely rotten? Is there no danger at all? Someone asked. Well, it's possible. According to Sister Ling, the analysis of the blood stains on the gate that she brought back last time showed that the blood is thousands of years old at least. And this inference is made because the machine can only trace the blood back to a few thousand years at most. Years. It is even possible that the history of this ruins is over 10,000 years. The old Taoist priest revealed some secrets. 10,000 years. Aren't we still a group of upright apes at that time? The young tomb-robbing college student was extremely surprised. This ruins is too special and cannot be treated with common sense. The old Taoist priest shook his head. Could it be left behind by aliens who came to Earth in the early years? Some people thought wildly, anyway, if it is something from 10,000 years ago, it must not be human. What do you think? What did those foreign expeditions do with glass? Someone asked doubtfully. Glass? The northern man scratched his head in confusion. Look. The person who found the glass pointed to the end of the corridor. It is indeed glass, and of excellent quality. Yi Yang walked over and found pieces of broken glass on the ground. He observed it carefully and frowned. It was not brought in by a foreign expedition team. Ah. Those who discovered it were puzzled. These glasses are obviously embedded in these dilapidated metal walls, and the expedition team in front broke them. Yi Yang looked around and picked up a bullet. This is the proof. I go. Everyone was confused and didn't know what to say. Glass already existed in civilizations thousands of years ago? Damn it, it's not really an alien, is it? It may also be an ancient civilization that was lost in history. This civilization made glass by mistake. After digging graves for so many years, this is the most evil thing I have ever seen. There were divergent opinions, and all kinds of opinions came out for a while. This is not just ordinary glass. Yi Yang looked at the scattered bullet casings, which were obviously large caliber bullets. He emptied many magazines before breaking the glass door. To be precise, this is not glass. The tomb-robbing college student frowned and held the glass fragments, muttering, "This is a deeply processed structured crystal. Although the main body is silicon dioxide like glass. But it can never be called glass. At least after being broken by bullets, bulletproof glass will not break into the blocks in our hands. Maybe it is some kind of crystal that we don't know," the college student added. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be crystal. Crystal is natural, and glass requires chemical knowledge to make. If glass was really made thousands of years ago, it would be amazing. They passed through the crystal door. In front of them, there is an empty cube space. The 6 walls are made of metal. There are strange patterns on the metal, like snakes crawling, and the patterns are left with the same red blood stains as on the metal door. The cube space is about 500 meters square, which can be called huge. Even in modern times, if you want to build such a large metal cube space, you don't know how much labor and money it will cost. It is hard to imagine that this is a creation from at least thousands of years ago. On the ground and the walls, in addition to the strange patterns, there are also raised rectangular blocks, which are also covered with patterns. Some of the rectangular blocks are broken, while some are still intact. Although they have dried up long ago, the bright red blood seems to be crawling on these small rectangular blocks, creating a weird atmosphere. A corpse has appeared. Someone shouted. First update, weekly no prize quiz, everyone can guess what this relic is. Everyone gathered over. Several bodies were lying on the ground. The blood had already drained. Someone turned them over. They had Asian faces and mustaches. They could be identified by the uniforms on their bodies. The explorers of the little country. The tomb-robbing college student turned over the other 3 bodies. They were all members of the little country's expedition. Ha ha ha, they died well. The scarred man from the north laughed heartily. There were 8 members of the little country. In total. 1 died at the door, and 4 more died one after another. More than half of them had been killed. This relic is really dangerous. It seems that they encountered some danger here. We have to be careful. The shells were spread all over the ground. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. With such strong firepower, most of them died. I really don't know what danger it was. Everyone was licking their teeth. After all, in the past, only the mechanisms in those ancient tombs would kill people, and many of the ancient mechanisms had been in disrepair for a long time, and rarely would they really kill people. Most of the deaths were caused by internal fights between tomb robbers in the early years. Or if you rob a super large tomb, there will be a killer trap like mercury mist inside. Nowadays, with modern technology, many traps can be cracked with scientific equipment, and the underground forces in China have basically been incorporated into the Crescent Hotel, and there is little internal fighting. It has been a long time since such a situation has happened, with modern weapons and various instruments on the back, and several people died in the battle. There are 2 more American explorers here. Someone shouted more than 100 meters away. Everyone was attracted to it. The death is similar to those people, with unknown blood stains on their bodies and poison to death. Some of these corpses were rotten, only the first one was still intact, and the identities of the others could only be judged by their uniforms. The whole body seemed to have been gnawed by a group of wild beasts for 3 or 5 days, rotten beyond recognition, and the flesh and blood were black, and the poison had penetrated into the bone marrow. Hoo-hoo. I don't know when, the blood-colored mist gradually increased. I originally thought it was the reflection of the blood-colored lines, but after the blood mist became thicker, everyone immediately realized that something was wrong. Wearing an oxygen mask attached to a mechanical exoskeleton, blood mist blocked the view. Human figures were looming. Don't be chaotic, everyone count and gather together. The Taoist priest shouted. 1, 2. Everyone gathered together. Yi Yang's eyes swept over the people who counted, and the number of 12 had been counted, but it was obvious that some of these figures had never spoken from beginning to end. What are you kidding at? This time. Repeat the count. Someone shouted angrily. The 12 voices before were indeed made by 12 different people. The old Taoist priest was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and spoke at this time. What? Hearing this, many people broke out in a sweat. In this confined space, I don't know when, a few more people appeared in the team out of thin air. Yi Yang also frowned and walked towards one of the figures who had never made a sound from beginning to end. Many people avoid strange phenomena, but in this confined space, if there is really something evil, no one can escape. It's better to face the evil head-on and take the initiative to attack and take a good look at what the hell it is. He pushed aside the blood mist, but found that the silent figure in the blood mist was also moving slowly, and was walking towards him. Come on. Yi Yang was fearless. No matter whether the figure was a member of the expedition team outside the 4 expedition teams, or something else, there was no need to be polite to him. The mechanical exoskeleton ejected iron spikes, and he directly grasped the iron spikes and stabbed forward fiercely. It's not certain what the other party is, so he just shot directly. If it's a Chinese thief who sneaked in, it won't be a capital crime. Bang! It felt very hard. Like hitting iron. Yi Yang suspected that the other party was also wearing a mechanical exoskeleton. but after seeing it clearly, he found that it was not the case. His bayonet completely sank into the other party's shoulder, oozing black, smelly liquid. The next second, the sound of wind came. Instantly he withdrew his hand, jumped back, and pulled away. Oh my God! He looked at the black nails on the other person's hands, which were about half a meter long, sharp and creepy. The red mist was stirred, and the other person's true face was seen clearly. He stood in a rectangular block, with only half a head, black eyes, and pale skin, looking extremely creepy. These black shadows are not human. Yi Yang didn't know whether this was a zombie in the traditional sense, but he could confirm that it was definitely not human. He pulled out the Desert Eagle directly from his waist. He fired a shot at the remaining half of the creature's head. Bang! The fire suddenly burst. The Desert Eagle's large caliber bullet directly blew up the other half of the humanoid creature's head. Black pulp and pale bones splashed. Yi Yang jumped back again and avoided these stolen goods. What the hell? It looks so scary. Obviously, other people have seen this thing. Even the well-informed underground professionals were scared. Zombies are the stiff bodies of dead creatures. Under special circumstances, the bioelectricity generated drives them to move. The conditions for their formation are extremely harsh, which makes zombies extremely rare. Not all Tomb Raiders have seen zombies. Although all the people present are top experts in the industry, less than half of them have seen zombies. Even many people who fight against each other will sneer when they read tomb-robbing novels, and sarcastically say, there are no zombies in the world, they are so good at making up stories. How can I still not know that I have been fighting against people for so many years? This is not a zombie, the movements are too fast. The zombies driven by bioelectricity move almost like being electrocuted. They jump up and down, and their bodies become stiff. And these things are flexible and fast, so they are obviously not zombies. The scarred man from the north frowned and shouted. He held a modified spray gun with huge power. He fired one shot and hit the black figure rushing in front of him. The huge force sprayed it 3 to 5 meters away. Black blood spattered, and his body was filled with blood. Transparent bullet holes. But the thing struggled a few times and stood up again. If so, it is also at the legendary level. The old Taoist priest bit his finger, took out the big peachwood sword from his back, smeared the blood on it, and quickly erased some lines. The old Taoist priest drew a talisman. If these things are really zombies, they can't withstand the old Taoist priest's sword. Everyone on the Taoist path obviously knows something about this old Taoist priest. He comes from a secret Taoist tradition and has absolute restraint against such evil things. His master went to Shanghai in his early years and met the ancestral dragon. The presence, using the insulation of the peachwood sword and the restraining effect of cinnabar blood on bioelectricity, Yi Yang retreated and fired while analyzing the old Taoist priest's methods. Pung! The mahogany sword slashed out, hitting the face of the black-eyed, white-skinned, long-clawed humanoid creature that flew over. Everyone looked at it, hoping that this blow would work. Second update. Bang! The sword hit the humanoid creature that rushed over, and it was directly knocked back. Yi Yang had just had contact with the other party, and knew that this humanoid creature was as hard as iron, and his body was very heavy, but he could still be knocked back. This old Taoist priest looks skinny, but he is actually very strong. You can't judge a person by appearance. Even with the bonus of mechanical exoskeleton, its own strength must be ridiculously large. The humanoid creature seemed to be in great pain, and crackling electric sparks flashed all over its body. Short circuit after insulation? He broke out in a sweat. This zombie is really driven by bioelectricity. Sure enough. After learning science, as long as you know enough, you can really explain everything with these scientific principles. Thinking of this, the terrifying feeling on his body suddenly subsided by half. After all, fear often comes from ignorance. Once you understand its principles and composition, even the weirdest and most terrifying things seem to become less mysterious and less confusing. It works. Everyone felt more at ease when they saw the old Taoist peach wood sword had an effect. As long as this thing is related to the underground profession, they have ways to deal with it. It seems that this is indeed a tomb, otherwise how could zombies appear? A group of people shouted while fighting. Not necessarily, as long as there are dead bodies and special environments, these things can be generated, not necessarily in a tomb. The old Taoist shook his head. He has lived for such a long time and is naturally knowledgeable. Obviously, he has encountered similar situations where zombies were generated in non-tombs. What are you waiting for? Let's sacrifice. The wolfman directly pulled out a mace from his back, and then took out a bag of blood from his waist. After breaking it, he sprinkled it on the mace. Then he rushed left and right with the mace, and instantly smashed the 3 copper-skinned and iron-boned black-eyed zombies, causing them to arc all over their bodies and fall to the ground and twitch. Yin Qingyue took out some tortoise shells from his backpack, pinched them with 2 fingers, and threw them out like flying knives. Hit the zombie. Like a raging fire meeting a fire stick, the skin of the copper-skinned and iron-boned zombie was like water, and was hit by the tortoise shell. Then the black flesh and blood instantly turned gray and white, and fell to the ground like a stone. The other 11 people in the same team all showed their magical powers. Although some had never seen zombies, their respective inherited masters had ways to deal with them. For a time, all kinds of methods were revealed, which made people marvel. One thing defeats another, and every profession has its own specialty. To deal with such evil things, professional methods are needed. These humanoid creatures in front of them are ghosts that can continue to move no matter where they are broken through. No method is as useful as destroying the principle of its internal bioelectric operation. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this case, ordinary guns and cannons are indeed not as useful as these various unconventional methods. Isn't that black dog blood? What is that tortoise shell? Yi Yang even had the leisure to look at the methods of the people around him. Whether it is physical fitness or fighting skills, he is at the peak of human strength, plus the mechanical exoskeleton adds 1,000 kilograms of strength. Not to mention copper skin and iron bones. Even if it is a copper-built and iron-cast robot, he can smash it with his bare hands. Naturally, there is not much pressure. Originally, the 11 members of the same team protected Yi Yang, knowing that he is an important figure in China and must not be lost. But later, after seeing Yi Yang smashing a zombie's head with one punch, he suddenly felt that he was being too sentimental. Although Mr. Yi is brave, he is not one of us after all, and he doesn't know how to deal with zombies. These things, even if half of the body is blown up, the remaining half can continue to move. Let's deal with these things, someone said after observing for a while. The old Taoist also nodded. Although Yi Yang is strong, he did not do any substantial damage to the zombies. Yi Yang was very depressed. It was the first time that the superhero's physique was defeated. It seemed that even if the Captain of the United States was called to fight zombies, he would not be as good as these talented people around him. It turned out that professionals are professionals. Yin Qingyue came over mysteriously. Handsome guy, did you eat the Jiangjia auctioned at our Xingyue hotel that time? I ate it. Yi Yang nodded. Don't make it public. The blood flowing in your body now is already full of Qilent's medicinal properties. Yin Qingyue said. This kind of blood is the supreme precious blood in the tomb-robbing world. It can ward off all evil and surpass the black dog blood and black donkey hoof. It is the most sacred thing in the tomb-robbing world. As long as you show a little blood, these zombies will not dare to bite you when they come in front of you. Instead, they will retreat. After Yin Qingyue told him, he turned around and threw out a tortoise shell, which directly petrified a black-eyed zombie. Really? Yi Yang was surprised. He thought that after eating Jiangjia, he would be immune to mosquitoes and snakes and scorpions in the future. It turns out there is such a use. I can't waste my hundreds of billions. Otherwise, I will lose money. I have to try the effect of this blood. He muttered that when the Crescent Hotel was auctioned at night, he lit 9 sky lanterns in a row, repelled the European, American, and Japanese Capital Alliance, and took down the national treasure. It cost him hundreds of billions. Yin Qingyue rolled his eyes. Everyone is trying to avoid these zombies, but Yi Yang actually wants to get close to them to experiment with the effect of the precious blood in order to make up for his money. This brain circuit is also amazing. This is not an ordinary zombie. The old Taoist said, although the action principle is similar to that of zombies, it is different from all the zombies that China has ever found. In order to survive forever, those corpses that can be transformed into zombies are generally treated to prevent decay. So the body is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but it is still within the human range. And these zombies are really made of iron. It is beyond the old Taoist's cognition. And there are too many of them. I have robbed countless tombs in my life, and I have only encountered them twice, 1 at a time and 2 at a time. There are at least dozens of them here. When did the mutation happen so easily? My worldview has been overturned. Another elder of the tomb-robbing family complained. Others either focused on dealing with zombies or were attracted by the words of the old Taoist and the elder tomb-robbing predecessors. Without noticing, Yi Yang cut his palm with a knife and dripped blood on the newly taken bayonet. Yi Yang's current super gene warrior physique has a very good self-healing ability. Within 3 minutes, such a small scratch can be perfectly healed. He was eager to try. Others were as if they were facing a great enemy, afraid of dying accidentally. But he directly waved the bayonet and jumped more than 5 meters, jumping directly in front of a black-eyed zombie who had just slowly stood up from the rectangular body. First update. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yi Yang felt that when he jumped over. I felt that the black-eyed zombie in front of him was stiff for a moment. Maybe it didn't expect someone to jump in front of it? Swish. With a slight sound, Yi Yang's bayonet had already stabbed into its body. Crackle. The blood-colored arc lit up instantly, which was a strange phenomenon that had never happened before. Everyone was shocked by this scene and looked over. Whoosh. Under the flashing of the blood-colored arc, the black-eyed zombie actually caught fire. Whoosh! The blood-colored flames continued to burn, and it roared miserably, like a dying beast, roaring before death. Yi Yang was also shocked. Pulled out the bayonet, jumped back, and flashed to distance. Although Yin Qingyue just said that the Qilin blood was of great use, it seems that he still greatly underestimated the restraint of this blood on evil things. Don't stop. Until it is completely destroyed, Yi Yang shook his head and stopped attacking. This thing makes too much noise. Aha! The roaring zombie soon stopped moving, the black blood burned out, and only a pool of ashes remained on the spot. Even the many knowledgeable professionals were stunned at this time. The scene before their eyes was completely beyond their cognition. What the hell is this? Oh my god. I just said that Mr. Yi can't cause substantial damage to zombies, and he slapped his face. Yes, Mr. Yi is an important figure above, how could he come down without any trump cards? He must be equipped with a treasure. Well. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Only Yin Qingyue knew Yi Yang's support, and she was also very surprised at this time. The Qilin blood is rare in 100 years, which means that in a few generations there will be only one person in the world who truly possesses the blood of the Qilin. It is said that the blood of the Qilin is the treasure of the tomb raiding world, but no one in the world can really see its power and effect. Now, she has seen it. It's simply too strong. Purify all evil spirits. This huge zongzi that has been around for thousands of years can't stop it. The old Taoist priest seemed to remember something and was thinking. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in shock, but now the black-eyed zombies brought great pressure, and they had no time to think about it, so they could only try their best to kill the evil. In the end, the hundreds of black-eyed zombies that crawled out of the rectangular body were all wiped out. And the talented people in China did not die, only 3 were injured. After applying the ointment of their respective sects to suppress corpse poison, they did not get better, and their faces were about to turn black. We can only cut off these injured limbs, otherwise the poison will enter the internal organs in a while, and it will be completely over. The old Taoist priest frowned. Yi Yang came over, bit his middle finger, and pressed on a man's shoulder. Ah! The man screamed. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in confusion, and then was frightened by the scream. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Let him go. Someone shouted repeatedly. The old Taoist priest blocked them, watching all this with deep eyes. This. The man screamed for a while, then was stunned. He looked at his shoulder. Although it was burnt, it was also normal blood and flesh color. The corpse poison had completely disappeared. He looked at Yi Yang in surprise. What is this? Yi Yang shook his head and said nothing. Now. Saving people is important, there is nothing to hide. The next moment, he turned his head and pressed his hand on the waist of another person. A scream sounded, and then the corpse poison of that person also entered. Finally, his finger touched the chest of a mature woman, and it felt bouncy. In order to heal the wound, this was also necessary. Women don't care. They are naturally not hypocritical when they struggle between life and death. Ah. After she screamed for a while, she found that the corpse poison was indeed completely eliminated. She bowed to Yi Yang to express her gratitude. It's not long since we went deep into it, and there is such a big evil. I don't know what will happen next. Some people are worried. If they hadn't had the mechanical exoskeleton this time, at least half of them would have died here. Not necessarily. The old Taoist priest shook his head. Just now. They relied on the mechanical exoskeleton and were not afraid of the strange power of these black-eyed zombies, so they stayed to fight. If they only thought about escaping, they might have found a way to survive long ago, and normally they wouldn't have reached the point of destruction. The expedition teams of Shou's country and the United States should have found a way to survive and escaped in advance. Qingyue guessed. Yes. The old Taoist priest nodded. Otherwise, these hundreds of black-eyed zombies, who don't have mechanical exoskeletons, rely on guns and ammunition, and all of them will die. Here. The wolfman snorted coldly, obviously feeling extremely sorry that the Shaoxi people didn't all die. Yi Yang walked to a rectangular block. The zombie that he killed to ash came out of this rectangular block. He was a little surprised. This rectangular metal actually retracts and opens automatically. Looking at the technology, even modern civilization may not be able to make such a smooth metal unfold. The corner of his mouth twitched. For a moment, I couldn't figure out whether I had come to the territory of high-tech civilization or a mysterious tomb. This is too mixed. He looked inside again. I only saw wet, sticky black liquid. There should be poison in it. Yi Yang frowned. These machines have been working for at least thousands of years, which really makes people doubt. Are they really aliens? He became more and more confused. Humans have been searching in the universe for so many years. Could it be that aliens have visited the Earth long ago and left relics on the Earth? He shook his head. I feel that this speculation is not very reliable. If these black-eyed zombies remove the weird long black nails and black eyeballs, they are basically the same as humans. How to explain this? Aliens just happen to look exactly like humans? He pondered. Go inside and you will know what's going on. You can't guess the truth by guessing. The old Taoist priest also saw Yi Yang's thoughts and spoke at this time. Well, it's time to go inside. Yi Yang nodded. Whether it was the peerless martial arts that Yi Yang had just displayed, or the profound means of saving people with blood, everyone regarded him as a god. At this time, he was directly the leader, and he was protected. In the middle. This is not only because he is the big boss of China, but also their life-saving straw. He can fight and heal, he is simply the god of team battles. At this moment, Yi Yang, who was excluded by everyone at the beginning and thought he would be a drag, became the undisputed core of the team. Qingyue smiled. A truly outstanding man can really shine with infinite brilliance wherever he goes. Second update. Mr. Yi, you don't have to take risks yourself when you walk among us. If you are in danger soon, just help us and support us. The wolfman said repeatedly. That's right. The rest of the professional inversion fighters are all Liandao. Now Yi Yang can be regarded as the soul of the team. The old Taoist priest and two professional inversion fighters who knew the art of traps were looking for traps around the cube space. Japan and the United States fled in panic before and were not completely wiped out. They must have found some mechanism and way to leave. Do you think they were not completely wiped out because they found a way out? The little fat man asked. What's the meaning? These words aroused the interest of most people, and they all looked over. I was thinking, there are 3 portals to the hall, and we are all exploring them in batches. So, are the expedition teams from those countries also split up? The little fat man frowned and raised a possibility that no one had considered before. Uh-huh. Qingyue raised her eyebrows, feeling that this statement was not impossible. I think it's impossible. Even the Kingdom of Japan, which has the most people coming in, only has 8 people. The exploration team of the Kingdom of Dahan, which has the smallest number of people, only has 4 people. Such a team faces 3 roads and has to be divided. That's really looking for death. Objections were raised. It's better to get to the next place to know the truth. Someone suggested. Well, it depends on whether the old Taoist priest can find a way out. Yi Yang also nodded. Not long after, the 3 of them found some opening mechanisms in different directions. It seems that there are many ways to survive in this situation. If we didn't plan to fight to the death just now and escape for our lives, it would be very easy. The old Taoist priest muttered. This does not conform to the general rules for the arrangement of tombs. To cultivate such a vicious thing, one must not want future generations to enter the tomb of the owner of the tomb. And the decorator of this ruins obviously left many a way out. Tomb said that at this moment, it was once again met with huge doubts. Other than tombs, where else could such a ferocious creature be raised? It's simply outrageous. The little fat man muttered. Yi Yang also frowned. This Changbai Mountain ruins is really mysterious. Let's go. Everyone finally set off. As soon as they came out of the corridor, they saw so many black-eyed zombies, and everyone felt uneasy. If it's really a tomb, none of us may be able to get out later, someone muttered. Shut up, crow mouth. As everyone walked forward, after the cube metal space mechanism was opened, there was a wide metal corridor, which was blue and golden color. It has the color of science fiction and a sense of splendor, which makes people's eyes suddenly light up. It has nothing to do with people's impressions of tombs. This metal corridor has 3 doors. Another door slowly opened. Yi Yang and others suddenly looked over. Is it possible that just after leaving a dangerous place, we have to dive into another dangerous place? Everyone's heart trembled. The door is completely open. The humanoid shadow slowly walked out of it. It turned out to be them, a false alarm. The old Taoist priests all sighed. If something weird like that just happened, no one would be able to bear it. It turned out that what came out was another Chinese expedition team. The monk took the lead. The monk's body was stained with black traces of blood, and his skin was corroded. This group of people was obviously much more miserable than Yi Yang's side. They were all in a miserable state and looked pale. He was obviously exhausted. Several others were carried out with severe poison in their bodies and their faces were ashen. Yi Yang shook his head and went up to treat a few people, which shocked the monks and others. It seems that this is where the 3 roads converge. Yi Yang said. Good. The other people all looked at the last door. There are many strange people in Yi Yang's team. And with a Kirin treasure like him, they should be the fastest. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the last group of 12 people led by Sister Ling also walked out of the 3rd door. Yi Yang treated several injured team members. Thanks to the mechanical exoskeleton this time, otherwise I don't know how many people would have been here. I saw 3 corpses of the Great Cold Underworld Expedition team on our road. Sister Ling sighed. Everyone was also happy. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and now no one in China's team has been injured, which is the best news. A total of 4 people came from the Hanming Kingdom, and now it seems that they are all dead. Qingyue said. Yes. On our road, we saw the bodies of 4 European expedition members. The monk said. A total of 7 people came from Europe. 1 died at the metal gate, and 4 died at the hands of black-eyed zombies. Now there are only 2 people left. Someone summed it up. In front of them, there should be only 2 people from Europe, 2 from the United States, and 3 from Japan, a total of 7 people. They all entered at least half a day before us. Now it seems that this ruins is not very big. Why haven't they exited now? Someone asked doubtfully. Is it possible? Everyone thought of the most terrible situation. All died in there. Could it be that there is a great terror behind us? Some people were terrified. Even after many years of going underground, what they saw today was terrifying enough to make people not want to go forward. This is our mission. Sister Ling shook her head. Even if there is a great terror ahead, we must find out what it is and make sure that we cannot pass through before retreating. Yi Yang asked what the other 2 teams encountered. All of them came out with black toxins, and everyone subconsciously thought that the other 2 teams had the same experience as them. But after Yi Yang asked so carefully, he found that this was not the case. The other 2 roads encountered crises, but they were not black-eyed zombies, but they could hurt people and they all carried this black toxin. Sister Ling encountered a black water leak, and she died if she touched it. The monk encountered an attack from a metal creature. It seems that we have entered 3 areas with different functions. Yi Yang pondered. And combined with all these, he still couldn't say what the ruins were originally. He looked at the road. Go deeper. Everyone nodded, although they were a little worried, but after all, they had a mission. And with Yi Yang being around, nothing serious should happen. Da-da. Soon, everyone reached the end of the road. Everyone was stunned by the scene at the end of the road, and no one could say anything for a while. What on earth is going on here? They were all stunned. At the end of the road was a metal wall with holes on both sides. In the middle of the wall was a gate, but it had become mottled and dilapidated under the erosion of time. And what shocked everyone was the scene in front of the gate. First update. What exactly is going on? Everyone looked at the door in surprise. Along the way, blood and bones were scattered. Various body blocks cover the road, and it's hard to tell how many people's body blocks it is composed of. I vomit. Even among the professionals who have been accustomed to life and death and all kinds of tragedies underground for many years, some of them could not bear this tragic scene and retched. Judging from the fragments of clothing, it can be seen that the predecessors of the fragments piled here are expedition teams from various countries. Is it possible that the remaining 7 people are all here? Sister Ling asked in shock. Yi Yang was silent, not knowing how to judge. These fragments were so fine that it was impossible to tell how many people they were composed of. The calm walls lined the corridors. Everything looks ordinary and shabby, but it hides the shocking murderous intention. The men of the Wolf Clan were all amazed. I wonder if all the little ones are wiped out here. If that is the case, it would be a pity. Everyone also hesitated. Visible dangers are not scary. What is scary is the unknown terror. No one knows what caused these people to become these fragments. If they set foot on it, they can almost predict that the ending will be the same, and there will be no changes. What To do? The little fat man turned pale with fright and looked at the people he was leading now. The old Taoist priest pondered. The warrior monk sighed softly. Ba, this poor monk has an idea. Oh? Sister Ling said. Repeatedly, Master, please tell me. Now we definitely need someone to stand on the metal walkway to verify for us what dangers there are. The warrior monk said. Do you even need to say this? Some people rolled their eyes. The question is, after seeing this scene in front of them, who would be willing to be the scapegoat? The monk smiled slightly. In my opinion, the biggest difference between us and these foreign expedition teams is that we completely eliminated the previous crisis, instead of running in hastily and unable to look back. Are the 36 strategies the best? Strategy? Some people still don't understand. Master means to use the black-eyed zombie on the middle road to test the reality for us. The wolfman rolled his eyes at the man. The old monk must maintain a compassionate image and will not reveal this proposal personally. Holy crap! What a great idea! The little fat man patted his forehead and said that this is a good idea. Those black-eyed zombies have existed for a long time. If you had your own wisdom, you would never have imagined that you would eventually be thrown into the road as an experimental object. It's really heavy. Everyone carried over the black-eyed zombie, who was chopped away by the old Taoist priest with a mahogany sword. The bioelectricity in his body was short-circuited and he could not move for a while. Thrown directly into the wall and passage. The moment the copper skin and iron bones were thrown in, they were cut into dozens of pieces by the flash of blood. Crackling. Everyone was stunned as they saw the broken pieces falling to the ground along with the black blood. Damn it, what kind of technology is this? Infrared cutting. Is this really an ancient tomb? This high-energy infrared barrier zone has always been a science fiction concept. The modern so-called infrared barrier zone can only detect whether someone has passed through, and then issue an illegal intrusion alarm. The scene in front of them made everyone open their mouths. Except Yi Yang. Because Yi Yang's heart stirred up bigger waves. The system page actually popped up on its own, and the page was cluttered, as if it was garbled. What happened? He was startled. Now he is considered to be on top of the world. Even if there is no system, the future will be like a human spine. However, in his mind, the system is an existence that transcends everything else. It cannot be described logically, and it seems that it should not have any connection with reality. But here, this feeling was broken. After a while, the page display finally stabilized. It turned out to be a drawing of the infrared barrier area in front of me. Is there a bug? Yi Yang's heart was in turmoil. I didn't spend any money. Why did the system pop up on its own? The pages were disordered, and finally the drawings popped up. This was something unprecedented. If you want to pass, you can only continue to stimulate this infrared obstacle zone, note its layout, and then deduce the moves in it. If you make a wrong move, you will definitely die. When his heart was in turmoil, the other 3 core members got together and discussed this result. The survivors of the previous expedition should have used similar methods, but they were unable to return to the previous secret room to calmly abduct zombies. You can only fill it with your own life. There is still a glimmer of hope if they go forward. No matter which of the 3 types of death disasters they face when they go back, they have to explain everything there. No one knows what kind of decisions and events happened here recently. In the end, what is displayed in front of everyone is the broken bones and blood of this place. Maybe a few people managed to enter the gate behind the metal tunnel in the end, or maybe there was no one. We can use the camera mechanism of the mechanical exoskeleton to record the infrared layout at that moment. There are so many of us taking pictures together from different angles, and then slowly deducing it. The little fat man suggested. No one knew whether it was infrared or not. They could only say that it looked like infrared and called it that. No need, Yi Yang said lightly. Mr. Yi, do you have any other ideas? Sister Ling asked in surprise. The situation before them was beyond common sense. Even if they retreated, they would have a reason to return to the original route. Now they were just trying to find a solution. Use bullets to hit the nodes I mentioned, and you can paralyze this place. Deduce the difficult way to survive, and you will die if you go wrong. After Yi Yang got the blueprint, he directly destroyed the key energy transmission point. This? Everyone looked at each other. The image of Yi Yang in their hearts became more and more mysterious and terrifying. Is he an omniscient and omnipotent God? However, following a god always makes people feel reliable and at ease. Da-da-da. The automatic rifle fired. A burst of shots, shooting at the nodes mentioned by Yi Yang. Crackle. The metal wrapped around the node showed shallow white marks, and it was completely intact. Obviously, the metal used to make it could not even be damaged by bullets. Everyone's face changed. Many people do not believe in evil. They are extremely confident in modern civilization and technology. Is there anything that bullets cannot destroy? Da-da-da. Firepower was concentrated instantly. The smoke and dust dissipated, and except for some more white marks, the node was still intact. Could it be that there is really no way? Is there really only a way to explore with your life? Everyone's face turned pale instantly. Second update: the truth will be revealed tomorrow. Friends who have guessed it, please leave your guess about the truth of the ruins. Is there really no way to get in? Everyone is surprised. This thing can actually stop bullets. Although they had expected that there would be a fierce gun battle in the zombie room, the walls were not damaged. Apparently these metals are extremely hard. We can only retreat and go back and bring in large and powerful weapons. Someone said. Before, they didn't know about the energy nodes, and everyone still wanted to fight with their lives. But now that they have a better solution, they still rush in and fight hard. This is not in line with their principles. Are you really going to retreat? Some people still don't agree with it. This ruin piqued their curiosity. Moreover, after exiting, can you really get powerful equipment? Putting aside the difficulty of driving large equipment into such a place, there is still a question whether this metal can be damaged by those weapons. No need. Yi Yang waved his hand. Looked around. Everyone signed a confidentiality agreement for this operation, so he wasn't worried about these people talking nonsense after they went out. Is it possible that Mr. Yi has a solution? Some people's eyes widened, feeling incredible. A metal shell that can shed blood to save people, see through weaknesses in an instant, and even bullets can't stop it. What kind of existence is this Yi Yang? Everyone was confused. Yi Yang smiled slightly and didn't say much. He just took out the bracelet. The summoning distance of Liang number 1 was the core of the upgrade, and it had been rapidly improved in recent days. He tapped the bracelet lightly. In the camp opened at the entrance to The mountain, in the big box behind the military truck that Yang drove over. The blue light lights up. Instantly. Liang number 1 instantly decomposed into countless parts and rushed madly into the mountainous area. The garrison team were all stunned. Although they were curious about what was in the big box of military cards brought by Lieutenant General Yi, they never thought that these things could fly away on their own. But they had already received the order. No matter what happened to this military truck, there was no need to make a fuss. I didn't quite understand it when I told us, now I understand, someone muttered. If we hadn't been vaccinated in advance and such a group of things flew out, we would have to open fire directly. Is this super high-tech stuff that the country is hiding and hasn't released yet? I think so too. The speed was too fast, I didn't see it clearly at all. Is it Gundam? Well, more like a mecha. Iron Man. Such a sci-fi scene actually happened in front of everyone's eyes, and they were all amazed. The mecha advanced at extremely high speed. Like a stream of light. And a shadow. Soon he came to the metal gate, flew straight in, directly broke through the blocked corridor gate. And blasted the black-eyed zombie room. It can be called devastating. Finally, these parts rejoined Yang's body. Liang no. One became a complete body. My day. This. Everyone present had their mouths opened. Unless necessary, Yang does not want this ultra-arid technology to be revealed to the public prematurely. But if we want to retreat now, the price will be quite high, so we have to do this. Iron Man. The tomb-robbing college student exclaimed. Is this a secret weapon that the country has not disclosed? This is too cruel. It's so cool to appear. I want it too. Stop dreaming, I guess you can't buy this kind of thing for $1 billion or 80 million. Right? Yin Qingyue also looked at it thoughtfully and pouted. It seemed that Yi Yang was not going to discuss business that day. It probably had something to do with this suit. Yi Yang didn't pay much attention to these exclamations. He had expected that after the appearance of this creation that surpassed the understanding of the times, it would arouse everyone's heated discussion. He directly aimed the high-energy particle beam in his hand at a certain node. Boom! The high-energy particle beam carries terrifying energy. After focusing on the metal shell, it will melt directly in less than half a minute. The inner core was also destroyed. Despite this, Yi Yang was still amazed. This metal material is too strong. This high-energy particle beam can instantly penetrate hundreds of meters of sea water. It actually took so long to melt through this layer of metal. In this way, he changed direction and destroyed all 5 cores. Everyone was dumbfounded. With this kind of artifact, what else are we going to do here? Just put on this armor and sweep across. That's right. Everyone was convinced. This mecha is simply terrifying, no one can hurt it, and its attack power is so terrifying. A simply invincible existence. Coming down is a sweeping sweep. Many people are excited and imagine wearing this kind of thing to fight upside down in the future. It's so cool. Yi Yang seemed to have noticed the mood of these people and smiled slightly. In the future, there may be a chance to sell it through official channels. Such a mecha is not expensive. Considering the cost, I estimate that it will be sold for over 10 billion. Bar. Everyone was shocked by the explosive words of Versailles. More than 10 billion is not expensive. All the wealth of these people here is not enough. Okay, let's go there. Yi Yang smiled slightly and directly. Threw a black-eyed zombie on it for experiment. Obviously, the infrared rays in front had disappeared. He kicked the door open. Now that this super-era weapon has been displayed, there's no need to hide your clumsiness. Sweep directly behind the door. The two figures were trembling. The two men suddenly raised their heads. Chinese people are so cunning. When Yamamoto-Dorama saw all the Chinese players coming in, his eyes turned red and he immediately cursed. This little devil is so lucky, he's not dead yet. When the wolf man saw Yamamoto-Jima, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. You actually tricked us into finding a way for you. You guys have a really bad conscience. Yamamoto-Tadara felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. How miserable I was to be deceived this time. You entered the country illegally with weapons. You are spies. You also set up traps to kill others on our Chinese land. You entered our Chinese monuments to run wild and tried to murder our senior Chinese figures. Even if you die 10 times, it is not enough. You are still shouting at us here. Sister Ling had obviously read the code, and she spoke coldly at this time. Yamamoto-Dorama regained some sense. They were originally the invading enemies, and it was really unjustifiable for them to angrily accuse them of being shameless. However, Japanese people naturally have no reason to argue. We are. Yi Yang was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, so he directly punched him and knocked him out. Maybe the other party has already researched valuable information here and can take him back for severe interrogation. Ah! The captain of the United States screamed miserably, I will fight with you. He knew that he would be tortured endlessly if he was caught, so he was ready to grab the high-explosive bomb in his hand and drag everyone to death. First update. Boom. The instantaneous explosion speed of Liang number 1 was too fast. As soon as the captain of the American expedition team raised the bomb, he arrived instantly, and with a photon hand knife, cut his entire arm off. Ah! The high temperature instantly scorched the cut part, and there was not even blood spurting out. The captain of the American expedition team was instantly controlled and lost his threat. At this moment, Yi Yang looked around. This was obviously something like a laboratory. Although the experimental equipment and experimental environment were completely different from those of this era, it could be roughly guessed. The entire laboratory was filled with various incomprehensible triangular text records. Yi Yang looked a little familiar, because these texts and some decorative symbols in the system page that he originally thought were meaningless, looked very similar. There were also some metal creations. Is this a computer? Yin Qingyue patted the cube-shaped metal block in front of him in disbelief. There was a glass crystal screen on it, and a blue metal helmet next to it. It looked very much like a computer or a VR helmet. Now, no one needs to speak. This is obviously not a tomb. Moreover, it is completely beyond their understanding. What the hell is this place? But everyone also realized a problem. The discovery of this relic is of great significance. It can be regarded as one of the top discoveries in human history, or even the greatest discovery. We are not educated enough to study it clearly. We have cleared all the obstacles. When the time comes, the army will escort the real scientists and archaeologists to conduct scientific research. Everything will be clear at that time. Sister Ling said, we have completed our mission. When it comes To this, everyone is relieved. This trip to the ruins is the most unforgettable one in their lives. If it weren't for the mechanical exoskeleton and Jiangjing, the anomaly, they would most likely lose most of them. Not to mention getting out of it unscathed. Of the other 4 expedition teams, only 2 people survived and were trapped in the last laboratory. They couldn't get out at all. It can be predicted that they would starve to death here. In the end, they all sighed with emotion. Just when everyone was talking about it with relief, Jiangjing was strolling around the laboratory. The system page popped up automatically here, constantly displaying drawings of some key instruments. Jiangjing's sense of surprise became stronger. The system showed that the instruments were obviously still usable. Some instruments that had been eroded by time and were completely broken could not cause the system to react. It's really incredible. This must have something to do with the system. Jiangjing frowned, and he couldn't tell what it was. Is this cube still usable? Jiangjing was surprised. The appearance of the thing in front of him was obviously eroded by time. However, the equipment that caused the system to react was still working. At this time, he started to operate according to the drawings. No response. Did I guess wrong? He frowned and thought for a while. He slapped his forehead and was anxious. I was really stupid just now. So many years have passed, and it has been out of power. He disassembled the metal outer plate, took out the energy core inside, and charged it with Liang No. 1. He had seen the black technology battery being developed by the Black Technology Factory, which was almost exactly the same as this one. He looked at the structure inside the metal plate again. It looks familiar. Soon, he suddenly realized again. Isn't this the internal structure of VR glasses and somatosensory suits? The coding system used by VR glasses and somatosensory suits is completely different from that of Earth civilization. Earth uses binary programming to realize computer operation, so at the beginning, although the United States and others were envious, they had no way to develop pirated VR glasses and somatosensory suits. Jiangjing had many guesses about the origin of the system. Either it was an advanced civilization in the universe, or it was a creation related to future civilization. In any case, the system should have nothing to do with the Earth, because such technology that goes beyond understanding seems to have nothing to do with the current Earth. And now all the things in this relic are proving to him that the system may have come from the Earth itself. Is this a laboratory left by aliens on Earth? Or did another civilization originally exist on Earth, with extremely advanced technology, but for some reason, only the ruins are left? In any case, it is shocking enough for Jiangjing. The thing that was originally illusory in speculation has always been so close to him. He was worried. No matter what the situation was, it could not be said to be a good thing for the current human civilization on Earth. After all, this is a civilization with a technological level far beyond that of Earth. If it still exists now, once it descends on Earth or reappears, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on humans in this era. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. It is necessary to greatly improve the current technological level. After charging, he put the nuclear fusion battery into the alien civilization computer. Restart. The cube screen lit up, and the patterns on the body shone brightly. The light breaks into light points, and finally forms an ultra-clear screen in the air. The user who opens it can control the screen with his eyes. Jiangjing doesn't understand that kind of triangular writing. An accidental collision caused the light curtain to shatter. In the end, the light spots reorganized, and a holographic video was turned on. Everyone seemed to have returned to the time when the laboratory was still in operation. Many staff members are busy, wearing scientific research coats, with limbs all tied together. If they don't say that this is a video record of other civilizations, but say that it is a scene from a science fiction movie that is currently being screened, some people will believe it. Everyone was attracted. Look. There's still something different. Someone was searching carefully. Yi Yang nodded. He saw that these people had a furry tail trailing outside their lab coats. The inside of the lab coat cannot be seen, and the tail is wrapped in sealed plastic. Oh my God, what on earth did I see? Many people's worldview has been hit multiple times today. After watching the video, everyone discovered that these black-eyed zombies are all experimental subjects. What the specific research was, they couldn't deduce from this short video. This is just a daily record similar to a scientific research diary. Black water, mass production, submerging some bodies in it, and it certainly ended up creating what we see today. There are also some dead people who were moved to the metal creation on another road to make various links. What the hell is this doing? Many people are completely confused. Can't read. Yi Yang frowned, thoughtfully. He compared the triangular characters related to time in the system and deduced the Arabic numerals corresponding to the triangular characters. I checked the computer time again and compared it with the time recorded in the video. His body and mind fell into infinite shock. What's wrong? Yi Yang? Yin Qingyue had always cared about Yi Yang, and couldn't help but ask at this time. This ruins is not thousands of years away from us, but at least 12,000 years ago. It may even be 120,000 years ago. Yi Yang didn't know if the result of his comparison was accurate, but according to the number he determined, it was at least this number. After all, he didn't understand the decimal places used by the previous civilization. 12,000 years. Everyone was amazed and couldn't imagine. Could it be that before human civilization, there really was a civilization that had reached its peak of prosperity? It's up to professional scientists to make a specific conclusion. Yi Yang shook his head, he was just guessing. After packing up, I put everything I could take away into my luggage. They returned with the captains of Japan and the United States. Everything else will follow the rules. Yi Yang had no plans to stay any longer, because the Lunar Base Project team sent him extremely exciting news. He wants to go to the moon tomorrow, which is the Chinese New Year and New Year's Eve, to conduct the groundbreaking ceremony of the base and cut the ribbon. At this time, this epic move that shocked human history and illuminated the past and future will be broadcast around the world. Second update, P.S. Big stamp of approval and New Year blessings. Jiangjing wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve and a happy New Year. This is the second spring festival that Jiangjing has spent during the writing process of this book, which makes me quite emotional when I think about it. Thank you readers for accompanying me along the way. The author plans to take 2 days off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so he plans to go to the moon to participate in tailoring/faithful face. Normal updates will resume on the second day of junior high school. Let's also talk about the subsequent development. This ruins is just a clue to reveal the final setting. There are 4 main plots in the back, including the Black Source and the Great Technology Upgrade, and there are probably about 100 to 200 chapters left. Interested readers can also guess what will happen next. Of course, it is not ruled out that during the creation process, you may want to add some branches or enrich the plot, which may lead to some lengthening in the future. Finally, I wish you all peace and joy in the new year, all the best, pass every exam, get rich and have lots of peach blossoms. Bang, 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 fireworks bloomed in the sky, and Xinhuang Mansion was covered with gorgeous fireworks tonight. Setting off fireworks during the Spring Festival is an excellent tradition of China. The fireworks of Yi Yang's house are naturally extremely shocking. Many neighbors in the high-end villa area came to appreciate the flowers. The chef and the maid have to go back to celebrate the Spring Festival. Today, Yi Yang is the chef. As a top chef, his cooking skills are at the peak, and they are better than those made by state banquet chefs. It's just that he is usually busy enjoying life and rarely cooks for himself. Well, this meal can be said to be warm and satisfying. Ye's father, Ye's mother and Yi Shaozi sat around the table, like the warm New Year scene when they were not yet rich. Of course, these luxurious fireworks and the most luxurious top villa in Jilin province are all reminding them that the present is different from the past. Tomorrow is the Spring Festival, and Yi Yang will be invited to the moon to cut the ribbon, so tonight he will quietly eat a family New Year's Eve dinner and enjoy the quiet and warm beauty. The day Yi Yang got home, he felt the explosion of the ribbon-cutting news. After all, the lunar base plan almost hides the competition between the national strengths of the great powers. All parties in the world are paying attention to this place. As soon as the news of Huaxia was released, it immediately went viral on the internet all over the world. The Baylor Consortium Manor, the Sal's building, etc. fell into collective silence. The American Polygonal Building and the administrative palaces of European countries all felt the feeling of being struck by thunder. The moment they heard the news, they had only one thought in their minds, that is, how is this possible? Baylor Consortium Manor, we have verified from the 2 satellite systems of the United States and Europe that these few days, these space bases in China have not carried out any large-scale launch missions. How could such a big movement as launching a super rocket be hidden from our eyes? This is simply a fantasy. Is China bragging? They haven't even launched a rocket yet, and they want to build a lunar base? Are they building it in a dream? Hee, I don't believe it anyway. All right. Ceci's Barol knocked on the table. Who can tell me what's going on? China has always spoken rigorously. Now the official announcement that it will cut the ribbon at the base must not be groundless. Everyone was silent. In the process of great power competition, it is obvious that each side will insert spies into the other side. But they got nothing from such a big thing in China. What this means is self-evident. They all felt an immense sense of failure. Maybe they didn't use a rocket to go to the moon? That's even more ridiculous. I think they are just anxious and want to forge it. Didn't someone say before that the photos of the American moon landing were fake? They were all forged. Well, it's possible. Whether it is forged or not, we will know tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Chinese New Year. Yes. The people of the Baylor Consortium are all angry and want to see how China will end up. They would never believe it. After all, their super rocket is still in the air, and Yi Yang has cut the ribbon for the lunar base? Are they creatures living in the same dimension? There are also various different voices on the internet. When the European rocket was launched, I was so angry when I saw people outside saying that our aviation industry was lagging behind. I didn't expect that things would turn around in just a few days. Is Shenhao holding back some super tricks? Is he going to cut the ribbon on the moon? If this is true, it's too outrageous. Haha, I don't believe it anyway. I guess he's just talking nonsense to save face. Haha, when? Did Shenhao ever say nonsense? Speak with evidence. He has done so many unrealistic things before, I believe he won't lose this time. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Do you think aviation is like those things before? This kind of competition is between big countries. If it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. Then we'll see. This news was as fast as lightning, and it directly set off a new wave of enthusiasm. Many Chinese people are looking forward to seeing this exciting good news become a reality on New Year's Day. Some people are looking forward to it, and some people are cursing. People on both sides quarreled angrily. Yi Yang, who was at the center of the topic storm, went straight to the spacecraft launch center after getting up. The spacecraft can basically make a round trip between the Earth and the Moon in one day. These days, the initial supplies have been basically transported to the Moon. Even the basic recommended living area has been built. However, it will take some time to build a real base. He got on the spacecraft with bright eyes under the attention of many bigwigs. The voyages in these days have fully proved the reliability and safety of the spacecraft, and everyone is not worried about accidents in this voyage. The spacecraft is accelerating rapidly. Every time the speed is doubled, it feels like a new experience. Now it has accelerated to hundreds of times the speed of sound. Although in the spacecraft, the reflection outside the window of the ship makes Yi Yang see what extreme speed is again. Lieutenant General Yi, the scenery changes too fast due to speed, which will cause people to have spatial dislocation phenomenon, and the human brain will not be able to accept it. The scientific consultant next to him put on a blindfold and lay obediently on the chair next to him. Yi Yang smiled slightly and didn't care. After all, he was not an ordinary person. Soon, he rushed out of the Earth and came to the deep space of the universe. It's the first time in my life to rush out of the Earth. Yi Yang sighed. From ancient times to the present, there are countless human beings, but the only ones who have achieved the achievement of leaving the Earth are the astronauts who can be counted. Looking back at the Earth and the universe, the blue planet is extremely shocking. This is a big star that stretches across the starry sky of the universe. The past, present and future of mankind, all the time of endless life, all originated from it. The dark starry sky is awe-inspiring. He has been watching the changes outside. At about noon, the spacecraft had landed on the surface of the Moon. Go out after lunch. You have to wear a spacesuit when you get out of the spacecraft, and you won't be able to eat at that time, the scientific consultant suggested. Yi Yang nodded. It was the first time I tasted space food, but because the spacecraft was a simulated gravity cabin, I could basically eat the same food as on Earth without having to make liquid food. I am the first person in human history to eat on the Moon, right? Yi Yang smiled. Although this kind of working meal was not as delicious as a state banquet, it tasted particularly sweet because of its unique significance. Well, it's almost time to go out and shock the world. Yi Yang stood up, his eyes sharp and his bearing dignified. First update. Yi Yang put on his spacesuit. He didn't know if he could survive on the Moon's surface with his current physique. No one would risk their lives, so he had to put on his spacesuit before going out. Click, the door of the spacecraft opened. Yang stepped on the soil of the moon for the first time. Because the gravity of the moon is relatively low, the spacesuit has been specially treated to ensure that people will not fly around. Although the feeling of walking is light, it is almost the same as on Earth. Yang suddenly felt a little emotional. Isn't this the light skill in martial arts novels in the past when ordinary people can fly over the eaves and walls with a simple jump? If the gravity is lighter, wouldn't it be the same as flying? Are the backgrounds of immortal cultivation novels all set on planets with relatively low gravity? He smiled slightly and put away these fanciful thoughts. After all, it will be broadcast live to the world in a while. This will definitely be recorded in the history of mankind in the future, an important part of the history of space. Mr. Yi is the first Chinese to step on the moon. The scientific consultant behind him was also excited. Who doesn't want to step on the lunar soil one day? Behind him was the broadcasting team. The broadcasting was nothing more than a signal problem. Although there was some delay in the communication between the Earth and the Moon, the delay was not large in fact, given that the distance between the Earth and the Moon was too close. The team debugged the equipment specially prepared for this aerial photography. And Yang walked towards the distant lunar base. Of course, the existence of the spacecraft should be kept secret for as long as possible. Many things, before they are revealed, will cause infinite fear and dread in the enemy. If they are revealed, they will be exposed. Let Europe and the United States guess. Why did they suddenly build a base on the moon? If they don't know the bottom of China, they will have trouble sleeping and eating, and they dare not really start a war. So, this time, the spacecraft docking site is a little far away from the base, and the spacecraft will not be filmed when the ribbon is cut later. The materials for building the base are piled on the surface of the moon. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony today, astronauts who have urgently completed their knowledge of construction will be sent up tomorrow to carry out the preliminary construction. Building a base on an alien planet is the first time for humans. No one has experience or standards. They can only try and explore slowly. After a long while, the broadcast team finally adjusted the equipment and came over. At the same time, the internet on Earth has already exploded. In 10 minutes, it will be the official announcement of China that the live broadcast of the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the lunar base will begin. The eyes of the world who are paying attention to this matter are all staring at the program of China's official satellite TV. Nowadays, Chinese has become a language that is on par with English in the world. Many people do not need translation when watching Chinese programs. Today, our station will broadcast a grand event in human history. In 10 minutes, the base construction team far away on the moon will connect with us to watch this scene that is destined to go down in the history of human aviation. No way, China is really going to do a live broadcast? Could it be that they have really landed on the moon and even started to build a base? I know that China has risen, but this rise is a bit too incredible. The foreigners were dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could China land on the moon earlier than our country? We are China's most powerful competitor. I am the world's #1, and they are the second for 1,000 years. My great cold Netherland is the #1 in the universe. We haven't landed on the moon, so you should just stay where you want. Ahaha, China, your conscience is so bad, you must be a liar. The popularity of the international forum has increased sharply. Obviously, everyone attaches great importance to this kind of thing. And China is full of joy. Before, I thought it was some self-media that was spreading rumors again, but I didn't expect it to be true. The official satellite TV has started broadcasting the program. It's absolutely correct. Haha, our China is a country that does big things. It is unknown, but once it strikes, it's a king bomb. Playing dumb to eat the tiger? The protagonist of the old cool article. We have always been king level in secretly developing and then surprising everyone. I saw Europe launch a super rocket before, and those idiots' remarks really made me angry. Today we have to be proud of it too. That's right. Expected and watched by everyone. Official satellite TV. The host, Lao saw, and a few others said together, okay. Time's up, let's connect to the moon. Beep. The screen went black for a few seconds. During these few seconds, countless people had their own thoughts. Some hoped that the screen would remain black, some hoped that nothing would go wrong, and some expected Yi Shenhao to show up. Facts often do not change with people's hearts. Even though many people didn't want to see this scene, the connection was still connected safely. The dark background of the universe, the dry lunar soil, the orderly stacked building materials, and the tall figures in spacesuits in front of the building materials. Boom! The barrage exploded. It's really the moon. Which one is Yi Shenhao? This astronaut hat is so thick, I can't see it clearly. Stand in the middle. Haha, that's right, big shots have always been in the C position. What Yi Shenhao? Isn't he a live broadcaster on Douyin? When did he become an astronaut? What Douyin live broadcaster? Isn't he a movie director? Why did he go to the moon? I clearly remember that. He was a food maker. That's wrong, isn't he the boss of a charity organization? Many people are confused about the situation. Yi Yang has been on the hot search too many times in different identities, resulting in many people having completely different impressions of him. Most people have a one-sided understanding of him. However, soon there were enthusiastic viewers in the barrage area who came out to popularize Yi Yang's deeds, and they were all Yi Yang's diehard fans. Wow! He did so many awesome things. This is too awesome. What a big shot. But I still don't understand why he went to the moon for such a thing. This is an extremely important event in human history. No matter how popularized, the identities of Lieutenant General Yi Yang and the Ninth Will are absolutely confidential, and few people know about them. It is said that there are deeper identities. Therefore, most people don't understand why Yi Yang is standing there. Do you need a reason? I only need to say one thing to make you understand that his qualifications cannot be replaced by anyone. At this time, someone suddenly said something shocking, attracting everyone's attention. Boss, tell us. That's right, I want to hear it too. Second update, how was your New Year, fans? How many dishes did you eat for the New Year's Eve dinner? Smiley face. Many people who watched the live broadcast were attracted by that statement. After all, many people were wondering why Yi Yang was qualified to come to the moon and cut the ribbon on behalf of China and mankind to open the lunar base. Because he is the creator of stable nuclear fusion. He not only provided funds, but also made core technical contributions. And the reason why we can reach the moon and develop nuclear fusion is the premise of everything. It can be said that without Mr. Yi, there would be no scene today. The man spoke again. And it was deafening. All the people who saw this scene were shocked. So it's because of this? Sure enough. China can do this by upgrading nuclear fusion and developing a new technology. In the Baylor Consortium matter, Ceci's Baylor slammed the table hard. Although they knew that China had developed controlled nuclear fusion. But I didn't expect that this technology would be extended and upgraded so quickly. Did they develop a nuclear fusion rocket? Can it make the rocket smaller? So we didn't monitor it when it was launched? I don't know, it could be something else. All the council members were scratching their heads. Things that have not been announced are the most frightening, and people who are hard to figure out are the most creepy. We must find out. That's right. Wake up all the moles hiding in China. We must know the inside story of this matter. Everyone was terrified. China secretly made this technological leap that surpassed everyone's understanding, and they didn't know anything about it? This is simply a miracle in the internet age. Of course, it is a miracle for China, but for the consortiums that bet against Jiangjing, it is devastating news. How is it possible? They actually went to the moon. Is it fake? Is it fake? It doesn't look like it. This background. Nowadays, movie special effects are so advanced, who knows if this is a special effect? That's right. The special effects in the TV series Daddy's God Restaurant that has been popular all over the world recently are almost real? In fact, you can still feel it. Special effects are sometimes too real, but not real. There is no sense of flaws in the real world. Foreign forums are also going crazy. Everyone is discussing it crazily. However, no matter how they question it, it is meaningless. The facts are there. China cannot use the whole country's strength to create this scam. Everyone knows it in their hearts, because doing so will gain nothing except a little face. The cost of being exposed is too high. After weighing the pros and cons, the top leaders of various countries know what the facts are. It's really hateful. In the United States, many shadow emperors feel tremendous pressure. If this goes on, it will be meaningless for them to monopolize anything, because China will monopolize the stars and the sea, and the future of mankind. Facing such an opponent, what is there to talk about? At this moment, countless eyes were watching this scene, with mixed feelings in their hearts. And China was excited. So it turned out that Yi Shenhao came up with nuclear fusion. This is too strong. 1,000 layers of cake? With so many identities, he is actually a super scientific research boss. I'm afraid he has some other identities, like generals and super bosses in the positive world? It's hard to say. This Yi Shenhao is simply too strong. He is so awesome that he doesn't look like a human being. Maybe he has already stopped being a human being. Haha. Everyone was excited, looking at the picture, they felt heartfelt emotion. The surface of the moon. The bright red ribbon bouquet was unfolded on the dry and gray surface of the moon, becoming the most eye-catching scenery in the field of vision. This red is destined to be engraved into the history of mankind. And the young man standing behind this red. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Yang cut off the red silk, symbolizing the official start of the construction of the lunar base. Oh. Too powerful. We will have a lunar base. Maybe we can go to the moon for vacation in the future. I thought it was a dream, but now I can. Really look forward to it. Yi Shenhao is invincible. Long live China. In China, the whole country is jubilant. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and his heart was also very excited. Who didn't have fantasies about the Sea of Stars when he was a child? He looked at the huge Earth in the distance, and then looked at the deep end. Dark deep space of the universe. The future universe is destined to be bright. The darkness will fade away. The glory of mankind will burst out of the earth and shine on the other side of the starry sky. However, that is destined to be a very distant thing. The real starry sky era is still far away from now. Once we enter the starry sky era, everything about human beings will change. Everyone will realize how insignificant the intrigues on this cosmic dust on Earth are. The universe is so vast, and the resources are almost infinite. It was an extremely bright and beautiful era, and it was a time of continuity and progress. He retracted his gaze and calmed down. Mr. Yi, the ribbon-cutting ceremony is complete. The scientific assistant next to him said. Yi Yang nodded. Before the live broadcast ended, Yi Yang signaled the cameraman to take the camera and turn around a few times to prove that all this was not a special effect. Now any normal person would shut up. If such a realistic special effect could be made like this, even if China did not build a lunar base, it would definitely reach the extreme in a certain field, which is also extremely terrifying. Only some people with bad intentions or ulterior motives are still shouting. The live broadcast was turned off. Yi Yang was walking on the moon, and when he looked up, he suddenly saw a cube-shaped black shadow in the distance. His heart moved. Isn't this the black shadow of the lunar building that was very popular on the internet before, which was suspected to be Guanghan Palace? Finally, he found a random stone, took a photo, and said it was the blurry cube body, and he got away with it. Go and have a look. He stepped forward. After walking a few hundred meters, he found that the black block was still a black block. It seemed that there was no change. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Many people were shocked when they saw this scene and shouted repeatedly. Go to see the black shadow. Yi Yang pointed to the distance. Don't you see it? Black shadow? What black shadow? The research assistant and the filming team looked at each other, and then they all made puzzled sounds. First update. It's the unidentified black cube object on the moon that was very popular on Douyin before. Yi Yang pointed to the black mass in the distance. Several people looked over. There is indeed a very abrupt-looking regular cube in the distance. However, they rarely use Douyin and are usually engaged in scientific research. Or they are simply older and don't engage in young people's entertainment. So I didn't pay attention to the black shadow just now. Now that I take a closer look, there is indeed something unusual about it. It was so regular, it didn't look like it was formed naturally. The lunar base has not yet been built, and the nearby lunar surface environment has not yet been fully understood. It is better not to stray too far away from the base. All the people said. Yi Yang walked a few hundred meters away, and they all had sweat on their foreheads. Danger? Yi Yang thought for a while and pressed down his bracelet. He is now carrying Liang number 1 as much as possible, and it is currently sleeping in the warehouse of the spaceship. The most dangerous situation in space is floating in space. Human power cannot change its trajectory in space. Once it floats in the space environment, it is equivalent to being eternally exiled, slowly drifting in space until it dies. The Liang can adapt to the space environment and has its own power source. Even if it accidentally floats into the universe, it can fly back if it is not too far away. Especially since there is no atmospheric obstruction in the universe, the speed of Liang can be greatly increased. Flying back from the moon is fast. Kacha kacha. The spacesuit was gradually replaced by the Liang 1 armor, no problem. Yi Yang jumped into the air and flew directly towards the black square. Everyone was dumbfounded. My day, it turns out. That Mr. Yi is Iron Man? They were all astonished. Liang 1 is highly confidential news in China. Although they came to the moon with Yi Yang, they didn't know about it. When they saw it at this time, they were all horrified. So we already have this level of technology. Unthinkable. Everyone was murmuring and lost their minds. For a moment, even scientists with high receptivity were stunned by the impact of flying spaceships, moon bases, and flying mechas in the past 2 days. Yi Yang is extremely fast. In the eyes of normal people, it is like a thunderbolt. It passed thousands of meters in an instant. Is it so far? Even if it sweeps across such a long distance, it only looks a little larger, which proves that its body is not a small cube, but a very large existence. Yi Yang was surprised and accelerated directly. Under the terrifying speed of Liang No. 1, he soon arrived above the body of the black block. This is? Yi Yang's eyes were shocked. He descended slowly. In front of him, a familiar metal door appeared. The metal gate of the Changbai Mountain ruins. His expression changed, and he recognized the strange metal door with bloody lines at a glance. Did that civilization ever develop a moon base? Yi Yang frowned. But then he was relieved. Although the other party's technology seemed to be different from modern times, it had obviously developed to a very high level. Whether it is a projection computer or a black technology battery. This is illustrated. In fact, it is very likely that the system has a great relationship with this civilization. However, Yi Yang did not agree that the system was created by this civilization. After all, if this civilization was strong enough to create such a level of creation, how could it suddenly disappear? You know, the system has no entity. This technology is at the void creation level. This skill alone cannot be developed to the level of pure energy. And even the civilization of the gods cannot achieve it. If the previous civilization really had this level of technology, it would be impossible to create experimental failures like black-eyed zombies. After all, compared with void creation, that kind of experiment is just entry level. Judging from the final outcome of these black-eyed zombies, this experiment obviously failed. Compared with the current Earth, that kind of civilization is no different from gods and barbarians. The Earth is like a glass ball, and the sun is just a lamp in the bedroom. Yi Yang shook his head, opened the metal door with one hand, and rushed in. Behind the door, there is still a stone statue. The general structure is very different from the Changbai Mountain ruins. He explored all 3 corridors, the ruptured black water, the out-of-control metal creations, the manic black-eyed zombies. Destroyed by the crushing energy of Liang No. 1, they all turned into fly ash. He cut off the infrared nodes and entered the deepest part of the ruins. The core room of this ruins is almost completely dilapidated, even more damaged than the one in Changbai Mountain. After searching for a long time, I only found an electronic pen. After injecting electricity, a broken sound picture flashed out. In front of him was a pre-civilized man wearing A spacesuit. He sat slumped indoors, the lights behind him flickered, and he could vaguely see the face inside. Through the glass crystal mask. A pair of purple, desperate eyes. The big screening is coming, and this day has come. This time, the system actually sounded simultaneous interpretation. The impact of the great filter is stronger than expected. The people on the second road have been extinct. I sat on the third road and completed my mission. I turned off most of the energy consumption devices. Soon, the coldness of the universe will make my body stiff and lose all vitality. I hope that the people on the third road can wake up after the great filter, see my message, and rebuild everything. But the experimental results over the years tell me that the 99% is a beautiful fantasy. My compatriots who took the first road. Perhaps you are wise. We are all wrong. The electric pen stopped working. And there was a long silence. Yi Yang put away the electric pen. This will be important evidence for studying. The pre-civilization. He sighed. Looking at the pile on the metal chair next to him that was so rotten that it was difficult to recognize. This pile should be the creatures that left these words. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years, it has turned into ashes. What does the great filter mean? What is the first road? Yi Yang has his own speculation in his heart. The great filter should be a catastrophe, and the three paths should correspond to the different choices of different people in that era. According to its description, the second path is extinct. He also saw the failure of the third path. So, what is the first path? Did they successfully survive the catastrophe called the Great Filter? The answer to the first path is worth 100,000 face points. The system responded. Yi Yang was speechless and rolled his eyes. Second update. Yi Yang felt very painful, but the matter involved the fate of the pre-civilization, which was almost the top event of this era. He was a little entangled, because he could probably guess what the first path was. Was it worth spending 100,000 face points for this information? Finally, he decided to buy it. After all, this kind of thing was of great importance and could not be vague. He had to admit that he was tricked by this black-bellied system. After he bought it, there was an extra file inside the system. After he opened it, he read it. Sure enough. He scratched his head. The so-called first path was to fly into the universe. However, there was a detailed plan process in the information. I don't know how those who set foot into the universe are now. Yi Yang pondered. Pre-civilization seemed to be more advanced than today's Earth civilization, but it was definitely limited. At least the interstellar era had not yet begun. Flying out of the Earth and looking for a second home in the universe were all full of dangers and unknowns at the time. Otherwise, it would not be called the first path. Obviously, the people on the second and third roads all felt that the probability of success of the first road was not high, so they chose other methods to survive the Great Selection. What exactly is the Great Selection? Yi Yang asked. 500,000 face value. The system said. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. You star system. Face value is very valuable. No one can guarantee that the Great Selection will not appear in this era. These face values are not as good as using them to develop the era technology, just in case. If it is used to buy a piece of information, it would be too unwise. 500,000 face value could have bought a black technology company at the beginning. Its value can be imagined. He turned around again, and then Wearing Liang number 1, he returned to the vicinity of the base. Everyone surrounded him one after another. Are you okay, Mr. Yi? They were all scared. Yi Yang put on the armor, which scared them. After a moment of distraction, Yi Yang disappeared directly. The speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Can only worry. Seeing Yi Yang finally return, they all came to greet him. We were scared to death. If you make a mistake, we can't afford such a loss. Yes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yang's status and identity are too high. If something really happens, they can't bear the responsibility. What exactly is that cube? After a while, everyone reacted and asked repeatedly. Most of them do things related to scientific research, so they are naturally very concerned about these things. Yi Yang smiled slightly, confidential. Everyone's face changed instantly. Their level is already quite high, but what Mr. Yi discovered is obviously not even qualified to know at their level. They didn't ask. Confidential, can't ask randomly. Everyone got on the spacecraft and took off their spacesuits. Many people looked at the black square in the distance, curious. In their hearts, they all wanted to know what it was. Yi Yang looked at their eyes and smiled slightly. The existence of the pre-civilization is now known only to those who explored the ruins and a few top Chinese beings. This is a serious matter and must not be disclosed easily. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to unimaginable changes. As an ordinary person before, he once thought that if other civilizations like aliens were discovered, they should not be concealed from the public. But when he really sat on the 10th wheel, looking at everything recorded in history and core data, and thinking from the perspective of the country, it is indeed the most rational decision not to announce it for the time being. It often only takes a very small number of people with ulterior motives and malicious tricks to cause social chaos. Soon, the spacecraft landed back at the launch center. A group of bigwigs greeted them, all of them excited. This means that human civilization has entered a new era. The era of satellite bases. Yi Yang looked solemn and whispered to several major wills. Several people looked stern and invited Yi Yang to get on an extended black car. It sped all the way and entered a core laboratory. Yi Yang handed the electric pen to the other party, and then said some information he knew. Now that he himself is a part of it, he is naturally not afraid of the so-called slice test when he says these things. After all, who would use himself for a slice test? He only said the content of the recording, but no one knew how he understood it. Yi Yang did not explain, and no one dared to ask. The above are all my guesses. You can compare and analyze according to my ideas. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he set off for Prince Gong's mansion. This is his residence in the capital. Master hasn't been back for a long time. The housekeeper, Zhu, is still in ancient costumes, gentle and sweet, with a unique temperament of a head of a mansion. It's like a combination of Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu in Dream of Red Mansions. Only the advantages are integrated, and the disadvantages are removed. Yi Yang smiled. As soon as he entered the door, he felt his trouser legs move. It turned out to be Winnie, sticking to him. He couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy was in such a good mood. Missed me? Yi Yang smiled and touched her head. Then he walked into the interior. There were a lot of things to do in the past few days, including visiting the ruins and cutting the ribbon on the moon. In the middle, he had a New Year's Eve dinner to rest. Now everything has come to an end. He is also ready to have a good rest. This night, he was completely relaxed. After all, Winnie was too thick-skinned. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely not be able to bear it. But because of her unique attributes, her endurance is different from that of ordinary people, which makes Jiangjing amazed. A pleasant night. The moon sets and the sun rises. Jiangjing rarely slept until 10 o'clock before getting up. Occasionally, he slept in and was extremely comfortable. Of course, it was also because he slept too late. He stood up and did a set of punches. Open the tendons and activate the meridians, stretch the bones and open the qi. Master Mr. Shou Wang is here. Zhu smiled and helped Jiangjing change his clothes while saying, "Oh?" Jiangjing's heart moved. The other party is well informed? As if seeing what Jiangjing was thinking, Zhu smiled and added without leaving any trace. He has been coming here recently when he has nothing to do. He always comes to see you, but you are here today. Jiangjing suddenly realized. Soon. In the living room, on the golden Nanmu table worth hundreds of millions, all kinds of precious and fresh delicacies and fruits were placed. Jiangjing and Wang Xiaocong sat on both sides, chatting and laughing. "Brother Yi, you are too strong. You flew directly to the moon to cut the ribbon." "I was stunned by it," Wang Xiaocong said repeatedly. "It's okay." Jiangjing smiled slightly. "Tell me, you have come to see me several times, what's the matter? Can't you just say it on the phone?" First update. Ahem, I'll tell you the truth, Brother Yi. It's really because of one thing, to ask for something, that I have only come to see you in person a few times. Wang Xiaocong scratched his head, obviously coming in person to show his sincerity. "Oh? But it doesn't matter." Jiangjing nodded. "A company under my name has recently built a project in Southeast Asia, and I want to invite Brother Yi to be the opening guest. The local power there is too fierce, and a small dragon like me can't defeat them at all. Brother Yi now has international prestige. If he goes to suppress the situation, he will probably be able to suppress it." Wang Xiaocong sighed. Most of his recent investments were in that company. The resistance was beyond imagination. It was too difficult. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to invite Jiangjing. After all, he was the only one with this prestige and status. Although his father is also strong, his influence in Southeast Asia is not great. Now Jiangjing is attacking the leaders of Europe and the Shadow Emperor of the United States. His reputation for strength is unparalleled in the world. The whole of China, now in the international business world, the most shocking one is Jiangjing. Only in the face of such a terrifying existence sweeping the international business community can those Southeast Asian businessmen restrain themselves. "Well, I understand." Jiangjing nodded. "I just want to go out for a walk recently." "This is nothing, Brother Yi. Thank you so much," Wang Xiaocong said repeatedly. Jiangjing waved his hand. "Between us, how can we express our gratitude for this small favor?" Wang Xiaocong sighed. "You don't know how difficult it has been for me recently. Those lone wolves and humpback whales in Southeast Asia are so powerful and fierce that my father doesn't even buy them. Now only Yi is left. Brother, you have a hope. If you refuse, all my long-term investment will be over and I will be completely destitute overnight." "Haha, the problem will always be solved." Jiangjing laughed and didn't care too much. Now that he has reached this stage, there are not many difficulties and obstacles in the world that he can see. He didn't think that this trip could be so dangerous. I had a good rest at Prince Gong's mansion for a few more days. After feeling refreshed and comfortable, you are ready to set off. The moment Yi Yang stepped out of the border, there was a sensation in many parts of the world. Somewhere in Southeast Asia, in the palace of the Source of Darkness, all the black-faced men suddenly raised their heads, their eyes bursting with brilliant light. That person finally left China. The exciting voice echoed in the hall. Back then, they destroyed our headquarters in China, and the losses were extremely heavy. He must pay the price. That's right. Finally, the day has come. We said that day that, as long as he dares to step out of China, we will let him pay with blood. Haha, I thought he was going to be a coward for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and took that step. This step will save him from life and death. All the masked men in black robes roared. Obviously, they had endured Yi Yang for too long. The president at the top also stood up and said with great strides, "Make a plan. Revenge." As long as they are outside China, their power can be used without limit. Back in the demon city, we had too many restrictions. We were the most terrifying force in the world. We were destined to lead the future. Then Yi Yang wouldn't be so naive as to think that we would only play some dark tricks. Would he? Let him be shocked. Let him see how terrifying the Black Source is. Some council members shouted excitedly. Good. Many council members are looking forward to it. The black-robed president came to the map and prepared to discuss a detailed plan. And all over the world, shadow emperors, leaders, and plutocrats are all paying attention to Yi Yang's footsteps. His move made everyone look at him. Isn't his travel encrypted? He is really unscrupulous. Perhaps you really feel that you are invincible? Hee hee. Various discussions came from the highest place in the world, and sneers continued. Shall we? He has offended too many people. Someone will always take action for us. Good. Let those people try. His true and false first. Let's just sit back and watch the snipe and the clam fight. Ha. There are many voices from all over the world. Yi Yang's rise is too fast, too dazzling, and too compelling. It makes people feel pressure and also makes people feel fear. There are even many people who have a hostile relationship with him and hope that he will die soon. At this time, everyone is paying attention to this scene. Yi Yang set foot at the Vietnam airport in Southeast Asia. The people here are fierce and the economy is in the process of development. It is like China decades ago, full of opportunities. However, it is also full of dangers and hard truths. Chaos, opportunity, money, and power intersect here. All kinds of business, from the most decent to the most scandalous, can be found here. However, Wang Xiaozong hired a professional bodyguard team with specially equipped weapons here. The aura is so powerful that ordinary people dare not approach him. Otherwise, as soon as they get off the plane, many people will be able to learn what the unique atmosphere of Southeast Asia is. It's like going back many years ago. Yi Yang looked at the many scenes in Yu Kingdom and said with emotion, heroes emerge from troubled times. Chaos means there are no rules and everything is possible. Black, poison, sex, and martial arts. Power, money, wine, blood. An era full of opportunities, but also full of darkness. If you compare, it is the years herein. The 1990s, or the beginning of the 21st century. The age of heroes. Heroes rise on the flesh and blood of ordinary people. Many people yearn for this kind of era, but they can't tell whether they are heroes or ordinary people. The hero story is only suitable for reading if you really lived in the same era as him. Only you would know the pain. Yi Yang saw the simplicity and honesty of the people in the market, and also saw the arrogance of those who dominated the market. Very emotional. Everyone thinks that they are heroes in troubled times, but in the end, the vast majority are ordinary people who are trembling in fear at the street hair salons who are being charged shelter fees. He withdrew his gaze and realized that what he thought about when he was a child was indeed very different. He smiled. Change is not a bad thing sometimes. Maturity is not all. The derogatory meaning it once thought it was. Ahem, we're almost there. Wang Xiaozong said. What we came to was naturally Hu City, the most economically prosperous city in Vietnam. After getting off the car, there was a huge team of bodyguards. It made the legs and feet of those ordinary gangsters feel weak, let alone come up to deliver them. They all hid far away and looked at this place with envy. Many people looked fiercely, hoping that one day they could reach such a prestigious position. Second update. What a grand occasion. Which gang is this? They are probably very powerful. If I can get this kind of pomp in the future, I will have lived a meaningful life. In the distance, some street thugs such as Shamat and Wanzata looked at this place with infinite envy. These are from Huaxia. They are all powerful people. But I don't think it's a good idea to compete with those people for business in Hu City. After all, it's out of reach. A middle-aged man in a yellow jacket, with a bit of status, smoking a cigarette, looked like he saw through the world. From Huaxia. The eyes of several thugs were shocked. Now that Huaxia's prestige in the international community is gradually established, there is always a shock in the heart when hearing this term. Moreover, you and Huaxia are bordering each other, and the influence between them is even greater. In the early years, a gang in Xiongwan was provoked by a gang in Yu, and they turned around and massacred a super gang in Yu. Not to mention the super Huaxia forces that were famous in the early years. What about Nanling Janai, a big tyrant in the south, who made the Yu gangsters unable to raise their heads? However, in recent years, with the elimination of gangs and evil, there is no gangster in China anymore, and the Yu gangsters have raised their heads again and respected themselves. Huff, puff. Xiao Qingxian chewed bubble gum while looking at the nearby streets. This environment evoked her memories. Many of the places where she completed tasks in her early years were such cities. She had killed many gangsters. In her eyes, these hungry wolves on the street looked like cabbage heads waiting to be chopped. Many people felt cold in their hearts when they were looked at by her eyes. They came to the outside of a big villa. Squeak. The door opened. The man in pajamas opened his ring, looking extremely welcoming, with an endless smile on his face. Oh. The distinguished guest from China has come from afar. I am sorry for not welcoming you. The man laughed and shook hands with Wang Xiaozong warmly. When he turned to Yi Yang, his outstretched hand stayed awkwardly in the air. Because Yi Yang just nodded to him lightly, and had no intention of shaking hands. Ah. Haha. This young gentleman looks familiar. The man was unhappy in his heart, but his smile was even warmer. He is Mr. Yi Yang, who has recently attacked international chaebols and consortiums. He is the undisputed representative of our Chinese business community. Wang Xiaozong introduced solemnly. Oh. Ahahaha. Excuse me. It turns out to be Mr. Yi. The man took a deep look at Wang Xiaozong, obviously not expecting that the other party could actually invite someone of Yi Yang's level to the scene. However, he is one of the highest-ranking people in the entire Yu Kingdom, and he thinks he is also qualified to treat Yi Yang equally. This kid is too ignorant and doesn't even want to shake hands. Yi Yang glanced at him lightly and sneered in his heart. A self-proclaimed executioner, a bully who does all kinds of evil, no matter how many people he has under his command and how deep his influence in Yu Kingdom is. He can't get away from this essence. It's doubtful whether he can be called a person. How can he shake hands with him? This is Polar Bear Lin Lai Dongfu, one of the 5 gangsters in Yu. Wang Xiaozong also introduced him to Yi Yang. Polar Bear is a nickname among the 5 largest black forces in Yu, the Arctic group led by Polar Bear, which is entrenched near Hu City, must be a strong contender for the strongest force. Polar Bear is the smiling man in pajamas in front of him, named Lin Lai Dongfu. In the Asian circle, civilization is more or less influenced by China. Most of the people in Yu are also Chinese surnames. However, Polar Bear's surname is a rare and unique double surname, Lin Lai. Come in. Lin Lai Dongfu glanced at Wang Xiaozong's guard team, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the hall, incense burners are burning. There are many Buddhists in Southeast Asia. Lin Lai Dongfu is extremely devout in Buddhism, and his home is like a big temple. Yi Yang looked at the villa garden and sneered in his heart. Standing at different heights, he and Wang Xiaozong have different ideas. Wang Xiaozong hopes to rely on his reputation to suppress the Polar Bear and make him dare not be greedy and exploit again. However, Yi Yang has seen too many local snakes like this, and he always thinks that he is a local emperor, and he will not give face even if the gods come. He smiles in front of you, but in his heart he completely despises the reputation on your head. It is better to use tyrannical means to destroy a big gangster, which will not only eliminate harm for the people, but also establish a reputation. To deal with ruthless people, the only way is to establish a reputation with ruthlessness. What politeness, in the eyes of evil people, it is just a cowardly expression of your fear of their fierce reputation. You erect so many Buddha statues, are you afraid that the people you kill will turn into evil spirits to find you? Shou Xian was straightforward, chewing bubble gum, and asked, casually. Lin Lai Dongfu's smile was stiff for a moment, and his eyes glanced at Shou Xian with a vicious look. This micro-expression can be hidden from others, but not from Yi Yang. However, the next moment, he laughed out loud. If I were afraid of ghosts, I wouldn't do this business. Oh? Shou Xian nodded to herself. The Buddha said, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha right away. I put up these Buddha statues just to let them watch me kill people. I will put down the butcher knife in the future and let them protect me and become a Buddha. Lin Lai Dongfu laughed. This. Wang Xiaozong was shocked by this weird theory. Oh, by the way, where is the guy who didn't agree with my share of the hidden fee before? Polar Bear raised his eyebrows to the big man behind him. Come on. Good. Suddenly, 2 big men came up holding down a man with a pale face and blood all over his body. The man trembled, I agree. I agree. Please spare me. Haha, why did you go so early? I didn't give you a chance. It's too late. Lin Lai Dongfu took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it directly at the man's head. I will take care of your beautiful woman and daughter. Pung. One shot, through the head. Wang Xiaozong's heart trembled. Although he was a top second-generation rich man, he naturally hadn't seen much bloodshed in the domestic environment. On the parrot, he hadn't fired yet, but when he saw a confrontation with a gun, he turned pale with fright, let alone seeing someone die in front of him now. Just trembling a little. But Yi Yang was used to it and sneered. How dare you show off this little trick of killing chickens to scare monkeys in front of him? How childish. Is this how you treat guests by letting them see dead people? Yi Yang asked, calmly. Lin Lai Dongfu glanced at Yi Yang. He thought he was born in China and was still so young. Seeing this scene, his expression would definitely change. The reaction of Wang Xiaozong next to him was more normal. As a result, Yi Yang's reaction surprised him. Strengthen your composure, ha. Lin Lai Dongfu sneered. He was just one of the 5 underworld gangsters in the Yu Kingdom. Naturally, he didn't know Yi Yang Taishan's identity. When a Chinese businessman saw a murder scene, in his eyes, Yi Yang should not react like this. First update. Haha. I made Mr. Yi laugh, let's go in and talk. Lin Lai Dongfu raised the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and asked his subordinates to clean up the body of the dead man, and then took Yi Yang and his group to sit down. Tea. Lin Lai Dongfu's butler ordered. Tea is served. Yi Yang took a sip. The taste was strong and the fragrance was soaring. It was also a precious tea, but it was too murderous. It has lost the softness that tea should have. His identity is here. No one dares to attack him easily. Not to mention his identity, even ordinary Chinese citizens are respected outside the country and do not dare to shout and kill at will. Even if the other party is really crazy and wants to poison him. After he took Killenji, he was immune to all poisons and had no problems. I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. Now that we're all seated, let's just talk business. Lin Lai Dongfu said with a big smile. Good. When Wang Xiaozong saw Yi Yang's fearless temperament, he felt infected in his heart and naturally he would not be as afraid as before. By this time, my mind had already settled down. After all, this business is his. When discussing business terms, he must be the one to do the interview. You must have agreed to the conditions I mentioned. When you come back this time? Lin Lai Dongfu laughed loudly and looked at Wang Xiaozong expectantly. His smile was full of authority, as if his face might change at any time. People can't help but want to agree with him and dare not say no. Wang Xiaozong frowned, thinking that with Yi Yang by his side, this guy would definitely not dare to be too arrogant, and he straightened his body at this time. No matter where he is, as long as he is abroad, he is a member of the Chinese business community and cannot tarnish his country's image. After all, he is the son of the former richest man in China. How can he be intimidated by a bully leader? He was filled with courage and said directly, Mr. Lin Lai's request for 40% to 60% is really unreasonable. You only provide us with an environment for normal operation without any investment, and you want to take 60% from me. In any business world in the world, this is absolutely unwritten. Forgive me for rejecting it. Ha! Lin Lai Dongfu's face instantly changed from a smile to a sinister king of hell, terrifyingly angry. It seems that it will rise up at any time and choose people to devour. Who are you showing your face to with all your shame? Shou Qingxian knew Yi Yang's inner thoughts and sneered at the right time. As long as this guy is ignorant, just follow what the boss wants and kill this bullshit Arctic group. Make a name for yourself. Establish your authority. What does it mean? Although Lin Lai Dongfu has learned some Chinese language, he still can't understand these swear words with a bit of dialect. Everyone present looked at each other, but no one could understand. Shou Qingxian was speechless. Are these people not online? It's terrible to be uneducated. You can't even understand when you're scolded, and you can't even find trouble. Originally, Wang Xiaocong still had some fear in his heart, but when he saw Lin Lai Dongfu's confused look, he suppressed a smile and his fear dissipated. Humph, do you think there is no cost for us to maintain law and order? Are you looking down on our efforts? Lin Lai Dongfu's butler slammed the table and roared. Those police officers in the Yamen are in charge of the day and are paid. But we monitor the night, but we can only pay for ourselves. Do you understand our sweat and our pain? There is so much chaos in the market, and you know it yourself. I think you are just dreaming. If you want to open a real estate business here, without our protection, do you really think this is your country? Haha. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't do it, get out of Hu City. You can also disbelieve in evil and just open the market and take a look. The butler drooled. Shou Qingxian looked at Yi Yang and gave him a wink. He immediately understood and stepped forward. His body was like a swift shadow, and he was facing an elbow when he stepped forward. The butler's heart was stifled by the heavy blow, and he hit the white wall behind him with a loud bang. The crack spread behind him, his mouth bled, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. The master is talking about business, and a slave should do his duty, barking and disturbing the peace. After Shou Qingxian warned him coldly, he retreated behind Yi Yang. Swish, swish, swish. The hall was filled with murderous people drawing knives and guns, and the atmosphere was ferocious and on the verge of breaking out. Lin Lai Dongfu took a deep look at Shou Qingxian. Her skills just now really scared him. In just a moment, he struck hard and seriously injured his housekeeper. To be a steward for someone like him, his skills are extraordinary. If you can hurt his housekeeper like this, you can hurt him like this at the same distance. The woman behind Mr. Yi is eye-catching. Lin Lai Dongfu said in a deep voice, obviously very afraid of Shou Qingxian. He waved his hand and did not let his men take action. Originally, he wanted to shock him first. But as a result, his momentum was suppressed. He was not that determined to attack Yi Yang. There's too much involved behind the scenes. Without you, there would be no so-called turmoil in Hu City. You hold weapons and don't hurt others, so you need others to be grateful to you. You are worse than bandits. Yi Yang sneered and revealed his shortcomings mercilessly. After all, what the butler said just now was a bit too shameless. Mr. Yi, although I respect you, I'm not afraid of you. If I've said it before, I don't mind letting your blood splatter. For 7 steps. Lin Lai Dongfu's eyes turned cold and he stopped smiling. What your housekeeper said really doesn't make sense. Wang Xiaocong stood up and frowned, saying, I came here today with sincerity. If you can stop obstructing the opening of our property market, I am willing to pay you 10% of the profit. This is the limit. 10%? Lin Lai Dongfu laughed, and the teacup was shaking. You think I'm a beggar? Have you forgotten whose territory we are on now? I never take back what I said. 60%. If you don't accept it, get out of who? City. You. Wang Xiaocong gritted his teeth. He has now completed all his investments. Before this, Lin Lai Dongfu had never caused trouble. Now that he has invested all his money, he came to ask for protection fees when he was about to open the market, and he asked for 60% at the first opening. This is obviously trying to get something for nothing and turn all the assets he invested into his own for free. This calculation is so unscrupulous. You can ask around in the business community of Hu City. I'm being polite to you. Don't be so arrogant. I can't kill you, but I'll spare your life. Your father can't do anything to me. Lin Laidong smiled sinisterly, and his smile was bloodthirsty. However, he then glanced at Yi Yang with fear. For Mr. Yi Yang's sake, I will take a step back and ask for 51% of your shares. This is my last mercy. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Mr. Yi, what do you think, right? Seeing the other party looking at him, Yi Yang also smiled. Second update. I think it is. Yi Yang nodded lightly. Well. Look, Mr. Yi. Lin Lai Dongfu was about to say something. Yi Yang said lightly, I think it's a fart. The whole hall was quiet. Yi Yang's previous things obviously showed that he did not respect Lin Lai Dongfu, and now he is directly scolding him. This is only a hair's breadth away from turning against each other. Yi Yang, what do you mean? Lin Lai Dongfu's eyes suddenly became violent and indifferent, looking at Yi Yang coldly. Did I be too polite to you before, so you misunderstood something? This is your country, not China, and you can't be presumptuous to me. Who are you, and you are worthy of saying this to my boss? Shou Qingxian sneered and went straight to the scene. Okay, Yi Yang. Lin Lai Dongfu was furious. He has been in Hu City for so long and is respected as one of the 5 masters of Yu country. His status and power can be seen. Now he was looked down upon in his own territory. Of course he was furious. I admit that you are powerful, but are you faster than a gun? Lin Lai Dongfu shouted angrily. In an instant, all the elites among the younger brothers around him took out their guns from their waists, and pointed the black muzzles at Shou Qingxian. The smell of gunpowder in the field suddenly became strong. Wang Xiaocong's face tightened, but since he had entrusted the matter to Yi Yang, he had to trust him completely. At this moment, he could only do this. He gritted his teeth and stood beside Yi Yang. He believed that the other party would never dare to really attack them. Wang Xiaocong's bodyguards were left outside the door and were not allowed to come in. Only Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu were personal bodyguards, and they did not look threatening at first, so they were allowed in as followers. Shou Qingxian raised her lips and said, 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, I am fast. After she returned to China, she watched a lot of movies. She had long wanted to find a scene to say this cool and pretentious line. Sure enough, it feels really good. Lin Lai Dongfu had never seen any Chinese movies, and was shocked by this extremely pretentious sentence. Subconsciously, he stepped back repeatedly until he was 7 steps away, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Hee hee. Now, what can you do to me? Although he had not seen many Chinese movies, the reputation of Chinese kung fu shook the world, and all countries in the world were in awe of the mysterious Oriental kung fu. In addition, he was shocked when he saw Shou Xuan's ghostly attack just now. When he heard this sentence at this time, he naturally took it seriously. Of course, I don't need to take action today, Shou Qingxian said lightly. What do you mean? As soon as Lin Lai Dongfu finished speaking, there was a thumping sound outside. His face changed drastically, and he led his men into the courtyard. A group of men had been thrown in long ago. They were the men who were watching the bodyguards brought by Wang Xiaozong. The lucky ones were just knocked unconscious and disarmed, but the unfortunate ones had already lost their breath of life. Several figures jumped down from the wall and looked at the hall indifferently. How many of you? They were the bodyguards brought by Wang Xiaozong, and it was obvious that each of them was a top master. They had a strong aura. They lowered their heads just now, deliberately restrained, and were ignored by Lin Lai Dongfu. Boss, are you okay? The leader had 3 scars on his face, and was obviously very fierce. The boss was not Wang Xiaozong, but Yi Yang. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. These few, in real identity, are all ace killers of Hurricane. Hurricane has a strict internal hierarchy. From ordinary members to ace killers, they need to grow 7 levels, which means that they have completed at least 3 world-class, super difficult tasks. It can be said that everyone crawled out of the sea of blood, standing in a row with Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu. However, in China, you cannot use such arrogant words as killers, so the gold medal bodyguards were also mentioned on the phone. How is it possible? In Lin Lai Dongfu's impression, these people were pointed at by guns in the dark, and once there was any abnormal movement, they would be shot to death. The few secret lines you laid were too unprofessional. The man with 3 scars sneered and clapped his hands. You are one of the 5 masters of your country? I think it's better to call you one of the 5 rats. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Do you really think that you can go against the sky? There are dozens of brothers in my villa, more than 20 guns, and you will all be seized at my command. Lin Lai Dongfu roared fiercely. Really? The 4 figures looked at each other and laughed. The 4 of them have their own unique skills, and when the Shou sisters are combined, the weaker countries will be overturned directly. Let alone Asmal gangster leader from you. State. The points earned by killing such a small target are not enough to grow from a high-level killer to a master killer in Hurricane, let alone those who are above the master killer ace killers. Hurricane is purely protecting Yi Yang, and it is necessary to ensure 100% safety. Therefore, all the 8 ace agents that can be mobilized are dispatched. Do you think I'm kidding? Lin Lai Dongfu roared. I advise you not to move, you will only become a sieve faster than us. The man with 3 scars waved his hand. A red aiming point was pointed at Lin Lai Dongfu's head. Sniper. Lin Lai Dongfu shouted and trembled all over. Who cannot be afraid of death? Haha, Mr. Yi, there is obviously a misunderstanding here. We can sit down and discuss it carefully. Lin Lai Dong richly said that he wanted to resolve his own crisis first. There's nothing to talk about. Yi Yang shook his head. I have no habit of forgiving enemies who murder me. Ahem, the cause of this incident is just a trivial matter. There is no need to use knives or guns. Life is precious. Peace is the most precious thing in all things. don't start a fight. Lin Leidong and Fu Lianlian said. That's not what you say when you casually take other people's lives. Yi Yang chuckled and glanced at the blood stains left by the man who was shot by Lin Leidongfu just now. I don't have that much experience to care about injustices in the world, but if you bump into my hands and want to kill me, I won't keep you anymore. It won't do you any good if the fish is dead or the net is broken. You have to die too. Lin Leidong's eyes were splitting, and his eyes were extremely fierce. I got to this point not because I was scared. Don't think that I don't dare to trade my life for my life. It's not necessarily who will die. Oh? Yi Yang shook his head. You never had a chance. After saying that, he looked at Shou Xiaozhu. Shou Xiaozhu smiled slightly. Finally, she was no longer in China. There were no strict security checks, and she no longer had to prepare poison. She just turned over her hand and took out a sachet. First update. She shook her hand and threw it away, and the sachet fell among the crowd. Explode immediately. Everyone subconsciously wanted to shoot, but the moment it exploded, their bodies seemed to be paralyzed, convulsed, and the guns fell to the ground. They all fell to the ground and howled. Ah! Even Lin Leidongfu was hit and fell to the ground wailing. They couldn't stop scratching their skin, and some even scratched out bloody marks without stopping. Their whole bodies were itching like crazy from the inside out. Poison. Poisonous girl. Lin Leidongfu cursed crazily. Shou Xiaozhu squatted on his head and raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that your dose is not enough. You can still talk. As she spoke, she poured all the spices in her hand into Lin Leidongfu's mouth. Ah! The cry of a slaughtering pig suddenly rose into the sky. She clapped her hands and saluted Yi Yangi. Report to boss, mission accomplished. Yi Yang smiled slightly. As expected of the Archmage in our ace group of 8. Third sister, long time no see, you are still so awesome. The scarred man scratched his head and laughed. Brother. Scar hasn't been poisoned yet. Sooner or later, I will poison you, and I will be the second sister of our group of 8. The 8 trump cards of the hurricane are considered brothers and sisters. After all, almost all of them were orphans raised by hurricane from a young age. They had no parents. These aces who survived the cruel trials were each other's relatives. Ranking is generally based on merit and strength. Even the second sister can't defeat the eldest brother. I think you should take a rest. The bald-headed young man at the side laughed playfully. On his back, there is a tattoo of Buddha and Bodhisattva in the center. Yiksha, Hades, White Tiger, and Dragon are all densely covered. The surrounding areas are full of taboo pictures in the tattoos. But now he is carrying it on his back. It is obvious that he has an extraordinary destiny. Humph, Lao Wu, are you itchy again? Do you want to take my pills? Shou Xiaozhu rubbed his palms, happy to see Lai Xian. Ahem, I didn't say anything. This bald young man with endless evil behind him was obviously subdued by Shou Xiaozhu and did not dare to talk back. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and took a deep look at the scarred man. He has seen how powerful the Shou sisters are. This scarred man can actually overpower the Shou sisters and rank first in the 8 aces? The scar-faced man stepped forward and saluted Yi Yang, his face awe-inspiring and solemn. Boss. If Yi Yang didn't ask for the bodyguard to be a beautiful woman, then he would be the one who came. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry when he thought that he almost had to carry such a fierce man with him every day. "May I have your name?" he asked. "Sure, Jiangjing," the fierce man said matter-of-factly. "This name is quite domineering." Yi Yang gave a thumbs up. "I started it by myself. I was obsessed with fantasy novels when I was a kid. After all, I don't have a name." Sure, Jiangjing scratched his head and laughed. Yi Yang nodded. Each of Hurricane's 8 aces came from a miserable background. They were trained by orphans adopted by Hurricane. "What to do with these guys?" Shou Qingxian kicked Lin Lai Dongfu at his feet. "Have you brought all the Veritaserum? Kill him in a vicious manner and let him go if he is justified." Today, the Arctic Regiment, one of the 5 regiments of the Yu Kingdom, will be removed from the world. Yi Yang said lightly. He has never shown any mercy towards these extremely evil things. The interrogation lasted for 2 hours, and you didn't have to hear much. Almost as soon as these people opened their mouths, they were sentenced to death, and they all killed innocent people. Cruelty, cunning, and treachery are all basic operations. We are not a family, we don't belong to the same family. Yi Yang shook his head. There are hundreds of people, but not even one who has not committed a capital crime can be found. In whose city under the control of such a team, I can't even imagine what kind of life ordinary people live. Soon, the news of the destruction of the Arctic Regiment spread like the wind to all directions of the Yu Kingdom. What? The Arctic Group? Isn't that one of the 5 most powerful underworld forces in Yu? Yesterday I heard that they massacred a family that did not pay them asylum fees. They were so arrogant that the officials did not dare to control them. Was it destroyed directly today? Who did it? Isn't it too strong? This news is really shocking. What about the polar bear Lin Lai Dongfu, one of the 5 people in Vietnam? Dead too. I go. In just one morning, the situation in Hu City has changed, and the power structure of the Yu Kingdom has also collapsed. Everyone is looking for what is going on. Many people are suspecting that someone among the other 4 has launched a team-killing battle against the Arctic Regiment. But soon, these people all stood up and proved that they were not responsible. It was not the fault of the other 4. It turned out to be such a situation. The other 4 guys are also in danger. They pride themselves on being well-connected. Such a powerful force as the Arctic Regiment was actually destroyed in one morning, and they didn't hear the slightest news. It's absolutely terrible. They are all afraid that the next one will be themselves. Could it be that the Yu government took action? We must finally make up our minds to learn from China and crack down on gangsters and evil. Hee hee. I don't count on those rotten things in Yu State. It's good enough that they don't take the money from the underworld and collude with them. That's right. Everyone was talking about it. But soon, a piece of news came out. The Arctic Group offended Mr. Shaotsong of China. On the day when the news of their demise came out, Shaotsong and Yi Shenhao of China went to Lin Lai Dongfu's mansion together. Not long after, the news of the demise of the Arctic Group came out. Did they do it? Absolutely. But there is no evidence. There is no evidence left. Everyone knows what happened, but there is no evidence, which means they didn't do it. Ordinary people in Hu City rushed out of their homes, ran around to tell each other, danced with joy, and shouted that Yi Shenhao of China was blessed with good health and longevity, and that he had eliminated a great evil for them. And the other 4 bosses in Yu State trembled in fear. They had no idea what Jiangjing was up to, and were all afraid that the butcher's knife would fall on them next. Maybe it was because Lin Lai Dongfu offended Mr. Yi that he was destroyed. We can only hope so. The power displayed by the other party was too terrifying. In one morning, a large force was silently destroyed, and all the evidence was destroyed. The means were cruel and terrifying. If they were to deal with us, we would not end up much better than Lin Lai Dongfu. The 4 bosses achieved a dialogue under pressure, and they were all trembling. And the existence of the collusion between the Yu State official and the Arctic group also suffered from the lack of evidence, and it was completely impossible to hold Jiangjing, who was already of a very high status, accountable. Tear off the face. I don't believe that he can do whatever he wants on our territory. A super boss of the Yu State slammed the table and said he would ignore the law. But as soon as he stood up, a document was thrown at him. Second update. The boss unfolded the document and frowned instantly. This document was obviously sent by the first person in Vietnam. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Obviously, the number 1 in the Yu Kingdom was under tremendous pressure. And he was hereby issued a warning not to deal with Jiangjing, otherwise he would be responsible for the consequences. Has it come to this? The Yu boss put down the documents, his face full of emotions. He was about to reach the top of the Yu Kingdom and was one of the most powerful people in the Yu Kingdom. In his own territory, he actually had to be so awe-inspiring to a Chinese, which really made him feel extremely angry. Frustrated. How could this happen? What kind of identity and energy does he have that can make the first person have such an attitude? The Yu country boss sat on the seat, frowning. Obviously, the first person acted like this because he was under pressure from some aspect. It seems that the matter of revenge for Lin Lai Dongfu can only be discussed in the long term. At least, Jiangjing cannot be allowed to know that it was me who did it. He picked up a photo of Jiangjing. He has too many identities, which confuses my judgment of his energy. His true identity must be extremely high. No one knows about the affairs of the top boss. Hu City. Hu City is the most developed city in the Yu Kingdom, and its status in the Yu Kingdom is equivalent to that of the Magic City in China. However, the economy is much worse. The house price is probably less than 10,000 Chinese dollars per square meter, which is 10 times the difference between that and the Magic City. Here, in ordinary cities, you can buy a villa with more than 1 million Chinese coins. Jiangjing has the habit of buying a new residence every time he goes to a new place. I looked at Hu City for a long time and still couldn't decide. There is only one reason: they are all too cheap. I really didn't want him to take action. The price tag for the top villa was only a few 100 million Chinese dollars, so he had no desire to make a move. Yu Momo searched for connections here, and after searching for a long time, he finally found a newly built top-level luxury manor, priced at 900 million Chinese dollars. Jiangjing nodded. This is not bad. Although he doesn't care much about return on investment. But in a developing city like this, if you buy a building worth nearly 1 billion Chinese dollars, once the price rises, it will easily increase by tens of millions. If the price can increase in the future, why not buy an expensive one? The manor has its own beautiful maid and housekeeper. Because it is so close to China, almost everyone in you can speak Chinese. Feeling at home, the maids shouted in unison, "Welcome master home, Yi Yang nodded. The Top Villa Manor in Vietnam is decorated in a tropical rainforest style. In the manor, there are a variety of carefully manicured tropical crops and a variety of top-notch furniture, also in tropical style and privately customized. Good. Yi Yang nodded, quite satisfied. This manor is huge. It can even be compared with Yandingshan Manor. You know, he spent a huge amount of money to build Yandingshan Manor. With more than 900 million Chinese coins, it would be great to be able to buy a top-level villa in the Magic City. This kind of super manor is something you don't even think about. Of course, the land prices in Magic City are not comparable to those in Hu City. Brother Yi, you are so powerful. Wherever you go, you can throw away 1 billion or 80 million. It's really impressive. Wang Xiaozong followed suit and was in a good mood. Most of his money is invested in the project here. If it really fails to launch, his business career will be ruined. But now, Yi Yang solved this problem for him, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Brother Yi, when you open the business, you must come over and be my boss. Hee hee. Wang Xiaozong rubbed his hands and said, "Easy to say." Yi Yang nodded. He had already come, of course he had to take a walk, take a look, and drop by Wang Xiaozong's opening ceremony. It was also a destination. Now Southeast Asia has begun to learn from us and follow our path to develop its economy. We can still make money by moving the business model we did in China a few years ago to Southeast Asia. Wang Xiaozong obviously wants to do the main business in Southeast Asia that his father did in China, real estate. When the new building goes on sale, I will give you a building as a gift to Brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong was very willing. After all, without Yi Yang, the business might have been ruined. It is thanks to Yi Yang that it can open now. He felt that it was not enough to repay the favor to Yidong. But now the business here has just started, and there are too many places to use money, so he doesn't dare to give more. Okay. Yi Yang didn't pay much attention to it. After all, a building was just a medium-sized gift to him. It didn't matter if he accepted it, but if he didn't accept it, Wang Xiaozong would always miss it. In the next 2 days, Wang Xiaozong was preparing for the opening. Yi Yang was wandering around Hu City with his bodyguard sister Hua. Naturally, there are some scenes where some heroes save the girl and act righteously. After all, the streets of Hu City are chaotic and everyone is there. Once a person enters the bad realm, his temperament and reason will be distorted. No matter who you are or what your background is, you will always be reckless. Ah! My bag. With a scream, Hu City's famous speed car team suddenly appeared. These motorcycle groups are usually groups of will-o'-the-wisp boys riding motorcycles, and their targets are usually people who take out their mobile phones or carry bags on the street. Whether it is day or night, in a large group of people or alone, you can see them all. It can be said that he is extremely arrogant and has no scruples. Yi Yang turned around and looked. It was a girl who had her bag snatched by the speed team in public and was being chased in panic. On the motorcycle he got, the young man with a willow fire howled excitedly and turned to make a face at the girl. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and kicked him out. The motorcycle was knocked over by him, and the will-o'-the-wisp boy wiped the ground hard, leaving bloodstains on the ground. How dare you meddle in other people's business? When the accomplices hiding around saw this scene, they all rushed out in their cars. He wanted to hit Yi Yang to death directly on the street. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Yang to take action at this time. Shou was so skilled in concealed weapons that he flicked his fingers. The motorcycles had their tires blown out on the spot, and the will-o'-the-wisp teenagers were all thrown to pieces with their skin and flesh torn apart, and they were dragged all the way with blood. Who are you? Do you know who is covering us? Several will-o'-the-wisp boys shouted angrily. They seem to be the legendary Chinese boss who killed the polar bear gang, Yi Yang and his party, someone exclaimed. Go. The few will-o'-the-wisp boys had little knowledge and naturally did not know Yi Yang. However, when they heard that he had defeated the Arctic Regiment, one of the 5 major gangs in the Yu Kingdom, they were so frightened that they urinated and felt like they were going to die. The girl picked up her bag and breathed a sigh of relief. She came to Yi Yang and bowed repeatedly to thank him. Yi Yang looked at the girl, who was about 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was extremely hydrated and she looked very agile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The girl bowed, obviously having heard of Yi Yang's name before. First update. I came to China for tourism. I was fooled by the internet, saying that this place is very romantic. When I really came here, I didn't expect it to be so chaotic. The girl was scared and cried. Yi Yang comforted the girl for a while and told her not to come to such a place alone again. Beautiful girls are talking about civilized national security. In most places, it is very dangerous. Of course, the same is true for beautiful boys. After chatting for a while, I learned that the girl was from Guizhou province in China, a Chang people, and her Chinese name was Lu Zhuoyao. She was attracted by the foreign beauty advertised on the internet and came here for tourism. Yi Yang shook his head. Some bloggers on the internet are sometimes really harmful. Promote things. Only promote one-sided things. If you want to praise, don't say anything bad. If you want to criticize, don't say anything good. It makes people very extreme now, but they don't know that the real world is always two-sided. There is good and there is bad, and good and bad depend on each other, which is the essence of most things. Yi Yang thought about it and felt that it was not safe to leave the girl alone outside, so he left her the address and told her that she could go to the manor to find him if she had any difficulties. After all, they are compatriots, so we should help each other if we can. Yeah. Lu Zhuoyao nodded repeatedly. What a glorious figure Yi Yang is in China now. I don't know what kind of blessing it is to be able to talk to him. Not to mention that the other party is so friendly now. She was very excited and felt that she was robbed today. Even if the bag was really lost, it was worth it. At this time, in an underground casino in Hu City. It is usually very lively here, with loud gongs and drums. But today, it is very quiet. You can't even see people making noise. All the idle people have been cleared out. The boss is an old man who is sitting on the fishing platform, holding a fishing rod. Fishing for fish in the waterscape bonsai. It is called a bonsai, which is more than 10 meters in size. It is a small lotus pond when placed outside. This is enough to show the large space and luxurious furnishings of the casino. Mr. Jin San is here. Mr. Wan has arrived. A loud laugh came from the door. A big man holding a pure gold spinning bead in his hand strode in with a deafening sound. When you arrive, accompany me to fish. Mr. Wan was calm, his old eyes narrowed, as if his eyes had long since withered. and disappeared. Okay. The big man with the gold bead laughed and sat next to him, full of murderous aura. And scared away the fish. I am really good at killing people, not fishing. He curled his lips. Gold is very heavy, and the two golden balls are spinning in his hands, which shows his strength. Why are the other two dawdling? Too far away. The big man nodded. Mr. Yuan, you are the closest to the polar bear. Do you know what happened? I don't know the inside story, but there is no doubt that Yi Yang did it. Mr. Yuan said. Who invited us here? The big man, Mr. Jin San, asked in a low voice. Someone. Who knows the inside story? Yuan Yi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know much either. Just when Jin San wanted to ask something. Fan Yi and Li Yi are here. Two figures walked in with dragon-like steps. One was dressed in ordinary clothes, with ordinary looks that could not be found in the crowd. The other had a pointed mouth and a mustache, dressed like a profiteer. Who invited us here? The four of us are here, but he still hasn't shown up. Haha, what a big air. The profiteer Li Yi sneered. Even if he is the number one in Vietnam, he dare not neglect us like this. Yuan Yi raised his eyelids and glanced at the profiteer Li Yi. The fact that they can invite the four of us at the same time proves their ability. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Outside the door, there are many guards. They all looked at the inside in awe. The 5 gangs of Yu State correspond to the 5 great heroes, and together, they are called the 5 brothers of Yu State. Now that polar bear Lin Lai Dongfu has died, the other 4 of the 5 are in the room. They are the 4 uncrowned kings of the grey world of Yu. The 4 who can gather together must be very important. It is probably related to the death of Lin Lai. It has been predicted that the destruction of the Arctic group will inevitably plunge you into a storm. Is it finally starting? Are you discussing how to divide the polar bear's heritage? The thugs all have fiery eyes. After all, if they divide it, they will definitely have a share. Most of the territory in Hu City belongs to the Arctic group. After all, this is the opponent's base camp. And Hu City is the most prosperous city in Yu. They have been salivating for a long time. In the house. No matter what the identity of that person is, how do we divide Hu City? Each of us should come up with a plan. The 4 are discussing fiercely how to divide Hu City. A figure suddenly appeared in the room. The faces of the 4 changed drastically. There were many thugs outside and strict surveillance. How did the other party suddenly appear here? Is it a ghost? Just one person. One appearance made the 4 men feel extremely dangerous. They looked closely. The person came with a silver mask and a black robe, and his exposed eyes were full of evil. Hu City is nothing but some leftovers, only hungry dogs will fight for it. You are respected as the 5 leaders of Yu State. Are you so shallow? The man raised his mouth and spoke very harshly. What did you say? Jin San slammed the table angrily, and the golden ball in his hand was about to be thrown out. The man introduces himself. Yuan Yi has experienced the most, so he will not be easily angered. The head of the Yu State of Black Source. The silver-faced black-robed man pulled a chair and sat down, saying lightly, Black Source. I have heard of this name a long time ago, but I didn't expect to finally meet the real person of this mysterious organization today. The 4 elders looked at each other in fear. The Black Source is a very large organization with influence across Asia and is very mysterious. They have great ambitions and are considered a group of lunatics. Their leaders are usually invisible. However, it is said that they suffered a huge setback in China a few days ago. Today, Jiangjing appeared, and the head of the Yu state came forward and invited the four elders to gather here. The four guys didn't believe that. There was no connection between the two things. Compared with what the Black Source is trying to do, the division of underground property in Hu City is really leftovers. The profiteer Li Yi sneered, "It's a pity that your things have nothing to do with us, and we don't want to get involved. So, what is your purpose here?" "I'm here to save you." The head of Yu state raised his arms, like a big charlatan. "Okay, put away your tricks, we are not people who can be brainwashed by charlatans like you, say it quickly." Several people obviously don't want to be too involved with the Black Source. The members of this organization are wanted and hostile by almost all relevant countries. If they are involved in such things, it will be a big trouble. Second update. You must still not know what kind of existence the Real Jiangjing is. The leader of the Yu Kingdom, in black robe and silver face, said calmly. Mr. Jin and others looked at each other and nodded. They had all heard of this name, but after all, they had no contact with each other, and they didn't know what Jiangjing was capable of. They only heard that even the internationally renowned financial groups are extremely afraid of him. This is the real him. The leader of the Black Source Yu Kingdom placed a pile of information on the table. "You guys take a look first." Jin San snorted coldly. In order to show his bravery, he was the first to pick up the information, glanced at it, and said lightly, "It's just like, huh?" As soon as he read the first line, he couldn't go on. It was as if there was a heavy iron block in his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Every time his eyes scanned down a line, the pressure on his body increased countless times. The pressure brought by that piece of information was more than 10,000. Is he actually such a person? The four you guys put down the information and their expressions became solemn. At first, they just felt that no one could do anything to them on their own territory. Lin Lai Dongfu died simply because he was too stupid and had to take the initiative to provoke Jiangjing and seek death. But now, after reading the information that Black Source had manipulated, they no longer think so. Why did this Jiangjing come to Yu country? The four members of the Yu Kingdom all looked at the leader of the Yu Kingdom, hoping that he would give them an answer. "You wouldn't say that he came here to target us, would you?" "Of course. You won't let him come here just once, but that doesn't mean he won't kill you along the way." The leader of the Yu Kingdom said calmly, "You have also seen that he hates evil and wants to eradicate you." The five members of the Yu Kingdom, for a long time. To him, these are just convenient things. Then he thinks too highly of himself. Mr. Jin San sneered, "Everything here is our territory. The most evil being in the country, he will press him to death if he says it." How arrogant. They all felt that Lin Lai Dongfu's death was just because he was too crazy and unprepared. If they really use all their strength to deal with Jiangjing and the four gangs unite, in the country of Yu, no one may be able to defeat the other. After all, I haven't heard of Jiangjing having any industry in Yu. No matter how powerful it is. It is all due to influence from other places. Do not impulse. Mr. Wan said lightly, "As far as I know, there is a deep feud between Black Source and Jiangjing. Now that this period has appeared, people have To suspect that you want to use our hands to remove Yi Yang. Sir, if you want me to make a sword, you are looking down on our city. The leader of Yu Kingdom raised the corner of his mouth. You don't have to believe it, Lin Lai Dongfu's ending is your ending. He just finished speaking. Mr. Jin San received the call. In an instant, he became furious and stood up. How dare he really do this? What's wrong? Third master? The profiteer Li asked. One of my malls was selected, and it was done by Yi Yang's men. Jin San said angrily, does he really think he is invincible? This? When the other three guys heard the news, their expressions all darkened. Now it seems that what the leader of the Yu Kingdom said is not unreasonable. Master Wan looked at the masked man, and then at the other three elders who were panicking. His failing eyes sank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Let's talk about the real purpose of coming to us. Now. These big guys are all in danger. They were just mouthpieces before. If they really collided, they might not dare to fight Yi Yang. After all, everything behind this man was too mysterious. Even in their own territory, they were not sure of victory. I said, I'm here to save you. The leader of Yu State spread his hands. I have no quarrel with Yi Yang, but Black Source has quarrel with China. He is an important part of China. So I want him to die. Black Source will provide you with all help, including advanced guns, ammunition and detailed planning guidance. This is your only chance. I hope you can be smart and seize your future. The four guys looked at each other. With their strength, they are absolutely unable to fight against Yi Yang, but if there is a behemoth like the Black Source supporting them, they may not be able to fight. After all, to be able to be targeted by Asian countries, still alive and well, and exist for countless years, its strength must be extremely terrifying. You are destined to be our friends. The leader of the Yu Kingdom smiled slightly. As long as you do this once, in the future, you will be Black Source's most solid allies in the Yu Kingdom, and your strength and relationship will truly reach the sky. By then, even the bright side of the Yu Kingdom, I won't suppress you either, you will be the real king. These words are more likely to strike the ears of ordinary people. But in the ears of people with real energy and ambition, like the five guys of you, they who were already tempted were even more shaken. Climbing a big tree is the fastest way to stand taller. I did it. It was Yi Yang who wanted to destroy us first. If we don't fight back, it will be unjust. Mr. Jin San slammed the table, stood up, and shouted angrily. Not only can we solve the current crisis, but we can also have a bright future. I will also have a hand in this matter. Profiteer Li also nodded. Mr. Li and Mr. Fan have always advanced and retreated together. Now 3 of the 4 have joined. The chief of Yu State cast his evil eyes on Master Wan. Haha, the general trend has been established, I will naturally follow the trend. Master Wan nodded. Okay. The chief of Yu State directly filled the cup with wine. Cheers. For our interests. After everyone drank the wine in the cup, the chief of Yu State left, and before leaving, he stated that various resource support would arrive soon. Master Jin San, Master Li, and Master Fan had a heated discussion and were extremely excited. If they really formed an alliance with the Black Source, an ancient and huge organization that has dominated Asia for many years, the future would be unimaginable. Whose city is really just a little leftovers. Everything bigger and broader is waiting for them. Only Master Wan opened and closed his eyes, and had no interest in speaking. Obviously, he had his own little thoughts in his heart. These days, Yi Yang took Lu Zhuoyao to travel in Hu City. The girl was originally traveling, but she was so beautiful that if she didn't stay with him, she would definitely be surrounded by wolves. After Lu Zhuoyao expressed that she wanted to play with him, Yi Yang nodded and agreed. After all, meeting is fate. I will help my compatriots from other countries if I can. I visited all the places such as Tianhe Temple, Guji Tunnel, and Danan Literature Park. I ate and drank. And had a lot of fun. The decoration here is really different from that in China. Lu Zhuoyao looked at the decoration of the park with emotion. Is this the impact brought by cultural differences? First update. The maritime culture of Yu is very deep. The famous Tianhe Temple is the super-large Mazu Temple. This most famous amusement park also has a marine theme, with large sculptures of various strange marine creatures, which made the group from China feel refreshed. After walking through the water world, there are also many species unique to Vietnam in the zoo, which is more than 10 acres in size. It is very enjoyable after a tour. After playing in the amusement park, it was already dusk. Mingue Hotel. The most luxurious restaurant in Hu City. Considering the consumption level in Hu City, the food here is ridiculously expensive. But in Yi Yang's opinion, it was just ordinary. I had a lot of fun today. I asked for the wine in the store and opened it. I ate nearly 1 million Huaxia coins in one meal. Lu Zhuoyao originally thought that it would be very comfortable to travel with a handsome man, but she never expected that the consumption in these 2 days would reach this level. But Yi Yang didn't care about this at all. Seeing her expression, he just said that meeting her was fate, so don't pay too much attention to it. Why? Lu Zhuoyao nodded, overwhelmed by Yi Yang's grandeur. She clutched the wine glass, feeling that there was nothing she could do in return. After all, the consumption in these 2 days, even if it is enough for an ordinary Chinese girl to earn in a lifetime. What's the plan for the evening? Yi Yang asked Shou. If Yumomo is not with him, Shou will become the temporary secretary instead. Go to the Hu City Grand Theater. Shou said. That is one of the most famous attractions in Hu City. If you don't go there once, you will really lose a lot. Yi Yang nodded. He had no ability to appreciate opera, but it felt good to go arty once in a while. Hu Opera House, a typical Gothic architectural style, is a multifunctional theater specially used for hosting artistic performances. Its interior decoration and exterior reliefs are built in accordance with the French theater style of the late 19th century. This opera house existed in 1900 and has a history of more than 100 years. The exterior of the building is beautifully decorated, with various reliefs and patterns on the exterior wall. At the top of the giant arch on the front are 2 female angels with wings on their backs, holding the holy harp. The 2 columns under the arch represent the 2 mythological goddesses. The French designers were also involved. The shape looks like holding up the door with both hands. It looks like it was made by those romantic figures. Shou Qingxian said. You actually do research on these? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Being a killer requires knowledge of all countries and walks of life. Do you think I can only fight and kill? Shou Qingxian raised his head and said, like a master. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, but remembering that the songs she sang were all extremely niche songs such as Gypsy and Bohemian, he began to believe this statement a little bit. It seems that Shou Qingshuan's little head does contain a lot of knowledge, and he should be more knowledgeable than many liberal arts PhDs who only study hard. After entering the theater, many people from the Yu Kingdom who claimed to be aristocrats, those who came to visit, and those who considered themselves to be foreign aristocrats sat down. The art form of opera is inherently linked to the word aristocracy. In the early years, nobles wanted to prove their identity by watching this kind of drama, and ordinary people wanted to have some relationship with the nobles by watching the pattern. But whether they are ordinary people or nobles, most of them will fall asleep in their seats after watching the pattern one night. It's just that ordinary people sat down and were mocked by the nobles. The nobles sit behind the curtain, and ordinary people cannot see them sleeping soundly, but only know that they have elegant taste. Lu Zhuoyao has a relatively high receptivity to operas. She is an outlier, and she watched with great energy. Yi Yang watched for a while and then started to doze off. As soon as he yawned, Shou Qingxian patted his shoulder and handed a note to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and unfolded the note. He thought for a moment, then got up and went to the seat next door. The opera is divided into 2 floors, with booths on the 2nd floor. You're looking for me? Yi Yang looked at the next door. There is only one old man. The old one is out of shape, and it seems like it will hang up when you follow it. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have thought there was a mummy sitting there. Yi Yang sat directly next to him. What's going on? It's so mysterious. Are you afraid that there are ears on the wall next to me? The old man chuckled and said, My name is Wan Qingshi, and he is one of the 5 guys of you. Due to special circumstances, I directo come to see Mr. Yi. It is my great honor that you can come to see me. Yi Yang glanced at the other party. He really didn't have a good impression of the so-called 5th people of Vietnam. They were all gangsters who committed all kinds of evil, and no one was good. Wan Qingshi selectively talked about what happened yesterday. Yi Yang thought for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and said, Is it a black source? He had long known that. The other party had been thinking about him and had been looking forward to him leaving China so that he could settle things in one fell swoop. But he still came out. Although the opponent's lair in China was destroyed, this organization was like a tarsal maggot, still causing trouble in China secretly. Absolutely disgusting. He just wanted to show the other party's head and then cut it off completely. An organization that has been able to offend all countries in Asia for so many years and still survives so well and with so much vitality has an extremely strong ability to hide itself. It is an extremely terrifying force. Venomous snakes are not scary, but the ones lurking in the dark are. Yi Yang has been ordering Hurricane to investigate this organization, but the other party hides too well. He has long planned to wipe out the other party by going abroad. Now he finally has the chance. Did you bet on me? Yi Yang asked. You should have read my information and know that I don't like people like you. Why do you still bet on me? Moreover, the black source of you country plus you 4 gangsters are fighting at home, and the chance of winning is very high. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be here tonight. Wan Qingshi smiled slightly. Mr. Yi will know in the future. There will be a big change tomorrow, but we have arranged everything. We came to Mr. Yi in advance tonight. First, we show our sincerity. And second, we want you not to expose yourself too much tomorrow and leave everything to us. Who are you? Yi Yang asked. After tomorrow, Mr. Yi will know everything. Wan Qingshi stood up and bowed to Yi Yang. The Black Source has been keeping an eye on us these days in the name of support. I came here in person to show my sincerity. But the night is long and dreams are many. I need to rush back as soon as possible and cannot explain everything in detail. Yi Yang smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Now his strength is indeed not afraid of any monsters and demons, just waiting for the good show to be staged tomorrow. Second update. After the Grand Theater ended, Yi Yang returned to the tropical manor with his bodyguard sisters and Lu Zhuoyao. Tomorrow is the day when Wan Xiaozong's real estate project opens. Yi Yang's eyes wrinkled slightly. Does the other party want to take action on this day? It's really disrespectful. His eyes turned cold. Although Wan Qingshi said that they had arranged everything, he did not completely believe the other party, so he also sent out several messages and made necessary preparations, just in case. Soon. Lu Zhuoyao was very tired after playing all day. After drinking and watching the opera. In the evening, she felt so sleepy that she fell asleep. She might see bloodstains from swords tomorrow, so he didn't plan to take her there. She is just an ordinary little girl, and this kind of scene will not be a good memory for her. The next morning, the sky was blue, and it was soon time for the property to go on sale. I don't know how many people are waiting outside. After all, a house in Hu City is as hard to grab in you as a house in Magic City is in China. If any house in the city center of the city were to change hands, one would never know how many people would rush to snatch it up. There are few rich people, but in bustling cities, there are many rich people. With the myth of China's real estate market getting rich, countries in Southeast Asia are following suit. Many people who are aware of China's internal changes want to buy a house quickly to increase its value. The country of Vietnam has set off the craze for buying and speculating houses that China experienced in the early years. In recent years, house prices have risen a lot. Therefore, as soon as Wan Xiaozong's real estate project opened, a sea of people gathered outside, all trying to grab the house. Buzz. A top-end Rolls-Royce Huiying was parked outside the venue. Many people's eyes were attracted. Many wealthy people gasped. That's the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It was previously said that the entire Rolls-Royce company only built a few privately customized models. The only one that was confirmed to have been sold was sold for more than 90 million many years ago. Today, the value of this kind of car has already exceeded 100 million. Yi Yang walked out of the Rolls-Royce Huiying. This car was bought after he came to Vietnam. Not much. Just over 130 million. The azure blue sapphire-like body and retro model perfectly match the temperament of Hu City. Where to drive what kind of car? If you were to drive a Lamborghini in Hu City, it would look a little weird. It's that great man from China. Ah? Who is that? I don't know. I think I've heard of him. But it's the first time I've seen his real face. It turns out he's so handsome. I thought a financial giant who could compete with international consortiums must be in his 50s. Isn't he a movie star? How come he became a financial tycoon? There was a lot of discussion in the field. But most people know that just with this car here, this young and handsome young man is not something they can compare to. Many people moved out of the way knowingly and invited Yi Yang in. Only those who have obtained the in-app purchase qualification are eligible to enter. This time Wang Xiaozong opened up 100 in-app purchase qualifications. Of course, people like Yi Yang who got a building in advance were naturally included. I'm envious. It's not easy to buy a property in Hu City. Now, there's nowhere to spend the money. Yes. You may queue up to grab a building, but you may not be able to grab one. Are the big cities in China like this a few years ago? It's really difficult. After all, you are still not rich enough. Those who are really rich and have status have obtained the qualifications for internal testing and are sitting in it. I don't know how many times more comfortable than us. Okay. Don't stand and talk, because your back hurts. Why don't you stand outside with us? I'm different from you. I'm from a poor family. Yi Yang naturally didn't pay attention to the interlude outside, and just walked into the venue. Calmly. Wang Xiaozong had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Yi Yang coming, he greeted him. Brother Yi. Yi Yang nodded. Everyone present came together to greet him. Most of them rely on connections to buy houses. Ordinary people who are better than ordinary people. Wang Xiaozong, a real estate developer, is a super boss in their eyes, let alone Yi Yang, who is flattered by Wang Xiaozong. He immediately, knowing it was the boss, he rushed up. However, there are also some people who have some status, they are just guys who came to get a house, sitting on the chair and eating melon seeds, without getting up at all. Another person saw Yi Yang arriving and sneered at the corner of his mouth, we're finally here. It's just a developer, but he really thinks of himself as a boss. Some people here with their own backgrounds sneered and mocked when they saw Wang Xiaozong and Yi Yang being greeted by others, but no one welcomed them. That's right, next to him, a woman wearing sable fur echoed. The climate in Vietnam is very hot. Although the new year has just passed, wearing this indoors makes you look like a super nouveau riche. When the people present heard this taunt, they all looked at these two people in surprise. Aren't these the famous super nouveau riche couple in Hu City? When the economy recovers, many wealth myths will be created. Many people do not necessarily get rich because of their knowledge or ability. They just happen to be in the spotlight and have no ability themselves. Ordinary people look down on such people, and old nobles feel ashamed to associate with them. Therefore, they can only rely on themselves to make their presence felt, and they are like to confront people when they see them. This is the son of the richest man in China. He comes to my country to do business, which is not comparable to nouveau riche. Someone said. Haha, the former richest man? It's not good recently. What can people do if they always rely on me? After all, they are just the second generation. The nouveau riche man sneered, whether he can survive in my country depends on whether we, the local rich people, give him face. If you don't want to buy a house, please get out. There are so many people waiting in line outside to buy it. You are not needed. Wang Xiaozong frowned and shouted coldly. Haha, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Even if your father came to my country of you to do business, he would not dare to talk to me like this. The nouveau riche man crossed his legs and glanced at Wang Xiaozong and Yi Yang with contempt. I can come here to give you face. You are arrogant, you can't even go out to welcome me, but you go to welcome this kid. You really can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. Do you really not know who you really need to rely on to do business in the future? How dare you? Wang Xiaozong was laughed at by the Nouveau riches pour Xien, who do you think you are? I think you are also an unknown ant in you. I don't even know who you are. You still compare your importance with my brother Yi? In front of him. You are not even dust. You fart. The nouveau riche couple stood up together, their faces were bloodshot. First update. No one has dared to compare us to dust. No matter how strong you are just foreigners. Do you still want to dominate our country? The nouveau riche couple spoke out angrily and looked at the buyers around them, hoping to gain momentum. Wang Xiaozong sneered, anyone with a right mind will judge whoever makes trouble first. You ants like you who sit in a well and watch the sky should stop barking here. There is no house for you here today. Get out. Okay. You are arrogant. I will let you open today and close today. The sharp voice of the upstart sable girl was raised an octave. I know a very famous person. One phone call will make it impossible for you to survive in your country. Wang Xiaozong sneered. He still doesn't believe it. Just a random guy can make him unable to do it. Yi Yang frowned. Could it be that these two guys were sent by Black Source to stir up trouble? Is your IQ too low? They look like two crazy rich people. Do you want to deal with yourself just like this? It's too much to look down on oneself. He didn't even bother to speak out in person. After all, these two people were too low level and their words would be worthless. The upstart sable girl just took out her cell phone. These two nouveau riche men suddenly became rich. Because the sable girl hooked up with a top businessman who was in charge of export sales in Vietnam, and they had an affair every day. The nouveau riche man knew about it, but it was just about making money. So don't shudder. He has been enduring it, and it turns out that in this chaotic world, as long as you pay, there will always be rewards, no matter whether the payment is positive or negative. His patience paid off. In exchange for today's wealth. Before the call came through, a call came in. When the sable girl looked at it, she raised her head and smiled arrogantly. Haha, did you see it? Boss Tong Tian called me personally. This is your retribution. It's coming as promised. With that said, she turned on the phone with great confidence, and also turned on the speakerphone, hoping to shock everyone present and improve their status as a couple in the eyes of everyone. These people from the province will not respect them outside in the future. I think they are just nouveau riche. And have no ability. The call was quickly connected. At this time, customers queuing outside also came in one after another, just in time to catch up with this scene. They all found it very interesting. They all looked over. After all, they just saw Mr. Yi driving a super luxury car worth tens of millions. Regardless of status, money, or reputation, it is definitely the top level in the world. And this couple is also the latest upstart in Hu City, and they are known to have a great relationship. It has been said that a river dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and today they happen to see it. Which one is stronger, the local snake, or the dragon crossing the river? Just when everyone was concentrating and planning to have a good taste, the sable girl said, in a cooing voice, "Oh, dear, why did you remember to call me?" Everyone present, regardless of gender, had goosebumps all over their bodies and trembled all over. This woman is simply stunning. Wait, that's not right, isn't her husband standing next to her? How can she call someone darling? This is a lot of information. But the upstart man looked calm there, obviously used to it. Holy shit, Ninja Turtles. Awesome. No wonder he is so rich. I understand. This guy has such a big plan. Puff. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a roaring sound came from the phone. Who is your dear? I don't know you. It doesn't matter. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Unplug it and stop recognizing people? The sable girl's face was extremely embarrassed, and then she adjusted her mood. Oh, my dear, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? I'll go comfort you tonight. Get out. I'm calling you just to remind you that if you still want to live, get out of the house where you are. You can't mess with those two. I still want to live for a few more years. Don't mess with me, Mr. Yi. If you have lived enough, I will buy you a coffin. Bored? Don't take me with you. After that, the phone was pressed angrily. The sable woman suddenly turned pale. The caller, apart from being number one in the country of you, is also one of the few, yet he is so scared that he is like this. Moreover, it was an active call from the other party. Which means, what happened here? Does the other party know? How is this possible? This is unrealistic. Her mind was now in a mess, and she couldn't think straight for a while. The upstart man reacted faster. As a teenage mutant ninja turtle, he liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. At this moment, he realized in an instant that Yi Yang's true identity was definitely not just a Chinese tycoon. There must be something that reaches the sky. After he figured this out, he knelt down without saying a word. Boss Yi. It was our ignorance. Just now. It was us who had two pairs of dog eyes. In front of you, I am not as good as dust. I kowtowed to apologize. As he spoke, Bang Bang kowtowed several times. Then he depressedly pressed the sable girl's head and gave her a few hard knocks, causing blood to pour from their foreheads. However, Yi Yang didn't even bother to look at them. As if he had been granted amnesty, the violent man dragged the sable woman away with Wang Xiaocong's disgusted wave. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh my God, what's going on? They all wanted to see what a dragon from across the river is, and what a local snake is. Isn't it said that a strong dragon can hardly suppress a local snake? What's going on? It hasn't even started yet, and it's over. This is too fast. He ran away so quickly. It seems that this man is not only a ninja turtle, but also a 3-second fast man. However, this time everyone looked at Yi Yang with more awe. The nouveau riche couple has been thriving in Hu City recently. They all know how strong they are. They can scare the people behind them. This Chinese rich man has much more power than they imagined. And the man sitting in the corner, watching Yi Yang come in with an evil smile, frowned at this time. What's going on? In a high-level meeting room in Yu State. The person who just called put down his phone, and several big men with similar status next to him frowned at him. She's just a mistress. If she ruins your plan, you won't have to do it tomorrow. A big man from Yu State wearing a khaki military uniform shouted. Ahem. The foreign trade big man coughed a few times, thinking it was bad luck. He was really afraid that the sable girl would be so stupid that she would shake him out. If that happened, he would indirectly offend Yi Yang, and the result would be no different from the failure of today's operation. Second update. I hope I didn't alert the snake. The Vietnamese military boss frowned, glanced hard at the guy on the phone. again, and then paid attention again. This operation involves a lot. Naturally, they set up spies at the scene, and the scene of the sable girl looking for trouble quickly reached their ears. On sight, the sable girl and the upstart boy fled, causing everyone present to burst into laughter. It's really funny that you dare to challenge a big boss with just this little strength. Haha. But Mr. Yi is too strong. Didn't you notice that the woman called the person on the phone honey? There must be a lot of connection. Well, it's time to start trading. Next, right. I hope I can grab it. The ordinary people who came to buy a house were talking about it. Yi Yang and Wang Xiaozong were chatting and laughing casually. Naturally, they did not need to handle the various matters present personally. They were just here to calm down the situation. Soon, it was time for the opening ribbon-cutting session. Yi Yang stood on the stage and cut the red ribbon, and the audience cheered. They are all here to buy houses. Okay, the opening has officially begun. The host announced, everyone line up. Everyone obeyed the rules and lined up calmly. The first to be processed are those who have obtained the qualifications for in-app purchases. At first, everyone was friendly. After all, they had obtained the qualifications for in-app purchase and were not worried about not being able to buy a house. Until I got to the last in-app purchase seat. The man with the mustache raised the corner of his mouth and said directly, I want to buy a building. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. One building. Not a room, not a unit, but a building. How much does this cost? Everyone gasped. Wang Xiaozong's real estate is a high-quality residential area, and the price per square meter is close to 30,000 Chinese coins. In Hu City, Yu State, it is also top-notch. On average, 100 square meters is equivalent to 3 million, a building with 6 units, each unit has 15 floors, and there are 2 units on one floor. That's a building with 180 households, which works out to almost 5.6 billion Chinese coins. In Vietnam, anyone who spends so much cash to buy a house is definitely a top boss. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Yi Yang and Wang Xiaozong also raised their eyebrows. I'm sorry, sir, because the real estate market is tight, even in-app purchase users can only purchase 3 units. The sales lady smiled apologetically and said, Haha, really? The bearded man slapped the table, you call this discrimination? The whole place fell silent. Anyone with a bit of vision can see that this man is looking for trouble. Yi Yang had already shown terrifying energy just now. How dare this man make a scene? What confidence do you have? If they knew and heard of the upstart just now, this man with a mustache was not famous at all. A guy who appears out of nowhere. Everyone frowned, feeling a little weird and didn't know why. Wang Xiaozong frowned, what kind of discrimination? Rules are rules. Nothing can be done without rules. Are you challenging my rules? Rule? What a rule? The man with the mustache sneered, as far as I know, the first person to break your rules was the man next to you, right? What's the meaning? I'm going, could it be that I'm here for Mr. Yi? What a courage. Sensitive people have sensed the direction in this man's words and were shocked. Wang Xiaozong frowned. If the information I got is correct, the man named Yi next to you took over a building in your community. Where is your rule of limiting the purchase of 3 households at this time? The man questioned. You know a lot. Wang Xiaozong sneered, it seems that this person came prepared. Brother Yi is my benefactor. This building was given to him by me, not by him. Do you still have any objections? These words made everyone's eyes widen. They work very hard to buy a house and save for many years before they can afford it. A whole building is given back and forth as a gift among these rich people? This is too scary. They all have big mouths. It's one thing to hear about those heroic deeds on the internet, but it's another feeling to see it happen in front of your own eyes. They all felt extremely envious. Haha. You Chinese people still follow the rules? The mustache sneered, if you are a friend, you will get a house as a gift. If you are not a friend, you will have to impose purchase restrictions. Wang Xiaozong couldn't stand it anymore. This man was just here to cause trouble. His speech was unreasonable and messy. There was no need to argue with this kind of person. Where's the security guard? Get me out. Haha, if you can't explain it, do you have to use violence? This is your Chinese habit. The mustache spat, it's so cruel and unkind. You don't do things according to the rules. If you don't like it at all, you will use violence. He stood up and kicked over 2 security guards who came up to persuade him to leave. Interesting. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He was not angry at all, because he knew that the mustache today was just a clown who was put on stage, and the real mastermind was still behind the scenes. If he gets angry even when an ant pops up to collect treasures, wouldn't it be a loss of face? You guys did the same thing to the polar bear boss, didn't you? The mustache man no longer covered up and shouted. Everyone present changed color. In whose city, the word polar bear is too heavy? Among the 5 bosses of you country, polar bear Lin Lai Dongfu has the strongest power in whose city, leaving a psychological shadow on the people. Mr. Lin Lai is the rule here, but you don't follow the rules at all. If you don't like it, you kill him. The mustache man was so angry that it was hard to tell whether he was acting or really angry. It seems that you miss that old dog Lin Lai? Yi Yang looked at him with interest. Wang Xiaozong laughed, this matter has nothing to do with us. If you slander again, I will send you to reunite with your Mr. Lin Lai. You are making trouble in my place. You are a bit too much. What a big tone. I want to see which guy dares to be so presumptuous in my country. A cold voice sounded. There was a commotion outside the venue. Everyone made way for the outsiders to come in. There were 2 teams of armed, aggressive thugs. The man who was surrounded by the thugs was strong and muscular, holding a golden bead, with scars on his face, looking coldly at the stage. As soon as he stood still, someone exclaimed, Mr. Jin San. One of the 5 bosses of state actually showed up in person. It's really rare. This kind of successful and fierce boss showed up in person. I can't stand it anymore, come to help. Just as everyone was amazed, there was another loud shout from outside. Everyone's eyes were shocked and looked over. The man who came had a goatee and a treacherous face. He was surrounded by a group of thugs and had a strong momentum. One of the 5 bosses, Mr. Li. First update. Another super boss is here. Could it be that the other 2 of the 5 bosses will also be here? That would be a rare spectacle in the world. Well, I think it was the death of the polar bear that touched the nerves of these people. In order to protect their status and reputation, they came out to seek revenge. Yes, I think so too. Everyone present was talking about it. The 5 bosses of Yu State are really too famous. In the hearts of the people, they have left a huge psychological shadow. Now that 2 of them have appeared together, these people immediately dare not stay here. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. These bosses are targeting Yi Yang. They are going to make trouble. Although there is no evidence to prove that Wang Xiaozong and Yi Yang killed Lin Lei Dongfu. But all kinds of rumors and speculations say so. If the 2 terrible forces are to compete, there must be bloodshed. How dare they, ordinary people, get involved? They all ran away on the spot. However, they did not run far. They watched from afar outside the area they thought was safe. After all, it is human nature to join in the fun. Attracted by them, many passers-by also joined in. As soon as they gathered together, Fan Ye's team came surging from afar. Fan Yi, one of the 5 bosses, has passed the imperial examination. Could it be that today, the remaining 4 bosses really have to gather together? It seems that the rumors are true. Yi Yang must have killed the polar bear, which touched the nerves of the other 4 bosses. And they want to make trouble today. Prevent Yi Yang from being divided and defeated. It stands to reason that Mr. Yi is from China, so he won't go to such lengths to kill the other bosses who have no grudges against him, right? Haha, it's hard to say. The 5 bosses are of the same blood and are respected as the 5 bosses. They will definitely feel sad when the rabbit dies. Even if they dare not really do anything to Yi Yang, they will definitely be punished. Otherwise, why are they the 5 bosses of the Yu country? Underworld? Well, everyone nodded and understood the motives of these people. If it were other industries, they would just endure it. But they are gangsters, and today's battle of accusation is inevitable even if there is no external force involved. The proposal of the black source is just to go with the flow, so that the 4 guys will be more confident and can work together faster. Why didn't Wan Lao, who is the oldest, most powerful, and most unfathomable, come? Someone saw his team on the road. Here they come. Someone exclaimed, pointing to the distance. Wan Lao's team is a bit huge. Someone muttered to him. Yeah. Everyone opened their eyes wide. The momentum was so fierce that it was almost comparable to the sum of the thugs brought by Jin San, Li Yi, and Fan Yi. This is too terrible. Jin San and the other 2 also looked at Wan Lao's team in doubt. This old guy is really a hidden talent. He can actually pull up such a large team. Haha, I have long felt that he is not simple, but it's good. The more people today, the better. The polar bear was killed in the morning. Who knows how many armed forces Yi Yang brought out? Since this old man Ruan brought so many people, let him go first in a while, hee hee. The 3 big guys exchanged glances. They understood each other tacitly. The pressure from Master Ruan was too great. As one of the 5 underworld bosses of Yu State, Ruan Qingshi far surpassed the other 4, which frightened the others. It was just the right opportunity to be Yi Yang, weaken Ruan Qingshi by the way, and get the protection of the black source. It can be said that it was a 3-pronged approach. They were already happy. At this time, the 4 still alive among the 5 bosses of Yu State stood together, with thugs like clouds behind them, looking extremely intimidating. Everyone in the distance was shrinking their heads, feeling extremely scared, but their nature of watching the fun made them suppress their fear. This momentum is too strong. This scene is enough to be called the best in the past 30 years in Yu State. I think it's the first time in history. What has caused the four gangs to come out together and come out in full force? The cross-border war with the Chinese Shangwan underworld. Almost all the gangs on our side participated in the war. Hee hee. Don't mention that matter, that is the scar that our Yu underworld is most reluctant to reveal. Be careful that they will come back and stab you. Ahem. The Yu underworld lost miserably that time, and they all felt ashamed. It has become a taboo since then. Don't let others talk about it. Today's scene obviously reminds people of that time decades ago. It was also against a big boss from China. I don't know who will win and lose. This time? The Vietnamese people present were in a complicated mood. They hope that the gangsters of Yu will be defeated. Or even destroyed, so that they can't do those things that hurt the world. After all, the prosperity of the gangsters in a place is always accompanied by the suffering of the local people. They also hope that the gangsters of Yu can win, because although Yu is a small country, it also has the ambition to dominate, and once mobilized all the people. It's just that it was repeatedly taught a lesson by several big countries in history, and then it became honest. They can't win on the battlefield, and the gangsters have lost to China one after another. And they will feel extremely ashamed. In this way, some people in the crowd hope to win, and some hope to lose. Even a fierce quarrel broke out. Interesting. Yi Yang nodded. Is this the so-called change? This scene. He glanced at the four gangsters of Yu State one by one, looking at their complacent expressions, thinking that they were already trapped, and sneered, "It's a little too small." When these words came out, they fell into the ears of everyone, no less than thunder. Such a big show is one of the few rare times in the history of Yu State's underworld. This kind of horrifying show was evaluated as too small by the other party. How confident is this? Or should I say, arrogant? But they could not see a trace of arrogance in Yi Yang's eyes. All of them were calm and told the truth, which undoubtedly made them most ashamed and angry. Yi Yang, you are too arrogant. This is not China. You act too recklessly and perversely. We are the same as the polar bears and the five gangs. You are doing extinction and not talking about morality. We will take you in again today. Jin San roared angrily. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Mr. Jin San, then shook his head. What do you mean? Mr. Jin San was originally full of vigor, but now he was confused. You don't deserve it. Yi Yang said indifferently, with a few rotten fish and shrimps like you, you dare not attack me. Tell me, who is behind you? Let him come out to see me. His voice was light, but the confidence and contempt from the heart in it made Mr. Jin San furious to the extreme. Second update. What did you say? Jin San was instantly furious. For so many years, no one has dared to look down on him like this. Not to mention, now the four masters of Yu are gathered together. Even if the top masters of Yu are present, you have to think carefully about your words. This Yi Yang is a little too arrogant. Fuck, did I hear it wrong? The four masters of Yu are standing together, and Mr. Yi actually said that they are not worthy. What kind of confidence is this? Shocking. Everyone exclaimed. As the people of Yu, they are naturally very afraid of the four masters, and sometimes they are even more afraid of them than the government. Haha, Yi Yang, you are too arrogant. I didn't believe it before, but today, seeing you so arrogant, I believe it. You really want to wipe out our 5 masters? Jean Sanya laughed. Originally, I asked you to apologize and swear in public, and it would be fine today, but with your attitude now, even if you bleed today, Huaxia. Can't say anything. Not bad. Both Li Yi and Fan Yi spoke up. They claim to be powerful in their own area, but when have they ever been looked down upon like this? Even if Yi Yang is a super boss in China, he is not worthy of being so openly despised in their territory. The information provided to them by the black source is not complete and has been tampered with. They do not think that Yi Yang is invincible in their territory. It's okay to apologize and swear in public. Yi Yang sneered, you guys are really used to being domineering. On the day when my friend opened the market, you disrupted the other party's business and pointed out my name in public. It is already a humiliation. I didn't ask you to die to apologize, but you still want me to apologize? It seems that staying in you for a long time has made you used to sitting in a well and looking at the sky. He shook his head, as if these 4 people did not exist in his eyes. These 4 people claim to be big bosses, but in his eyes, they are just ants. This is not because of his arrogance, but due to his actual strength. Whether it is Liang number 1, photon weapons, or hurricane power, the power of China in you, any of them is not something that these ants can shake. If they attack themselves, it is either because these people are too ignorant, or someone is protecting them behind the scenes. And the biggest possibility is the black source. After all, he had received news before that the black source had been waiting for him to leave China, and the benefits would come as soon as possible. This kind of organization that dares to go against all the countries in Asia has nothing to dare to do, and nothing that it can't do. Of course, he has offended too many people. Maybe it is a consortium, an enemy country, a shadow emperor. It's all possible. You have been closed in China for a long time and you just came out to see the world. You are completely unaccustomed and don't know what a gang is. Mr. Jean was extremely angry. In all these years, it was the first time he saw someone dare to look down on them so much. You have been avoiding my questions. It seems that I can only arrest you and use punishment to make you speak. Yi Yang shook his head, as if he was talking about something that had become an established fact. Several people were furious. Only Yuan Qingshi smiled slightly. You are arrogant. It seems that you have to suffer a little before you can stop being so self-righteous. Mr. Jean San took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Yi Yang's thigh. His face was full of evil, ready to shoot at any time. This Wang Xiaotsong was in doubt and stood beside Yi Yang. It was too unsafe outside China. How long has he been abroad? He encountered such scenes of fighting. Is this doing business? This is simply risking his life. It's too scary. If you don't do it again, I will do it myself. Yi Yang didn't even bother to pay attention to Mr. Jean San, and his eyes looked directly at Yuan Qingshi. What? Mr. Jean San, Mr. Li, and Mr. Fan have been in the underworld for so many years, and they are very sensitive to such conversations. Could it be Master Yuan? You. They all thought of that possibility. Could it be that you betrayed us? Yuan Qingshi shook his head. You should never, ever walk on the same road with the black source. You. This time, the 3 men confirmed Yuan Qingshi's inclination, and instantly murderous intent burst out. Kill him. They had long disliked Yuan Qingshi. The old man was not dead, but his subordinates controlled the largest forces and territory. It was too scary. Kill him first. And then quickly. They jumped up, their eyes were red. But they found that the surging group of thugs brought by Yuan Qingshi had already surrounded them. As soon as they raised their hands, they fell into a passive situation. Bang bang. I don't know which side fired the first shot. Super melee, start. A melee of thousands of people, blood exploded instantly. Even the people watching from a distance were scared to death. That was a real gunshot. Fearing that blood would splash on their bodies, everyone was fleeing in panic. Brother Yi, what should we do? Wang Xiaozong was trembling, his legs were weak. This scene was not comparable to the one in Linlai Dongfu's villa that day. If things go wrong, hundreds or thousands of people will die. Don't panic. Yi. Yang shook his head. He had guessed 8 or 9 out of 10 about the current situation. If they referred to the people he was thinking of, those people would definitely not dare to put Yi Yang in danger. Sure. Enough, this side just started. In the melee, the guns originally pointed at Yi Yang, their gunmen were all sniped. Even Jin San was no exception, his entire arm was almost blown up by the large-caliber sniper rifle. He fell to the ground, howling madly, the pain was too terrible. Instantly, countless armed helicopters flew over the horizon. Hovering overhead, special police descended from the sky, holding bulletproof shields, turning into a shield formation, tightly protecting Yi Yang and his party inside. Another team protected Yuan Qingshi. Various police cars and military vehicles drove in. Yuigwa spent a lot of money this time. Almost all the official armed forces that could be mobilized near Hu City were mobilized. Even a few tanks drove over. In front of this steel overlord, the gangsters who only had a submachine gun at most lost their fighting spirit in an instant. All surrendered. It was almost one-sided, like cutting wheat. Yuan Qingshi's thugs all wore red coats and green hats today, so they wouldn't be accidentally injured. Yuan Qingshi, you're a great infernal affairs player. Li Yi had planned for someone's whole life, but he didn't expect to be played hard this time. It's very likely that his future life will be ruined. After all, he knew what this big scene meant. They should be finished. Two-faced, betraying us. You're shameless. Fan Yi also shouted. Yuan Qingshi shook his head and looked at the 3 people sadly. You don't know where you went wrong until now. First update. A car drove in. Everyone gave way, even the tanks. Obviously, the person in the car was of great status. A man in white military uniform got off the car, and everyone was in awe when they saw him. The god of war of Yu. The first person in the Yu army. It turned out that he has arrived. This is too grand. Oh my god. The panicked people in the distance were relieved to see that the situation was settled so quickly, and they watched from afar again. Seeing the person getting off the car, they all exclaimed. This person is famous in Yu. He is the first person in the Yu army, whether in fame, strength, or power, he is the first. Everyone in the contemporary Yu people knows him. It turned out that this person came forward to host this big scene today. Yuan Qingshi also nodded slightly and retreated behind that person. Legendary man. Ling Ziyue. Ling Ziyue walked to the front of the stage, ignoring the cheers and exclamations of the crowd. Along the way, and even the shocked looks of the three people including Jiangjing. He walked directly in front of Yi Yang and stretched out his arm. Mr. Yi came to visit my Yu country, and we failed to treat him with state etiquette. It is our fault. Everyone opened his mouth wide. Isn't he a wealthy man in China? Why is he treated with state etiquette? No matter how rich he is, Mr. Ling Ziyue shouldn't say this. It seems that the person who cut the ribbon at the lunar base in China a few days ago is also called Yi Yang. Maybe it is the same person. It is the same person. He has achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Maybe it is because of this that General Ling respects him. I don't think Mr. Yi should have another identity. Hiss. It's not impossible to say so. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. The controlled San Lao was also confused. They were so arrogant just now, but they knew that facing Ling Ziyue, who almost controlled the whole army now, the so-called gathering of the four masters, was just a joke. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh, and the black will always be black. Once the light shines, it will melt away. The difference between absolute power is too great. Otherwise, black will be white. However, such a powerful and unapproachable person was so polite too. The rich Chinese man in front of him? He even said that he would treat him with national courtesy. This? Could it be that Yi Yang was not arrogant at all, but regarded them as ants from the bottom of his heart? No. They couldn't accept this fact in their hearts. The black source lied to us. They all thought of this in their hearts, but it was too late to regret it. This Yi Yang must have another identity. Yi Yang smiled slightly and shook hands with Ling Ziyue. Do you think that only you, Yuan Qingshi, have a big boss behind you? Even if you are Ling Ziyue, you can't do this to the three of us. Jin San shouted angrily. He lost too much blood and lost his judgment. Obviously, he didn't understand the situation in front of him. Soon, more cars followed. Four top bosses of Yu State got out of the car. Although they were not as famous as Ling Ziyue, they were all top people in a certain aspect of Yu State's officialdom. It made people gasp. The 5 top figures behind the legendary 5 bosses are here today. The people of Yu side. Their despair of the underworld is not only because the underworld is rampant, but also because of the 5 people behind them. The underworld is afraid of light. But if the underworld and the light go together, not only will they not compete with each other, but they will complement each other. The resulting misery can be imagined. The 3 bosses who were controlled all had light in their eyes, and they looked at the 4 people who came. One of them is even the big boss behind Lin Lai Dongfu. At least this one must be against Yi Yang, right? As for the other 3, they are the highest umbrellas for the 3 of them. I don't know how many benefits they have received from them over the years. Today, they must come to rescue them. In terms of identity alone, none of the 4 people can compare with Ling Ziyue. But if the 4 big bosses show up together, Ling Ziyue will definitely not be able to take action by force. They saw hope and kept calling the names of their protectors. Shut up. Do we know each other? You have committed a serious crime. We are here to arrest you and bring you to justice. You don't know how to live or die. I indulged you a little before, and you really don't know the taboos. You dare to touch any taboos. This time you can't be spared. It's just right to catch them all in one fell swoop. Although the four people colluded secretly, at this time, they were all righteous and awe-inspiring, with a tone of eliminating evil for the country and eliminating evil. People who didn't know the inside story were really moved by the four people. The big guys in my country of you are not as bad as the rumors say. Yes, yes. I am so touched. Is it finally time to settle accounts with the five gangsters? We have been oppressed by them for too long. Finally, we will see the light. Many Vietnamese people in the distance shouted happily. Haha, I don't think things are that simple. These five gangsters may have just violated some taboos and will be slaughtered. The next batch of five gangsters will soon appear. You are too conspiratorial. How can the world be as bad as you think? Haha. Oh? Little kid, you are too young, you haven't experienced anything at all. Do you know that? I have lived for such an old age. The term five masters of you state has been around for a long time, but how many generations have passed to bear this title? The speaker was a white-haired old man. He sighed. Have you ever thought, except for Yuan Qingshi, who is too old, the other four masters are only middle-aged? At most? That's because only Yuan Qingshi has never been replaced in the successive generations. This hiss. Is there really another hidden story behind today's events? This. Will there never be a sunny day? The people who were cheering just now all lowered their voices. The big guys ignored the discussion of the people in the distance. Ling Ziyue waved his hand directly. Take them away. Jin San, Li Yi, and Fan Yi were dejected, and they understood the situation completely. It was obvious that all the bigwigs of Yu State had reached a consensus. Their biggest backer had now become the one who buried them personally. This was really a sarcasm and a slap in the face for them. After everyone was sent away, Ling Ziyue invited again. These people are disrespectful to Mr. Yi. We would like to invite Mr. Yi to deal with them together. Yi Yang raised his mouth. Your intention is not to drink. I am afraid you want to ask me about the black source? Looking at the subtle change in Ling Ziyue's face, Yi Yang knew that what he thought was right. Mr. Yi is indeed very witty. Ling Ziyue laughed, knowing that for someone like Yi Yang, who had been in the top circles all year round, he had nothing to hide. In full view of the public, Yi Yang boarded the U vehicle. Finally, we arrived at the highest point of Hu City. The three guys were escorted to the hall. He was so arrogant just now, but now he can only kneel on the ground in despair, waiting for the verdict and interrogation. Yi Yang and Ling Ziyue sat at the main seat together. The four big bosses were sitting on the side, watching the three people in front of the stage. They were all serious and dignified, and they looked like decent people at first glance. The three men all frowned and cursed, but they have not given up hope of surviving. Yuan Qingshi stood beside Ling Ziyue with a serious face. There is no one else in the field anymore. It's time to open the skylight and speak out. Tell me everything related to the black source, and we will protect you from death. The four big guys spoke one after another. Just not dead. The three of them, Jin San, all frowned, feeling unacceptable. Do you know what you have done? Do you still want to return to your previous status? Is this possible? A big boss stood up angrily and roared, black source is a taboo in the eyes of all Asian countries. You are so brave that you dare to contact them, and you even dare to help them. If it weren't for Yuan Qingshi, how could we have been exposed? The three of them thought they had done everything perfectly, but they were defeated at the hands of this betrayer. Haha. Ling. Ziyu smiled and shook his head, looked at the confused people, and said calmly, "Tell them the truth." Wan Qingshi chuckled, "I am an official, and I was sent to hang out in the underworld, but I didn't expect that. After more than 10 years of being around, I would actually become the leader of the gang, so I simply continued to lurk. Therefore, we have never stood together, so how can we talk about betrayal? So. That's it. I'm just telling you that you, old guy, haven't changed the positions of the 5 underworld gangsters in 50 or 60 years, and here's the inside story." The 3 of them, Mr. Jin San, were all furious. "It's incredible. It's just incredible." Wang Xiaozong and Yi Yang looked at each other, and both couldn't help laughing. It turns out that the plot in Infernal Affairs is not completely fictitious. Doesn't this just happen? 3 years later. And 3 more years later, I'm almost becoming a gang boss. Why don't you call me back? There is actually a real-life version of being an undercover gangster and reaching the boss position. Wan Qingshi now has a very high status among the Yu gangs. To say he is the leader is not a modest statement. The 5 members of the Yu Kingdom have always respected him as their leader. The one with the most power and territory has always been the strongest. Who would have thought that he was actually undercover? The 3 of them all felt that. They could not see through Wan Qingshi before, but now they are convinced that he is the most awesome actor. Just jump back. They didn't lose unjustly. Even so, we just colluded with the black source, and it hasn't caused a big mistake. You can't treat us like this. Good. Mr. Jin Sanyu was the first to yell. If you don't die, that means at least there is no time limit. Losing freedom and being imprisoned for the rest of your life would be terrible. They couldn't accept it at all. After all, they were all powerful gangsters before. Haha. You guys had such a nasty bloody fight on the street, and you still said it didn't lead to a big mistake. Do you know who you are facing? The veins on Ling Ziyue's face tensed up, and his eyes flashed fiercely. This Mr. Yi, even me, is far behind him. Looking at human society, he is also a spine-like existence. The power of ants like you is insignificant. Jiguang, how dare you provoke Mr. Yi? Jin Sanyu's eyes were shocked, and he couldn't believe it. This, according to the information provided to us by Black Source, this Shi Yang is a wealthy man in China. He just has a certain military background. How can it be? Mr. Ling, you must have made a mistake. Ling Ziyue sneered, it's ridiculous that you guys, being treated as spearmen, are still grateful to others. How pitiful and hateful. Mr. Yi, that is one of China's top 10 wills. You have been a little bewitched for your own selfish interests. It's really almost brought disaster to our country. This. Several people's lips trembled, and they almost fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear. This identity and background is a bit too scary. They all knelt down directly. No wonder he was able to wipe out the polar bear so quickly. No wonder the bosses didn't react at all even after he wiped out the polar bear. They even came here to help Yi Yang today. They now know all the inside story. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. This Black Source wants to kill us. The information he gave us was wrong from the beginning. We are all implicated by you. Jean Satter. You were the one who called for us to join in the first place. We were bewitched by you. I will fight with you. Several people struggled together, all filled with hatred. Obviously, they were swiped by the black source. In this terrifying battle at the level of the human spine, even if they are respected as the five guys of your kingdom, they are nothing more than bugs in this battle. What's more, that black source is fundamentally opposed to all countries. No, it should be said that it is opposed to human beings. Everyone should kill it. You should never step on it. This line. Ling Ziyue shook his head and sneered, okay, now that you're dead, you'll understand. Spit out everything you know. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the ultimate pain of human beings. Mr. Jean and others stopped fighting because one of his arms was broken. Mr. Jean obviously suffered a great loss in the scuffle and was almost beaten to death. We all said. Now. He found out that he was tricked by the black source, and even because of them, he was about to die. They were all extremely angry and wanted to win back the fight. Unfortunately, their knowledge is extremely limited, and the structure of the black source is too tight. From the beginning to the end, the only person connected with them was the leader of the country. And at this time, a base underground in Hu City. The leader of the Yu Kingdom looked at the video sent back and said angrily, a bunch of trash. Beside him, several other masked people also looked over. Isn't it inevitable that they will fail? We have already expected it. The tall man on the left was making a loud sound. Yeah. I never thought they would succeed, but I wanted them to test Yi Yang's power in you. Unfortunately, they didn't even do such a small job, damn Ling Ziyue, damn it. The Vietnamese officials interfered. The leader of the Yu Kingdom slammed the table angrily, just wait. Sooner or later the world will be turned upside down. Let you who did bad things today suffer a lot. First update. The leader of the Black Source State was extremely uncomfortable. The game was originally designed to be perfect. Maybe it could achieve the goal of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But it was blown up by the sudden new official. This made him extremely uncomfortable. It was like eating 3 secrets and 107 kilograms of shit. This bunch of trash, they didn't even play the most basic role, but instead alerted the enemy. The leader of the Yu State sat back, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. It seems that I can only think about it again. Have you completely cut off the contact with those people? All of them have been cut off, and I guarantee that they can't find. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang. After answering the phone and saying a few words, the person who spoke changed color. What? How is it possible? The leader of the Yu State had an ominous premonition in his heart. What's going on? One of our contact stations in Hu City was destroyed. The person in charge who had just made the promise said. The chief of Yu State glared, and the ominous premonition in his heart came true. Retreat immediately, he shouted. Is it that serious? It's just a primary contact station that was taken down. It will take many days to find us. I believe that our people will not betray the Black Source even if they are beaten to death. The burly man said with great confidence. Anything can happen to Yi Yang. The chief of Yu State sighed. Even the headquarters of the Black Source finds it extremely difficult to deal with him and needs to make a deep layout, let alone us. Even if the people below have been brainwashed by us, they can't relax too much. Retreat quickly. Okay, but I still think that the death warriors I trained will never. Before he finished speaking, another call came in. The next level contact station has been cracked. The burly masked man felt that he was slapped from left and right in just a few minutes, and his cheeks were slapped so hard that he was stunned. Good man, this is too embarrassing? Is this the guy you said, who would never betray us even if he was beaten to death? The leader of Jiangjing State sneered. Sure enough, none of them is reliable. How can I do a good job with a bunch of insects like you? He shouted angrily, not daring to delay any longer. Now that Jiangjing is unstoppable, he really can't let anyone delay. Maybe the next moment, the headquarters will be directly cracked. It's bad. The man at the intermediate contact station knows our location. The burly man slapped his forehead and regretted. How could he know our information across levels? The leader of Jiangjing State roared angrily. Ahem, it's a long story. The burly man smiled embarrassedly. You are not going to promise me again that the man will not betray us even if he is beaten to death? The leader of Jiangjing State pressed. Ahem, this is what I think. The burly man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's bad. Suspicious people are appearing from all directions. The whole city of Hu is now full of their people. It's hard for us to withdraw. They only took the funds and didn't even want to take valuables. It can be imagined that they only took a few minutes to prepare for the retreat. But in just a few minutes, they came to the door. These are the reliable people you mentioned. The leader of Jiangjing State wanted to kill the burly masked man. I. The burly masked man hesitated, and he even wanted to commit suicide to apologize. Unfortunately, after thinking about it, I still think that life is more important. In front of a building in Hu City, the intermediate contact of the source of darkness, who had collapsed mentally, fell to the ground. His eyes were dull, and he muttered in his mouth. Obviously, he was completely collapsed. This is too scary. Yes, this person. Everyone in the field trembled as they looked at the woman in front of them. The woman smiled at them gently, harmless to people and animals, but everyone who saw her trembled. They had just seen it. This woman is simply a devil. Under the beautiful appearance, the means are so terrifying that it is unimaginable. In just 2 minutes, she hypnotized a strong-willed being, and directly made the other party mentally collapsed. This is terrible. Ninth sister, your hypnotic skills have improved again. Among the 8 trump cards of Hurricane, Shou Qingxian patted the girl's shoulder in front of her. It's still because her will is too weak. Ninth sister curled her lips. The 8 trump cards are just a general term, and it is also a means to fool the outside world. In fact, the 8 trump cards are not just 8 people. Sometimes there are more than a dozen people, and at least there may be only 5 or 6 people. Haha, the people of the Black Source are notoriously difficult to deal with. If it weren't for you, ninth sister, coming here, even if I rely on my poison, it would take some time to force the question out. Xiao Xiaozhu laughed. That's all I can do. Ninth sister covered her mouth and laughed. The people around were sweating profusely. Is this still called just this ability? This ability is too terrifying. Isn't it? Jiangjing smiled and nodded. However, this woman actually knows the location of the headquarters. It seems that she has a close relationship with a manager in the headquarters. This is an unexpected gain. Ling Ziyue's eyes were bright. Although he knew that there must be talented people around Jiangjing, he didn't expect that such a random person would be so terrifying. He looked at Zhu and Xian, who didn't make a move. And a chill rose in his heart. Although there were only a few people around Yang, if all of them made a move, it would be a terrible disaster. He sighed. People like Yang really couldn't be judged by common sense. Let the people over there do it, let's go directly. This time, State mobilized all its forces. As long as they knew the location, they could let all the nearby forces rush there. Yang could even hear the sound of gunfire in the distance. It seems that the armed forces of the State headquarters of the Black Source are very strong. The fierce exchange of fire continued. Life and blood were constantly being shed. When they rushed over, the battle had stopped. No matter how strong the Black Source is, it is just a shadow organization and cannot fight against the official. Moreover, the incident happened suddenly, and they were not prepared, so they were quickly wiped out. Along the way, we can see traces of gunfire, many people fell down. And ambulances came one after another. It must be said that the power of the Black Source is very strong. Even if it is just a surprise attack, a headquarters has such firepower. The reason why the Awakening Lion plan in the Magic City can go so smoothly is that guns and cannons can hardly be transported in. Secondly, it is also because of coincidence that the factory owner was caught first, so that the battle can be won without bloodshed. Second update. The group walked into the base. There was already a circle of people kneeling inside. The Black Source Kingdom branch had been completely destroyed. The head of Kingdom was wearing a black robe, and the mask that was originally used to maintain mystery was crooked. Someone walked up angrily and slapped the mask off. The head of the Kingdom was revealed. He was a skinny man, and when he took off the black robe, he immediately lost his sense of mystery. He even looked a bit like Nicholas Jousey in Country Love. He looked at Yang with hatred. He had been in Kingdom for so many years, and naturally knew that if Yang was not here, with the efficiency of Kingdom, it would be impossible to find them now. It must be because of Yang. He is the biggest variable. You are really the nemesis of our Black Source. Wherever you go, you will destroy us. The head of Kingdom looked at Yang with great hatred. Squeezing out these angry words from his teeth, Yang smiled slightly. You are wrong. If you don't come out to seek death, it will take some effort to destroy you. You. The leader of State was angry. He regarded Yang as an opponent in his heart. But the other party only regarded him as a little expert in seeking death. In his words, he didn't take him seriously at all. This was really an insult to him. You still want to wrestle with the boss, you are still young. Xian came up and had a big fight. Of course, she could hear what this guy meant. What do you want to find out from me? Don't dream. The only purpose of my staying here is to tell you that you will be killed by us. The end of the world is inevitable. You will feel your own stupidity. You have completely angered us. If you have the ability, stay in China for the rest of your life. As long as you don't return to China, you will live in a life-threatening crisis. He shouted at the top of his lungs. His face was getting darker and darker. Not good. Shou was the first to see the clue. He flipped his hand and some silver needles appeared, which were directly inserted into several key acupuncture points of the State leader. However, as soon as they were inserted, all the silver needles turned black. The next moment, black blood flowed from the 7 orifices of the You state leader, and soon there was no sound. This poison is too strong. He only left himself time for a sentence. As a master of poison, Shou gave this conclusion. What should we do? According to the structure of the black source, only the president here knows the information related to the black source headquarters, right? Ling Ziyue frowned. Although there are conflicts and cooperation between the Asian countries, but the common enemy in essence is the black source. As long as the black source headquarters is destroyed, the prestige among the countries can be immediately improved. Shou Qingxian was not in a hurry. He looked at a primitive man dressed as a hunter in the 8 Aces team. The primitive man had brown skin and immediately stepped out. Dead people can also speak. He opened his pocket, which contained various tools. He leaned down, and soon, the head of state became incomplete. After a while, the man stood up and wandered around. He has the most primitive hunter instinct and can infer the information he wants from some details. Shou Qingxian introduced. Ling Ziyue and others were all suddenly enlightened. I couldn't help but sigh that there were so many talented people around Yang. With such a group of people, ordinary people couldn't even get close to them. Of course, if you really get close, you will find out. Yang alone is more terrifying than this group of people put together. It's hidden very deeply, but I inferred that the headquarters of the black source should be in southern Asia, where the climate is very hot, where coconut trees are produced, and there is a smell of tigers. The hunter thought for a while and said the first wave of speculation, for a more detailed analysis, you need to go back and think carefully and summarize a report. Yang nodded. If it was so easy to find the black source headquarters, they would not have been able to stay safe and sound in Asia for so many years. They removed the black source headquarters of state within one day, and when the news came out, all the countries were shocked. However, when they knew that Yang was involved in the operation, these surprised countries felt that it was extremely normal. Where Yang is, what is a miracle? They even suspected that this was a plan that China and state had already discussed, and this time Yang went to state just for this matter. Yang couldn't help laughing at these speculations. Even if these people became intelligence bosses, they were still so good at making up their minds. But he was too lazy to pay attention to these. He continued his wonderful trip to a foreign country and went to see a building given to him by Wang Xiaozong. It must be said that Wang Xiaozong was very willing to give it up. Whether it was the location or the price, the building he gave him was the best among the buildings. He was very satisfied with this small gift. Southeast Asia, inside a palace somewhere. The black source headquarters looked at the report in front of him. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. This Yang is really brave. We haven't put all our efforts into killing him yet, but he has already left China and wiped out one of our branches. Well, if you are not afraid of death, we will play with you. The black source headquarters stood up, upgrade Yang to the biggest enemy of the black source. As long as he is outside China, he will be listed as the first on the must-kill list, listed before all targets, and treated as the highest target. Yes. The many silver-faced people present shouted angrily. Yang ruined too many things for them. Now he is officially regarded by the black source as the biggest obstacle to the ultimate world ambition. They all know that Yang is unlucky. Looking at Asia for so many years, no one can survive for too long in the first must-kill position of the Black Source. The Black Source has mobilized all the shadow resources, hiring murderers all over the world, posting tasks on the dark web, using every possible means. The most interesting thing is that another branch called Hurricane to commission the assassination of Yi Yang. As a result, the location was tracked back by the galaxy black hole. A few days later, this branch was wiped out by the local officials. It made the Black Source look confused. In a few days, 2 major branches were destroyed in succession. This is something that Black Fountain has never encountered before. Damn. Yi Yang. He should be held responsible. Let him die. You country, tropical matter. Yi Yang has been touring the famous scenic spots here with his bodyguards and girls these days, and has eaten all the delicious food in you country. Today he returned to tropical manor. What's going on? As soon as Yi Yang came back, he saw the scarred boss of the ace bodyguard throwing a person off the wall. Bang! The lifeless being fell heavily from the top of the wall and hit the ground. First update. How is this going? Yi Yang asked, looking at the servants of the villa and manor who came to clean up. It was obvious that these people were accustomed to this kind of scene. In the past few days, this is already the 17th time. They are really brave and not afraid of death. On the wall, the ace brother jumped down and saluted Yi Yang. Oh? Yi Yang was having so much fun these days that he didn't even notice what had changed. These are killers from other organizations, or killers working alone. They are here to murder you, boss. Shou Qingxian also clapped her hands and walked over. Why are there so many all at once? In China, with all the layers of protection, it would be difficult for these people to even get through customs, let alone get in front of people like him. He had too many enemies. Before leaving China, he had already foreseen that these things would happen. But he didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen 17 times within a few days. You really miss me so much that you want me to die? Yi Yang sneered. According to investigation and interrogation, it should be because Black Source recently put you, boss, at the top of the must-kill list. Xiao also walked over from the other side. Oh? Is it the one on the hit list that they hired Hurricane to assassinate me a few days ago, but instead exposed one of their branches? Yi Yang laughed, not feeling that the crisis was coming, but actually finding it interesting. Boss, do you plan to return to China next? Xiao asked. After all, the dark web and various killer organizations have recently been stimulated by Black Source's must-kill list. It will definitely get crazier from now on. However, with the ability of Hurricane, it is possible to achieve near-perfect enlightenment. For example, in the past few days, these people have no idea that Yi Yang has gone out to travel across the country. They all rushed to tropical manor. Hearing this, Yi Yang sneered. Originally I wanted to go back. But now that the other party is so provocative and impatient, my going back will not have the effect of luring the snake out of its hole. He simply didn't have to worry anymore and just wandered around the country. Of you. From time to time, I was invited to attend local high-level gatherings, business salons, and other activities in Vietnam, which made Black Source so angry that I gritted my teeth. The killers who rely on these organizations and work alone may have no hope. The eyes of the leader of the Black Fountain were cold. As far as he knew, in the past few days, the assassins and people from all walks of life who had failed to assassinate Yi Yang had suffered nearly 100 losses, and all of them had gone without return. We could be wrong. A silver-faced counselor whispered. What did you say? Someone asked angrily. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we used to only think that he had official status in China, but now judging from Yi Yang's performance, he knows the rules and situations of the underground world and the gray world very well. The silver-faced counselor said. What do you want to say in the end? The doubter frowned. I have a vague feeling that he has another extremely powerful force outside of China. This force must be very terrifying and powerful enough to protect Yi Yang abroad. The silver-faced counselor stood up and deepened his analysis. The documents reported for the branch that was recently destroyed showed that a few days before they were destroyed, they had contacted hurricane security. What? You mean? Hearing this name, all the council members of Black Source could not sit still. Although China is tyrannical, it relies on its status and will not go abroad to deal with them. But if Yi Yang really has the power of hurricane in his hands, that would be a nightmare for them. Yes. I think it's very possible. Why haven't I thought about that before? How is it possible? Yi Yang has spent countless days abroad from birth to now. How can he master hurricanes? Perhaps the situation is not as pessimistic as we thought. Yi Yang just has a close relationship with Hurricane, or Hurricane just owes Yi Yang a favor. 2. Everyone was relieved. In the complex battle of world forces, Hurricane is definitely a very special existence. He doesn't participate in any competition and is very low-key. But relying on its own terrifying strength and incomprehensible depth, it frightened every force. Looking at more than 200 countries in the world, except for the 5 permanent members, who dares to say that they can ignore the most strange and powerful existence in this gray world? Because the hurricane does not compete for dominance and is very low-key, no one has ever seen through its depth. All he knows is that the several killer organizations or security companies that once opposed him have all disappeared in the long river of history. When testing hurricanes, the end result is always a muddy cow drowning in the sea. No matter what, we must face up to this possibility and investigate in depth. The leader of the Black Fountain pointed his finger at the back of the chair, his eyes flashing with thoughts. This Yi Yang is already perverted enough. He holds power and wealth, and has enough force to defeat top boxing champions. How can he be so powerful in the black world? Is he still a human being? He is less than 25 years old. Some people sighed. Since the speculation, Black Source has fallen into shadow. The number 1 must kill list storm soon faded away. Wave after wave of organizations and individual killers fell and were destroyed. The news could be suppressed at first, but later it became completely unsuppressible. Alas, the first place on the Black Source must kill list has a bonus of $100 billion. In addition, the Black Source can also satisfy this person's 3 wishes. But this money, you can get it but not spend it. Forget it. Many people have died under this bounty. I dare not touch it again. Whoever goes is a fool. Money is something outside of the body, life is the most important. A word gradually spread in the killer world. Yi Yang cannot be killed, and you will die if you touch him. Just like this, half a month passed in a flash. Yi Yang traveled all over Yu State, and the storm of the first must-kill list was almost completely suppressed. No one dared to come to die. The 8 ace bodyguards are here, let alone these guys coming to die in batches. Even if they Come together, they can't get within 100 steps of Yang. The storm caused by this incident was so big that the whole killer world was shaking. The people who are most closely connected to the assassin world are the nobles of various countries. They naturally know the process of this incident. This Yang is really scary. He dares to kill the first killer of the black source alone. He really has the confidence. If I were him, even on my own territory, I would not be able to do this. It's so awe-inspiring. This secret storm that is not seen by the world and will not be known by the general public has made many nobles in Southeast Asia witness Xi Yang's terrifying power. Even if he is not in China, His Majesty cannot be shaken. Second update. This Xi Yang is really lucky. I couldn't kill him so many times. Haha. It seems that this black source is number 1 on the must-kill list, and its deterrence is nothing more than that. It's really hateful. Many of Yi Yang's enemies, after learning that Yi Yang was on the top of Black Source's kill list, were eagerly waiting, hoping that this wave could take Yi Yang away. There were also many people who muddied the waters and offered to assassinate Yi Yang themselves, hoping that the assassination would be more powerful. However, the result undoubtedly disappointed them. Now, the assassination crisis has completely subsided, and Yi Yang is still alive and well, enjoying himself in various ways in the country of Yu, attending various activities, and every photo of him with a smile on his face seems to be mocking their incompetence and ridiculing their powerlessness. The craziest among them is undoubtedly the Baylor Consortium. They are carrying hundreds of billions of euros in bets. Now, the construction of Yi Yang's lunar base has begun. Their rocket has only just completed its second launch. It is not known when the construction materials will be completely transported to the moon. They are almost certain to lose. Once it loses, it will be a loss of 800 to 900 billion euros. There are not only more than 600 billion euros of their own money, but also the money of Yi Yang's enemies and the major financial groups and plutocrats who want a piece of the pie. If they lose, their anger will definitely be directed at the Baylor Consortium. Even the European leader, Ceci's Baylor, felt scared. That's more than 600 billion euros in cash. Even if they are the 4 leading consortiums in Europe, this is an extremely heavy amount of money. Once it is cashed out, the flow of funds in many industries under his name will suddenly be blocked. Therefore, they now want Yi Yang to die the most. Apart from the black source, they are the ones who make the most noise in the black world. It seems that even Black Source can't kill this Xi Yang. What a waste. It claims to be compared with the largest black organization in Europe, Fallen Source. I think it is really weak. Asian ones are really weak. A member of the Baylor Consortium sneered. Haha, if it is number 1 on the must-kill list released by the Fallen Source, no one can survive for such a long time. These council members all said with hatred. The source of corruption is the biggest poison in Europe. It has caused us more trouble than Yi Yang. Don't start speaking for such anti-human things, just because you hate Yi Yang. The conscientious member scolded. Snort. The several council members who were reprimanded snorted coldly and stopped talking. We must not let this storm go away completely. Let's add the last flame to him. A white-haired veteran of the Baylor Consortium wearing black and gold robes spoke. That's right. We can't let this storm go away. We need to keep this fire burning. And it will get stronger and stronger until it burns Jiangjing to death. All the members in the audience echoed. Oh? Elder, do you have any suggestions? Sethi's Baylor asked. He is the current helmsman of the Baylor Consortium, but if it is really because of this bet that the consortium loses 600 billion euros in property, plus he bears the hatred of other consortiums, he will definitely be punished by his family, falling from the clouds to hell. Wealth moves people's hearts, money can make ghosts grind. The elder said coldly, if they can't be moved by hundreds of billions of dollars, then add more chips. Let the killers all over the world go crazy. Let them kill that Jiangjing. Let him die without a burial place. His voice was so cold that it sent shivers down your spine. Seth nodded, hesitantly. There is no need to hesitate. China was able to land on the moon quietly and even start building a base directly. It must be because their technological level exceeds ours. There is no doubt that we will lose this space race. The white-haired veteran in black and gold robes was extremely clear-headed and rational. Instead of losing 600 billion euros at that time, it is better to spend 300 billion directly to kill this gambler and make this debt a headless debt. Save 300 billion euros, very valuable too. The consortium, good. I think what the elder said is very reasonable. I also support the elder's resolution. All the council members stood up and said repeatedly. Sethi still has some illusions, thinking that the Baylor Consortium can win the so-called moon ribbon cutting before maybe just China's bluff. But now it seems that if the interruption continues, it will be disrupted. He frowned, but if this is the case, then Jiangjing must be able to guess that we did it. We are different from the black source. They are hiding and we are revealing. If you adopt this method, you will not only be ridiculed, but the consequences will be very serious. The black gold and white-haired veteran stood up. My dignified Baylor Consortium is one of the leaders in Europe. The majesty itself is inviolable. This Jiangjing has repeatedly treated us as nothing, and deserves to die. Let's see who dares to laugh at us. He continued to pace and stood in the hall. As for fear of his revenge? Does he still want to kill the people of our Baylor Consortium in Europe? I forgive him for not having the ability or the courage. This. Seth was still a little hesitant. They are behemoths in the world of light. Once rumor spread, it will have a great impact. If Jiangjing was just an ordinary businessman, it would be fine, but he has those two identities. If he is really destroyed by us, China will go crazy. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole audience fell silent. Indeed, no matter how powerful a person is, the most terrifying consortium in the world, the Baylor Consortium, will sneer at him. But behind Jiangjing, that is the whole of China. One of the three major countries in the world. Almost unlimited energy. Provoking them is definitely not a good choice. This. Everyone hesitated. As long as there is no solid evidence to prove that we did it, what can China do? The elder sneered, even if we take a step back, if the matter is really exposed, let me bear all the blame. I will fight for the Baylor Consortium with my last drop of blood. This. Everyone present was moved. Then, it's settled. Sethi's Baylor knocked on the table, with a firm look in his eyes. Soon, in the black world, a piece of news swept the entire world. Someone in the black market offered 300 billion euros for Yang's life. Now, as long as Jiangjing is killed, he can get the 100 billion US dollar reward from The black source, plus the 300 billion euros offered by the mysterious man. This head is too valuable. Enough to drive almost all killers in the world crazy. First update. After this news swept the world. Very soon, another news came from the black world. The black source has increased the bounty for the first on the must-kill list from $100 billion to $200 billion. Oh. My God. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, one or two of them are crazy. They really want to take advantage of Yi Yang's absence from China and kill him outside the country. Now, the pressure on Yi Yang will increase dramatically. Do you think Yi Yang will be scared and run back to China overnight this time? See how he was showing off before, showing up every day, and smiling so brightly. Let's see if he can still smile this time. In this world, some people like Yi Yang, and some people hate Yi Yang to the bone. When the news came out, some were happy and some were sad. Many people sent concerned messages to Yi Yang. Many people wanted Yi Yang to return home as soon as possible. The risk abroad was too great. All in all, it was almost $500 billion, equivalent to more than 3 trillion Chinese yuan. As long as Yi Yang can be killed, 3 trillion Chinese yuan can be obtained. How many people would be crazy for this? What are you waiting for? I can't help it. Even if I don't live, it would be a pity not to try. For so much money. Do you want to form a team? 30% to 70% of the market after that. This money can hire a mercenary to kill him. Maybe you can buy a nuclear bomb to blow him up. Haha. On the black internet, many voices were unscrupulous, and the sound tide that had been weakening suddenly became noisy. Everyone was rubbing their hands. However, they knew that to deal with someone like Yi Yang, mercenaries and nuclear bombs were all nonsense. If they dared to attack Yi Yang openly, China's nuclear bombs would hit them the next day. They could only play dirty. On that day, the frequency of assassinations increased 5 or 6 times compared to before. Blood was seen all the time. Wherever Yi Yang existed, it was a bloody place. Yi Yang traveled all over Yu State and left countless assassins in Yu State. Alas, it was quite relaxing, but these few days made me feel like I was back on the mercenary battlefield. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both muttered. In China, there was no pressure at all. There were not many assassins who could infiltrate. They even felt relaxed during routine bomb disposal. But these 2 days, they found the work rhythm of their busiest time. However, although the assassins were crazy and used all kinds of means, under the protection of the 8 trump cards of Hurricane, no one could really kill Yi Yang. Often the threat is eliminated before it actually appears. Soon, the identity of the mysterious man was analyzed. 90% of it is the Baylor Group. Huasha immediately issued the most severe warning, ordering the Baylor Group to withdraw the reward, otherwise it would be not to say that I didn't warn you. However, the Baylor Group was very stubborn and insisted that they knew nothing. This was just throwing dirty water out of thin air. Soon, Hurricane and Huasha intelligence arrived. The €300 billion investment was confirmed to be from the Baylor Group, but there was no concrete evidence to prove it at the legal level. The Baylor Group? Yi Yang sneered, seeing that he was going to lose. He resorted to such despicable means. He really had to be the leader. Boss, should we overturn the Baylor Group? An ace bodyguard said angrily. No need, after all, there is no evidence to prove that. It is the Baylor Group. We need equal retaliation. Yang shook his head and said lightly. Boss, what do you mean? The ace bodyguard's eyes lit up. The next day, a piece of news once again shocked the international tycoon world. Just last night, in the Baylor Group manor, Baylor heavyweight, Noel * Baylor elder, was shot in the head in a private villa, blood splattered, and died miserably. There was no evidence at the scene. The killer was like a ghost. No one could prove who the killer was. But the tycoons felt cold in their hearts. Because they could basically guess who did it. Yi Yang. Only Yi Yang. The €300 billion reward angered this Chinese giant. This was his counterattack. In the middle of the night, he sent someone to kill the elder of the Baylor Group in anger. Once this guess was made, it could not be stopped, and everyone was spreading it. No one could prove it, but everyone knew it. This Yi Yang is so cruel. He killed the elder of the Baylor Group directly. When that old guy dominated the international business world, his grandfather was still a child. Right? Yes, Noel Baylor is one of the most important figures in the Baylor Group, and he has a lot of say. Even this big guy, he was ruthless and killed him at will. It's terrible. The most important thing is that it happened in the Baylor Group's manor. This is too scary. The Baylor Group, one of the 4 leading European companies, must have run its base like an iron bucket, but it was breached within a day, and a heavyweight elder was assassinated silently. Was this done by a human? This must be a ghost. It's a ghost. Everyone was shocked by the meaning behind this news. This means that Yi Yang has an extremely terrifying assassination force in his hands. This force can even sneak into the base camp of one of the top 10 international consortiums silently and kill a top boss. Many of Yi Yang's enemies who were preparing to follow up on the bounty were completely paralyzed by this news. No one dared to chase him anymore. They all knew that the so-called protection around them was paper-made compared to the Baylor consortium matter. The person behind Yi Yang even entered and exited the Baylor consortium as if it were his own home. Taking their heads was as easy as eating appetizers. Bang! Ceci's * Baylor roared to the sky, Yi Yang. All the counselors of the Baylor consortium were furious. The Baylor consortium manor, on this day, hatred soared to the sky. How many years have passed since the Baylor Group became one of the world's top 10 groups? No one has dared to disrespect the Baylor Group in Europe. For how many years? Not to mention such humiliation, sneaking into the manor and shooting our elders. This revenge must be avenged. However, after they gradually sobered up from their anger, they felt disappointed. If they could kill their elders like this, why can't they be killed like this? After thinking of this, all the council members tacitly stopped talking about revenge. Just now they were full of hatred, but now they all just stood by and watched. Ceci's Baylor sat down, his face burning. Yi Yang once again gave him a world-class slap in the face. Second update. Silence, a long silence. Only the faint sound of words echoed in the lobby of Baylor Manor. After a long time, someone finally said hesitantly, "How about we take back this €300 billion reward?" Ahem. Many people present were coughing and feeling embarrassed, but no one really stood up to oppose this proposal. There was only one veteran of the Baylor consortium who supported this proposal iron-heartedly and was even willing to risk his life to take the blame. Now he is really dead. No one in the entire Baylor consortium is willing to pay with their life for the assassination of Yi Yang. The consortium will pay a compensation of 600 billion, and that's it. At most, their property will be less than before, but no one wants to die. With so much money, they can still live a wonderful second half of their lives. Vaguely, the chatter became louder. Sethi's Baylor looked around in disappointment at the council members of the Baylor consortium in the lobby. The civil and military officials of the entire dynasty are all hesitant now, not daring to say a word. He knew that withdrawing the reward had become inevitable. I see. He nodded. Somewhat tired. This Yi Yang is really too unfathomable. In any aspect, as long as he touches it, the other party seems to have power beyond common sense. Whether it was the business war at the beginning, the hacker war later, the space race later, or the current assassination. As if the other party is a perfect person, without any shortcomings, nothing can kill him or defeat him. An endless sense of failure and frustration arose in his heart. Unlike ordinary people who often suffer setbacks, Sethi's, as the helmsman of Europe's leading consortium, has never felt this kind of frustration since he was born. This feeling made him confused and scared. However, before withdrawing, we still need to hold the other party accountable, and it cannot be withdrawn today. Otherwise, it will be confirmed that it is the fatwa issued by our Baylor consortium. Some elders saw the pressure on Sethi's and asked him to step down. The counselors in the audience also breathed a long sigh of relief. At least their lives must have been saved. Just do it. Sis sighed, stood up, patted the gilded seat, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the lobby. He is too tired. He began to realize. Perhaps it was a fatal mistake to mess with Yi Yang from the beginning. The Baylor consortium is used to being proud. Yi Yang was just teaching an incompetent junior of their consortium a lesson, and the fault was with this ineffective guy first. Even if it is right or wrong, he and Yi Yang are fighting over the princess of Lubao. It is just a jealousy among young people. The Baylor consortium should not get involved. Step by step, the Baylor consortium paid an increasingly heavy price for its pride. These 600 billion euros cannot be saved. His face was solemn and his heart was sad. This would be a terrible blow to the Baylor consortium. Accountability for the Baylor consortium will come soon. Yi Yang sneered, made the matter public directly, and asked sternly, has the Baylor consortium already admitted that you issued the vendetta order? Otherwise, when your elders were shot dead, the first person to think of accountability has nothing to do with this matter. What about me? This rhetorical question left the Baylor consortium speechless. Many people were watching the joke, and they couldn't help but laugh jokingly. However, many discerning people also have a premonition that this matter is coming to an end. Both sides are almost clear-cut. This means that both sides are ready to give up. After all, there is no evidence for the secret vendetta, and it cannot provoke a big dispute. If it is revealed openly, it will be a disaster that will affect the entire world. No one wants to see this scene. As expected, in the following days, there was no news of anyone being shot dead from the Baylor consortium. 3 days later, in the dark web, the 300 billion euro reward for Yi Yang disappeared silently. There is a tacit understanding between the two parties. Although everyone knows it well, they can't take it seriously. This matter has come to an end for now. These days, In the world of international killers, countless people who have been famous both inside and outside for many years have fallen, and have been forever dimmed from the killer list. This is a catastrophe. Everyone is frightened. After the reward of 300 billion euros disappeared, the killers' heads, that were overwhelmed with blood, gradually cooled down. Their hearts were throbbing. Looking at the already dilapidated killer list, the top 100 names, surnames, and code names were more than half gone. How many of those nameless ones had to die? They were all afraid, frightened. All the killers put away their minions, completely positioning Yi Yang as an unkillable person. There was a terrifying force surrounding him. Any killer who went there would never come back. From that day on, Yi Yang completely became a taboo in the killer world and could not be mentioned. The Hall of Black Fountains. The people at the helm and in the mask all had their veins jumping. I thought that the intervention of the Baylor Consortium was a great opportunity, but to my surprise, Yi Yang survived. They are all unwilling, angry, and regretful. Yi Yang. In the Black Source Hall, this roar echoed endlessly. Add more money. Keep adding money. Not long after, in the Black Network, although the Baylor Consortium stopped, the Black Source added another 100 billion US dollars. Yi Yang's bounty remained at a terrifying 300 billion US dollars. However, this 100 billion US dollars did not cause any waves. Although the killer put his head on the belt to make money, he would not really go to die knowing that he would die. This storm has completely ended. Tropical manner. Yi Yang specially raised some large carnivorous waterfowl, such as crocodiles, in the pond. Even so, the dead people these days cannot be eliminated. Even if it is cleaned every day, there will be a bloody smell in the pond. It can be seen how many people have died in the past few days. The killers who usually hide all over the world have recently appeared in groups. Even the 8 trump cards have not had an easy time these days. Because, not only the trump cards of Hurricane are powerful, there are too many talented people in this world, and they have been attacked one after another. Even the 8 trump cards have been injured. Fighting against the wave of assassins from all over the world who heard the news is far from as simple as it sounds. The frequency is obviously much lower today. The ace boss threw a lifeless female assassin directly into the pond with a cold expression. It's almost over. They have been scared to death these days. Even Shou Qingxian was exhausted. Later, even they couldn't stand it anymore, and most of the forces in Yu Kingdom were transferred from Hurricane to guard the vicinity together to ensure that there was no risk of failure. Fortunately, these people rarely act together, and the boss is very efficient in solving problems. If it was like the Blood Knight, even we might not be able to stop it. The ace boss sighed. Well, when it comes to the ultimate taboo in the killer world, the ace bodyguards all show a strong fear on their faces. First update. That bloody night happened because of a sky-high reward. However, the person who received the reward that time was not as lucky and strong as Yi Yang. For a long time, he was unable to stop the momentum of the person who issued the reward. A few days after the reward was released, the killers of the Black Network began to unite, leading to the most terrifying night of blood in the history of the killer world. Many terrible assassination organizations have joined forces, and even the Lone Rangers have joined. Afterwards, the sky-high price of the reward was divided equally. The bounty on Yi Yang's head this time, in terms of amount alone, was much higher than that time. If Yi Yang hadn't killed the veteran of the Baylor Consortium with blood that day, Baylor would have let out The wind that he would withdraw the reward the next day. The consequences are simply unimaginable. As for Black Source, it has no credibility. A bounty of $300 billion was released. Even if Yi Yang was really killed, he might not be able to get the reward. After all, the Black Source was hidden too deeply. They really didn't want to fulfill their promise, and no one could find them. Therefore, due to various coincidences, this storm did not turn into a bloody night in the end. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. It seems that no matter how much money is spent, these killers will never take action again. Those who are willing to take action against Yi Yang have already taken action. The leader of Black Source sighed and sat back, changed the amount of the first sure kill back to $100 billion. Anyone who is willing to take action will do it. Whether it is 1,000 or 300 billion. The amount is no longer the minimum amount. An important indicator. Somewhere in the world, the head of a killer organization looked at the changes on the big screen in front of him. Has it changed back to $100 billion? Then do we still want to organize this event? Someone asked below. No need, this kind of thing has only been successful once in history. The risk we need to take is too great, and we will be destroyed at every turn. If it's just $100 billion, it's not worth it. The leader shook his head and rejected the proposal. Such conversations also occur in the headquarters of many assassin organizations. This Yi Yang solved the problem too quickly. Alas, now the momentum has declined, and it is impossible to use this momentum to promote another bloody night. Some are relieved, some are regretful. Some people want to make money, some want to save their lives, but what everyone thinks is no longer important now. After all, the storm is over. Few ordinary people paid attention to this turmoil. Because the dark web, killers, and bounties are too far away from the world of ordinary people, they are completely out of reach. On public social forums, what is hot these days is the news that China sent out a few days ago. China's lunar base will be built soon. In a few days, a ceremony to open the base will be held, and, at the same time, the launch of another major space program will be announced. Everyone is looking forward to it. The construction of the moon base was realized so quickly. How is this possible, Smekta? Someone exclaimed, I don't believe it. China must have stolen our technology. Baga. It's actually stronger than our big day empire. I can't believe it's not a smoke bomb, or someone is fabricating news and spreading rumors, right? I think it's possible. The news released by China is always very calm and step by step. But the content of the news is shocking. Many people can't believe it, and many people don't want to believe it. However, these people all thought of the same thing in the end. I'll go. If the news from China is true, doesn't it mean Yi Yang is going to win the €900 billion bet? Hiss, it's too scary. The Baylor Consortium is in trouble. It won't just collapse and disband, right? Don't underestimate these super consortiums. Money is just pieces of paper to them. Haha, don't brag them too much. 1 to 200 million may be small money to them, 900 billion or euros. Even if such a top consortium takes it out, it will probably be in danger of collapse. Well, it's true. Although their assets are huge, if they want to come up with such a terrifying amount of cash, they have to sell off their properties, otherwise their cash flow will be cut off. You poor people are still guessing how much money the world's top financial groups have? Anyway, I think the top 10 international financial groups are invincible. This money is nothing to them. Go and play with your consortium, Grandpa. Why are you showing off your IQ here? Hee hee. The Baylor Consortium, which is at the eye of the storm, is also in a gloomy mood. We just withdrew this reward, and the other party announced that they will build a successful moon base. This is too embarrassing. A little regretful. Haha, if you don't withdraw, will you go up next? Forget it, I don't want to die. You're not bragging. Are you? Yi Yang is under too much pressure and wants to tell us that they have succeeded. It's useless for us to offer a reward. It's also possible. After all, the other party issued a statement and we withdrew the reward on the same day. Oh, I hope it's a smoke bomb. All the members were on the verge of tears. Of the 900 billion euros, 600 billion euros were contributed by their Baylor Consortium. This is indeed a terrifying burden for them. However, they also know that this is unlikely. After verifying in many countries and through many methods, the live broadcast of the last ribbon-cutting ceremony on the moon must be true. Since the other party dared to release the news of the lunar base, it proves that it is not far away. How is it possible? It has only been a few days since they cut the ribbon last time? Anyway, I don't want to believe it. It's not their fault. It has been too fast since the ribbon-cutting ceremony. It has only been less than a month. Even if you build a base on Earth, you don't know if it can be built in a month, let alone on the moon. Who would believe it? After hearing the news, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Is it finally built? He stood up. It's time to go back to China. The next day, he boarded the F-1000 with the beautiful sisters and Lu Zhuoyao. In China, the security issue is not so serious, and several ace bodyguards dispersed. This time, the plane landed directly in Beijing. After all, the lunar base officially started operation in just 2 days, and there must be an important commission waiting for him. Second update. He came to the Haiyuan. A group of bigwigs had already been seated waiting for him. After Yi Yang sat down, the meeting began. The lunar base will be officially put into operation soon. Admiral Dong Anbong stood up. Of course, the military must be involved in this matter. The reliability and safety have passed the test. What we mean is that when the lunar base is opened, the planting plan of blue gold rice will also be started. The matter of blue gold rice is no longer a secret among the top Chinese people. This existence that is enough to change the human era at the most fundamental level involves too much. When it is exposed, it certainly needs a superpower as a backing to truly defend it. Otherwise, this kind of thing is simply not something that any individual can keep. All countries and forces will covet it. I agree. Yi Yang nodded. The information drawn from the lunar ruins and the Changbai mountain ruins is too incredible. I vaguely feel a sense of pressure and urgency. The sooner these things are arranged, the better. Yeah. The bigwigs present all nodded. They have the same feeling. As long as they are normal people, they will know in their hearts that humans can never be the only civilization when they see the boundless universe. But the other civilization that has been confirmed to have existed is the pre-civilization on Earth, which is still unexpected. All the pre-civilization equipment in the Changbai mountain ruins has been transported out, but it is too old to study and trace its origin, but after some structural analysis, it is enough for our technology to leap forward. An old academician said. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. However, he was not happy. He knew that this so-called pre-civilization was ahead of modern society in terms of technology, but it was not much ahead. Such a pre-civilization completely disappeared when facing the Great Filter, leaving only scattered relics on the earth, which were not discovered until today. He continued to unlock black technology, and the solution of difficult problems such as nuclear fusion in recent years has promoted the progress of basic science. Maybe there will be another technological explosion next. After that, the technological level of human civilization and this so-called pre-civilization should be on the same level. I don't know what the reason for the Great Filter is. Will it be a kind of civilization disaster that will automatically appear when technology develops to a certain level? He shook his head. If that is the case, maybe the Great Filter is just around the corner. No matter what happens in the future, don't be afraid. No matter what difficulties we face, we will eventually overcome it. This is the confidence and foundation for the continuation of my Chinese civilization for 5,000 years. A big man said in a deep voice. Definitely. Everyone's eyes were firm. They are the backbone of China and the pillars of mankind. The future may be in their hands. Yi Yang looked at them and was deeply shocked. When the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Unconsciously, he has become one of the tall people. Yes. If even he doesn't have the heart to win, then when the big screening really comes, who can he count on to face it? He also stood up and saluted solemnly facing the land of China outside the window. That night he rested in Hainai, and the next day he came to the spacecraft launch site. China's title of construction maniac is not a false name. When the first spacecraft was proven to have no problems, the subsequent ones were just copied and manufactured, which was not difficult. In addition, the construction was at all costs and the highest level. Within a month, the second and third spacecrafts were built. What he is writing now is the Universe 3. China's first batch of spacecrafts, the first series, are naturally qualified to be named after the universe. The four directions and the upper and lower parts are called the universe, and the past and present are called the universe. The concept of the universe was proposed as early as the time of Giguzi's teacher Shi Jiao. This sentence can be said to fully display the great talent of the Chinese sages thousands of years ago who transcended the world. It is also a sentence that Yi Yang has always liked very much. The Universe 3 landed on the moon. In the past month, there are spacecraft that can realize the exploration of the moon at will and travel back and forth between the Earth and the moon at will. The speed of scientific research on the moon is unknown how many times faster than before. In just 1 month, the results of the discovery can be said to be explosive, more than the accumulation of many years before. Yi Yang stepped on the lunar surface, wearing a modified version of the spacesuit. The modified version of the spacesuit is not as bloated as before, it fits well, and looks like a military version of the aerospace style, which is very good looking. This is a special spacesuit modified according to the lunar surface environment. Behind him, there are many people from the Blue Gold Research Laboratory following. After they really landed on the moon, they were all very happy. After all, on Earth, no matter how much research and simulation, it is still Earth after all. Only by planting blue gold rice on the moon can we see its real data and potential assessment. This excitement and sense of achievement are priceless to them. We are definitely the first group. Of Chinese people to plant crops on the moon. Wrong. We are the first group of human civilization. The accompanying personnel were also very excited. This is a major event that will be recorded in history forever in the future. They all look forward to the international public hearing their wonderful expressions when they can farm on the moon. You must be extremely shocked and horrified. Just thinking about it, they couldn't help but rub their hands. They were full of anticipation. This is not the first time that a live broadcast has been broadcast on the moon. The camera crew no longer had the nervousness of the first time. Instead, they were arranging equipment and exploring the lunar base in leisurely time. General Yi, please come in. The base has been completely built, and the so-called launching ceremony is just a formality. The person in charge of the lunar surface base brought Yang into the base. After entering the base, there is no need to wear a spacesuit. There is a simulated ecological environment inside. It feels similar to the one on the Earth, except that the gravity is smaller and the body is as light as a swallow when moving. There are residential areas, eating areas, exercise areas, entertainment areas, and reading areas. Of course, the most popular area is the experimental area. We visited the base in Europe a few days ago. The materials haven't been shipped yet. We don't know when the construction will officially start. How dare you compete with us to see who can build the lunar base first? A construction scientist couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha. When they mentioned this, they all smiled. At first, even members of the project team did not dare to say that they would be faster than Europe. Now it seems that they are simply not the same dimension. The next step is our biggest highlight. The person in charge of the base raised his hand, and the glass wall in front of him changed from shading to transparent mode. Outside, a lunar farm appeared in front of everyone. In an extremely shocking scene. First update. Is this our lunar food field? Someone was shocked. Isn't this too shocking? That's right. In front of them is a deep crater on the moon. The entire crater is filled with reclaimed land. I can't believe that while building the lunar surface base, these construction teams also did such a thing at the same time. When I see a foreigner soon, he will probably be frightened. Someone said. That's right. The people traveling with him nodded in agreement. Soon. The time for the live broadcast will come. Compared with the last time when materials were piled up, a modern science base now appeared behind Yang and others. China is really amazing. In 1 month, they were able to build such a base on the lunar surface. Haha, what's so great? Dehan Minghua, just didn't want to do it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes? I think it's more reliable for you to apply for China's lunar base to be a World Heritage Site. Ha. It's so shocking. This is a scene that only appears in science fiction movies. Gangshen, maybe it's a science fiction movie. After all, there is a 900 billion euros bet behind it, which is enough to tempt anyone to fake it. China is no exception. Here's a big challenge for you, haha, do you think everyone is as poor and crazy as you? Pegasus Meteor Fist, it's been so long, and all kinds of evidence and data from multiple sources have proven it to be true. How can you, a very smart person, still doubt it? When all the scientists in the world are put together, are they not as good as you, a civilian pseudoscientist? Gangshen, haha. You are too naive. This is a scam. Sooner or later, one day you will be able to prove that I am right. Then you will all have to worship me. Snake Monster Jack, that's okay. Everyone is drunk and you're sober alone? Just stay where it's cool. Gangshan, I am right. Doraemon and Shizuka, yes, yes, yes. Many people are also doubting the authenticity of the live broadcast. After all, in everyone's perception, the construction of China's lunar base surpasses their understanding of modern science. This is absolutely not something that can be done in this day and age. It's not really a science fiction movie, is it? The people upstairs are not from the Baylor Consortium, are they? They are spreading rumors there so as not to lose money. Slipped away. Yi Yang can also see the live barrage, but it's a bit delayed. He smiled slightly. I know everyone is doubting our authenticity, so we decided to confirm it. With that said, he got on. The lunar rover. The lunar rover goes away, Mercedes-Benz all the way. Where are we going? Can it really be confirmed? Yi Yang was leisurely looking at the boring lunar surface scenery outside in the lunar rover. The major forces in various countries are well aware that they have professional equipment to detect whether the Chinese lunar base really exists. But they all remained silent and did not testify for China. Then he can prove it himself. The lunar rover stopped, and he jumped off the lunar rover, focusing the camera on the front. This. Oh. God. What? Are these scraps of metal? Baga. Do you want to prove this? What does it prove? There is a bunch of messy materials on the moon, smekta. The barrage surged. Yi Yang smiled slightly. This is the material transported by the European United Super Rocket. From here on, it will be Europe's lunar surface base. I know you don't believe it. He waved his hand directly, and several golf carts came from a distance. There is something like a detector strapped to each car. This is the American lunar probe, this is Europe's own lunar probe, and this is the lunar probe provided to us by Russia. Only Russia provides it itself. As for the first two, of course, Yi Yang directly kidnapped him with a lunar rover. Today, the United States and Europe have no bases on the lunar surface, only detectors taking photos on it. Now, it's all done by him. Did you take all the photos? Yi Yang looked at the camera. Now, go ask your respective space agencies who are silent at the same time. Let them release these photos. The Russian photos were sent out the next moment. Everyone was in an uproar. Where are the American and European ones? Still not releasing it. They don't acknowledge the existence of these photos. Haha, why don't you admit it? I don't think so. This is a scam. Before the quarrel started, a piece of news from the dark web became popular on the internet. Galaxy Black Hole, one of the 9 legendary hackers in the world, broke through the firewall of the European and American Space Agency out of personal curiosity and retrieved the confirmation photos. The photo was posted on the forum and now it has been revealed. Ouch. Although I knew this was 80% true, when it was completely confirmed, people around the world still opened their mouths and felt extremely shocked. China can now freely move around on the moon. Although we were able to walk on the moon 100 years ago, we are now being caught up in the later stages and left behind. It's amazing. Oh, I'm envious. I also want to go to the moon. Maybe I can see aliens. What kind of brain circuit is upstairs? Can you come back alive after seeing the alien? Nothing to say, my great China is awesome. Yishenhao is awesome. Calm down, this is nothing for us Chinese, we Chinese have been there thousands of years ago, and now we are just going back to take a look. If you don't believe it, we still have the story of Chang'e flying to the moon as proof. Ah. Really? Isn't that a fairy? Some foreigners don't know about Chinese myths and legends, and for a moment, they were really frightened, their eyes widened, and they said that this is really a mysterious Oriental power. Okay, it's time to go and see our base. Yi Yang nodded, clearing the doubts on the ground, so that when the Baylor Consortium owes money, they won't refuse to pay. Although these big consortiums are so rich, they are actually very stingy. When they have to pay money, they are not happy. Every time they have to fight a lawsuit and a tug-of-war. Whether it was proving the fairness of the university evaluation with the Sailors Foundation, or the hacker data attack and defense war with the Baylor Foundation and the Sanqing Foundation. He has learned to be smart now. Before the matter is finalized, the evidence is hammered directly, so that they have nothing to deny, and then the money will be much easier to get. Soon, the lunar rover returned to the front of the Chinese base. Compared with the pile of materials just now in Europe, the sci-fi Chinese lunar surface base instantly made the world's people feel the huge gap between the two. Second update. This is our gym. You can do any exercise. The next thing we come to is the reading room. If you feel too busy at work, you can come here, wander among the sea of books, relax yourself. Give yourself a mental spa. Every time they arrive at a new area, the barrage will erupt with countless exclamations, expressing their appreciation for the modernization of this base. The more I watch it, the more it looks like a science fiction movie. I originally thought it would take at least 100 years for such a scene to be realized. I didn't expect it to appear in front of me like this. It's incredible. Originally, I thought working on the moon base would be very lonely, but now it seems that this space can accommodate many people. And there are various rest areas, which is no different from living on the ground. I'm really envious. Stay away from the world, live a leisurely life, and do experiments on the moon with like-minded colleagues. It's simply my dream life. Don't say anything anymore. I'm going to apply for a green card from China. Maybe I can go to the moon in the future. Haha, China's green card is the hardest to get in the world. I think you should stop having delusions. People who are not truly high-end talents will not be accepted. Discussions online are getting more and more heated. Originally, countries were no longer enthusiastic about aerospace. After all, in the early days of aviation, many history-making actions were always taken, which touched the hearts of people from all over the world. But in recent years, there haven't been many breakthroughs. And they have all been sending out rockets step by step. Some countries estimate that they will not be able to launch rockets independently in another 100 years, and they have resigned themselves to their fate. This time, it should be aviation-related topics that have attracted such a big wave of attention in the world for the first time in many years. Similar topics have appeared on the hot search lists in various countries. Countless people are amazed. However, not everyone has the ability to watch live broadcasts. After all, some countries in the world do not yet have mobile phones, and many countries do not have widespread internet access. Most people cannot use the internet above 4G to watch live broadcasts and videos as they wish. This is the current status of human civilization. In the same era, those Born in a superpower and those born in the most backward primitive country have completely different perceptions and feelings about the world. If you go to a primitive tribe in South America or Africa, you may even think that you have traveled back hundreds or thousands of years. In the most high-end laboratories, research has begun on the origin and destruction of the universe. The most primitive African Hadza tribe does not even know what money is and still uses bows, arrows, and spears to hunt for a living. This is not a joke. Yi Yang once watched a documentary about this tribe, and he felt quite emotional at that time. Live broadcast for a long time. After all, the base is built very big. China has the ability to build 2 emergency hospitals with a capacity of 1,000 people within 10 days. As long as there are enough materials, and today's technology is more advanced than back then, in a month, this base can be built into what can be called a small castle. Yi Yang has never seen what the previous civilization looked like when it was at its peak on the moon base, but thinking about it, it's not that far off in comparison. Finally, they came to the glass curtain wall at the end of the base. The curtain wall opens and the white refracted light of the sun comes in through the lens. A huge lunar crater slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Craters on the moon are common. However, what appears in front of us now is beyond everyone's expectations. This place has been sorted out. It looks like cultivation of farmland. That's right. Do you really want to? All Chinese netizens stood up with excited expressions, looking at the scene in the big Tianqing shown on the screen. The natural impulse in their blood was stimulated. Do you want to farm on the moon? Didn't I say before that farming on the moon is completely unfeasible? It seems that this technical problem has been overcome by our scientists, right? I'm going to farm on the moon. If I can really see it, I will have no regrets in this life. I really want to eat rice grown on the moon. Is the food crisis finally going to be completely resolved? This is a big step for mankind, which is a bit inaccurate. It is simply epic making. Building a base on an alien planet is very important, but after all, the materials must be provided by the mother planet, and it cannot be regarded as a true interplanetary civilization. Being able to farm on an alien planet is a sign that civilization can truly flourish on an alien planet. This is epic making. Is mankind going to enter the double star era? Countless people were sighing and couldn't believe it. I thought that China's establishment of its own base on the moon would be the most shocking news in the history of aviation in the past 50 years. But unexpectedly, they actually made an even more shocking move. They want to farm on the moon, achieving a true binary civilization in one fell swoop. Everyone was stunned, opening their mouths in front of the screen and shaking their heads in disbelief. What a bold mind this is. What a pattern in confidence. They couldn't help but feel respect and awe from the bottom of their hearts. In front of the glass wall, Yi Yang also silently looked at the fertile soil in front of him. Here is the first seed of the starry sky dream that has blossomed in the true sense since the birth of mankind. Yes, in addition to the official opening of the lunar base today, China will also announce to the world the lunar planting plan. He announced the news in a deep voice. After the European base is built in a while, the matter of this Tianqing farmland will also be exposed. Instead of being guessed and various conspiracy theories, it is better to show it openly today. Let the world be shocked and sigh. Now that the world is paying attention, It is just the right opportunity to tell the existence of blue gold rice. It will definitely take some time for the real civilian blue gold rice to enter the market. During this time, let the Chinese people digest this news, lest it be surrounded by various rumors and cause chaos like the genetically modified food back then. It's true. Confirmed. We really have to farm. We are going to eat rice from the moon. How can the moon's environment grow food? It's nonsense. Yi Yang is too good at nonsense. I don't believe it anyway. It must be a gimmick. It's a gimmick here to scare us. The reactions of various countries are different. After all, this news is too shocking. Looking at the scene at the lunar base, it doesn't seem like a joke. Yi Yang is clearly confident. Everything has a first step. I believe that within a year, everyone will be able to eat the blue gold rice grown on the moon. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and his voice was full of charm. First update. Yi Shenhao is awesome. I can't wait, do it faster, do it faster. What does moon rice taste like? Many people are looking forward to it. But many people came out and made vile remarks. Haha, there is so much radiation on the moon and the environment is like that. It's not certain whether we can grow food. Even if we do grow it, we will definitely not be able to eat smecta. Yes, yes. Even if it is grown, it will be filled with all kinds of radiation. If you eat it, you will definitely have health problems. You will get cancer, so work hard. Our empire will definitely disdain to eat it. I think you are just sour. Anyway, we want to try it, Ula. Countries have different attitudes towards blue gold rice, but many people are just sour about it. In fact, they also really want to eat rice from the moon. High-level officials from all parties also held an emergency meeting. American conference. I think there are no conditions for growing plants on the moon, let alone food plants like rice. There are scientists expressing their opinions. Yeah. How is it possible to grow food on the moon? We can't even do it under some of the poor conditions on the Earth, let alone grow it on the moon. Most common scientists are shaking their heads and are not optimistic about this. Although China is vast, they don't have much arable land. They have a large population and a huge demand for food. Now that they are on the moon, it is understandable that they want to grow food on the moon. But I think it is just wishful thinking. The 7-star general snorted coldly with his nose shaking. I think so. If there is only a small amount of food, it means nothing. With China's population, at least we need to transport back food worth 100 million people. Even if their aviation technology now surpasses ours, it is probably only by a small margin. How is it possible to transport such a huge weight of food in a short time? The person in charge of food in the United States also shook his head, thinking that this was simply a fantasy and a fantasy. They really want to do this. Not only will they cultivate a medium-sized country-level arable land on the moon's surface, but they will also have a super fleet to transport food between the Earth and the moon. This is without considering the cost of transportation. Discussion. With all due respect, this is nonsense. Those in charge of transportation are also not optimistic. What if they want to immigrate to the moon? Occupy the moon? In this case, before we can achieve large-scale transportation, the entire moon will belong to China. In this way, regardless of land area or strategic Space advantages. China will cause a dimensionality reduction blow to us. The head of the strategy department is very imaginative. They are best at dreaming up various conspiracy theories every day. I think it's very possible. The 7-star general nodded. This is too dangerous. We must launch an international protest to prohibit China from sending people to the moon. On a large scale. That's right. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's put this aside for now. The other party said it was blue gold rice. Do you have any thoughts on this term? The leader of the United States frowned and asked, what else can you think about? He can't even grow it. Even if he does, there are risks in eating it. The genetic mutation of food caused by the space radiation environment may make their so-called blue gold rice highly toxic. Woolen cloth. I think so, but seeing how confident China is, maybe their technology has already matured. Such discussions are taking place among major forces around the world. After all, China has done something too big this time. All countries feel endless pressure. This ability to build a base on the moon at will is no less than a weapon of nuclear weapons level. No other country has it now, only China has it. The next day brought pressure from all quarters and numerous demands and requests. Some want to send scientists to the lunar surface base for exchanges and studies, some want China to reveal core technologies, and some require China not to allow large-scale immigration to the moon. To name a few. Yi Yang, the man at the center of the storm that caused all this, was leisurely taking a bath and doing spa in the moon base. He stretched as he looked at the information that was pouring out of the electronic screen in front of him. That's the benefit of being part of a superpower. If he had done these things by himself, he would have taken the trouble by now. But now, all the subsequent troubles caused by this world-shaking incident will be solved by professionals from all walks of life, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Blue and gold rice has been sown, and various data are better than predicted. Naturally, the people from the Blue Gold Rice Laboratory followed suit, reporting with great excitement. Following this trend, the first batch of real blue gold rice will be harvested within a month. The experimenters all shook their fists. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are the essence of human beings. Any improvement in any aspect will promote the upgrading of civilization. The evolution of history is reflected in the changes in the people's clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Planting rice, eating cooked food, wooden houses, to reinforced concrete houses, from riding horses to taking trains. According to scientists, this is the most romantic and greatest thing in the universe. Yi Yang nodded. The maturity cycle of blue gold rice is very short. It should be related to the special environment of the moon. After learning that blue gold rice can grow normally on the moon and everything is going according to plan, Yi Yang's purpose of coming to the moon this time has been fully realized. He boarded the Universe 3 and embarked on the journey back. The Baylor Consortium has waited for you for a day to raise money, but don't let me down. He looked at the Earth, getting closer and closer outside the window, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. 900 billion euros in bets. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a precedent for mankind. Even with his current status, such an amount of money makes him excited and look forward to it. Such a large cash flow is enough to promote many top projects at the same time. For example, the Large High-Energy Particle Collider that China has always been thinking about can also start construction. He stretched himself. Begin to plan for the future. Thinking about it, he seemed to feel something, and looking at the message sent in, his brows slightly clustered. A 9.3 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean. The crack is over 1,000 miles long. From the coast of South America to the Solomon Islands, all of them can feel the strong tremors. The number of casualties along the coast of South America is being counted. 9.3 magnitude? A bad premonition flashed through his mind. You know, the largest earthquake in human history was only 9.5 magnitude. He looked at the blue planet in front of him. Recently, it has been really calamity-ridden. Second update. Soon, after Yi Yang dealt with all the beginnings and ends of this trip to the moon in Beijing, he returned to the Magic City, Yandingshan Manor. Has there been any news from the Baylor Group? Yi Yang asked. Yumomo smiled slightly. We have been trying to destroy it these 2 days, but there is no response from the other side. It seems that they want to play dead, Yi Yang nodded. The Baylor Group, one of the 4 major European and 10 major international groups, probably never thought that there would be a day when they would play dead and refuse to pay their debts. He thought with a little amusement in his heart. This kind of debt is not something you can refuse to pay if you want to. However, such a huge amount of money is not so easy to get. These are what Yi Yang thought when he participated in the bet agreement. However, he had a 100% chance of winning this aviation competition, so he agreed to it. Anyway, it was just to win 900 billion euros, which was a good deal anyway. I have made several plans. Boss, take a look. Which one is better? As a personal secretary, Yumomo must do his best to promote this gambling agreement. The boss's money. No one can blame it. Yi Yang glanced at the 3 agreements, each one more ruthless than the other. Use them one by one until the Baylor Consortium agrees to pay back the money. Yi Yang ordered. Luckily, he was careful and confirmed the authenticity of the lunar base on the moon. Otherwise, with the current attitude of the Baylor Consortium, if the world had not seen this scene while it was hot and confirmed its existence, the Baylor Consortium would definitely start to spread all kinds of rumors and not pay back the money. Yes. Yumomo smiled. Slightly. After finishing the business, Yumomo put his face on Yi Yang's chest and said softly, Yi Yang, you've been gone for a long time and you didn't come back to see me. I miss you. Yi Yang's waist was numb at Yumomo's voice. He touched her soft hair and smelled her warm fragrance. Isn't this coming back to see you? He lowered his head and kissed Yumomo's forehead. Of all the girls around him, Yumomo has paid the most, but she never said anything. There are too many variables in this trip to you. Before he went abroad, he knew that the black source would definitely be dishonest and there would be bloody disasters, so he didn't bring Yumomo with him. He only brought 2 powerful beautiful bodyguards from the Shou family sisters. He himself couldn't predict what would happen on the trip to you. One was for Yumomo's safety, and the other was that his business really needed her to stay here. I'm sorry for putting you in trouble during this time. He asked Yumomo to sit on the chair and give her a massage. Humph. Yumomo narrowed her eyes and hummed comfortably. Boss, you are so good. Yi Yang smiled slightly. You are so tired, do you want to relax your whole body? Hey? Relax your whole body? Yumomo looked at him. With the tacit understanding between her and Yi Yang, there was no need for too much explanation. She followed Yi Yang from the day he started To gain momentum. Her words, actions, and eyes were enough to understand each other's mood. She raised a charming smile at the corner of her mouth. Okay, during this period, both she and Yi Yang had experienced a difficult time, and they urgently needed to relax. The two massaged each other and felt the long-lost physical and mental relaxation. This relaxation lasted until the early morning of the next day. Yumomo couldn't hold on and fell asleep first. Yi Yang kissed Yumomo's sleeping face, and then turned over and went downstairs to have breakfast. He is now proficient in Chinese martial arts, and his blood is as strong as a dragon. A genetic warrior, his cells are strong. Both in terms of spirit and physical fitness, he is strong to the limit of human beings. Fighting for 7 days and 7 nights without feeling tired, this is far from his extreme. The breakfast was simple. He was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, so the chef of the state banquet specially prepared ordinary meals for him. Fried dough sticks, soy milk and tofu pudding. A typical simple breakfast in the Northeast. However, the raw materials of fried dough sticks, water and beans for soy milk are all the best in the world. The cost of searching for materials for this breakfast is tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention that the chef of the state banquet personally prepared it. It seems simple, but if it is really sold in a top restaurant, it will cost about 100,000 yuan. After listening to the introduction, Yi Yang nodded. 100,000 yuan is indeed simple. While eating tofu pudding, he watched today's hot news. Yesterday, the news that the Baylor Consortium refused to communicate and wanted to default on the debt was sent out. Now, it has been hyped up in international forums. The heat is about to reach the top. The reason why it has not reached the top is because the Baylor Consortium itself has an influence on the media and uses its money to suppress the hot search. If it were not for the news disclosed by Yi Yang, this hot search might have been really suppressed by the Baylor Consortium. But Yi Yang's money power is not weaker than that of the Baylor Group. For him, suppressing the hot search is useless. Soon, the Baylor Group couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that the hot search couldn't be suppressed, they could only discuss the repayment. The Baylor Group manner. Humph. Yi Yang is so heartless. He just won the victory, and he's acting like this. Forcing us to pay back the money. He's such a mean person. That's right. He has no vision. It's not like we won't pay it back. All the counselors were angry. They actually knew that they could not keep the money. It was useless to delay. Sooner or later, they would have to give an explanation. However, they did not expect that Yi Yang would push them so hard. He hardly gave them a chance to breathe. Ahem, if we had won, we might be even more ruthless than him now. An honest counselor said. Enough. You are the only one who has a big mouth. Why are you turning your elbow outward? That's right. I think you want to betray the Baylor Consortium. Some counselors were furious at the time and wanted to put a hat on the honest man. Okay. Ceases * Baylor hammered the table with anger on his face. What a disgrace to quarrel. Let's talk about paying back the money. If it weren't for Mr. Ceases, you agreed to the bet at the beginning, we wouldn't have lost. Now we have to pay 600 billion euros. What do you think we should do? Someone questioned. The scene was quiet, and many people watched this scene with gloating. The loss of 600 billion euros for the consortium is a huge loss. I am afraid that Cessis will not be the head of the consortium for long. Okay, wasn't it you who proposed the bet? You forced President Cessis to agree. You were the ones who shouted the loudest along the way. Now you turn around and blame President Cessis. You are such a mean person. The honest counselor stood firmly on Cessis's platform, and it seemed that he could not see that Cessis was about to lose power. Humph. The person who had spoken against Cessis before shut up angrily. I have a good plan that can satisfy the world's gossips and save my consortium from having to pay back the money. An elder stroked his white beard. And thunder struck out of nowhere. Everyone looked over. If this is possible, it would be great. First. Update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. What's the trick, Elder? Someone asked repeatedly. Kill with a borrowed knife. The elder said calmly. We even posted a reward of 300 billion euros. There were so many killers in the world that I don't know how many, but they couldn't kill him. In the end, they all came back defeated and the storm subsided. Is there any knife that can cause more chaos than this? Where's the sharpness? Everyone frowned. I feel that what the elder said is really meaningless. Humph, of course it is the sharpest knife that ranks at first and must be killed. The elder sneered. If Yi Yang has been staying in China, they will definitely have no choice. Last time in Yu State, they were uprooted before they became popular. As a result, their power in Yu State was also weakened, and they could not have any influence on Yi Yang. Threaten. So, what if this time, we let them know in advance that Yi Yang is going abroad and know his whereabouts? The elder said calmly. Oh? Everyone looked over and had to say that the question raised by the elder was very to the point. The other party will definitely spare no effort to kill him. Black Source's biggest enemy in Asia is Yi Yang, and he will never show mercy. Yes, I think so too. Although I say that, the Black Source is too deep for us to contact us, and Yi Yang also knows the risks of going abroad after this time. Even if we lure the snake out of the hole, he may not be able to agree. Someone raised an objection. No, I think he will definitely come out. The elder sneered. My plan is to invite Yi Yang to a non-Chinese country to discuss compensation together, with all the major forces involved in the gambling this time. Otherwise, there will be no discussion about the gambling. What he is doing now is nothing more than building public opinion. As long as we show our willingness to solve the problem, we will block the whole world. At that time, if he wanted money, he could only follow our suggestion and go outside China to negotiate with us. Many members of the council looked at each other and said that the elder's plan was very clever. Either we don't pay back the money, or, if he wants money, let him take the risk and go abroad. How wonderful. Haha. I think he is scared out of his wits this time and may not dare to come out. This is destined to be a dead debt. Oh, I do hope he comes out. Each of the 4 major anti-human forces in the 5 continents is unfathomable, and the power they hold is extremely terrifying. If there is a plan in advance, this Yi Yang will definitely die. By then, this pair of gamblers, only then can we truly have no debt. That's right. I want him to come out too. Many council members have great confidence in the Black Source, the source of blackness in Asia, the Source of depravity in Europe, the source of destruction in North and South America, the source of greed in Australia. They are the four most terrifying forces on the dark side of the world. They all have infinite influence and energy, but they are all deeply hidden. The four major forces have caused headaches for all countries in the world. After all, these four dark forces have the ultimate goal of destroying social rules and destroying all countries in the world. The enemy of everyone. As one of the four leaders in Europe, the Baylor Consortium must have fought against the sources of corruption in Europe, and naturally knows how terrifying these dark forces are. Therefore, they firmly believe that as long as the black source knows Yi Yang's itinerary in advance, it will definitely kill Yi Yang on the road. Then how can we let the black source know? A council member asked. The elder of the Baylor Consortium sneered, do we still need to tell them? Many council members were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed out loud. The next day, the Baylor Consortium, the Sales Consortium and other consortiums participating in the bet all issued statements. Invite Yi Yang to the Kingdom of the Sun for a gambling compensation discussion meeting. What are we still discussing? We're going to the Kingdom of the Sun. There's a conspiracy at first sight. I don't know what you're thinking if you don't pay the money honestly. That's right. I also feel that these consortiums seem to have a purpose behind them. Compensation is good. That's 900 billion euros. How can we pay compensation honestly? We must meet and discuss it in detail. I can tell you have never done business. How big is the business upstairs? Just commenting on others. Haha, my Xiaobing stall has a chain of 3 Xiaobing stalls in our city. Xiaobing stall? Your surname is Wu, right? How did you know? Humph. Be careful when your wife feeds you medicine in the future role. Even netizens felt something was wrong. Yi Yang naturally knows the intentions of the Baylor Consortium. This is a conspiracy. If you don't go, the other party can naturally say that he gave up the negotiation and will not compensate. Go. Now that the news is all over the internet, Black Source must have known about this for a long time. And will definitely intercept and kill him on his way to the Kingdom of the Sun. Perhaps, it is not just Black Source. Yumomo naturally saw this and looked at Yi Yang worriedly. It doesn't matter. Is it possible that, because of a mere black source, I won't step out of the country for the rest of my life? Yi Yang smiled slightly, since they want to play, then play with them to the end. After all, this Baylor Consortium has done me a big favor. How to say? Umo blinked his eyes. He was still worried about Yi Yang, but he actually thought so? It's okay not to scold the Baylor Consortium for being shameless, but you have to thank them. Now they only think about the black source and want to kill me, but they don't think I also want to destroy the black source. Yi Yang stood up, looked out the window, and sneered. I was still worried about how to find the other party. Now, it's just a trick. If he had revealed his whereabouts himself, Black Source might still be suspicious. But this news was released by his archenemy Baylor Consortium, and Black Source will definitely come to intercept and kill him without hesitation. Because such an opportunity is rare. Make arrangements. Follow the schedule, and go to the Kingdom of the Sun to see these defeated generals. Yi Yang ordered. Yes. Yumomo looked at Yi Yang with full eyes. This man shone with strong self-confidence, no matter what its source, it was dazzling. He himself is contacting the hurricane. The Chinese military had already contacted him and Dong Onbong's Intelligence was very good, so he naturally analyzed the possibility of the black source interception. There is no need to make such a big show. The other party will definitely choose to intercept and kill on the high seas. With our identity, armed attacks on the high seas between China and the Kingdom of the Sun will inevitably cause unnecessary discussions and suspicions. Yi Yang shook his head and said that the Chinese military did not need to be really involved in this matter. Dong Anbong had long known that Yi Yang had many secrets. Seeing that he was very confident now, he no longer pressed him. You must pay attention to safety. Compared with your safety, a mere 900 billion euros is really insignificant. Second update. I know. Yi Yang nodded and smiled. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yang looked in the direction of Japan and sneered, "Black source? This should be the final battle between us." The other party knew his identity and naturally knew the power he could mobilize. So, if they wanted to kill him, they would definitely do their best. As long as the other party sent enough people, there would definitely be flaws. Perhaps they could do it in one go, and this time they could directly solve the root of the black source once and for all. There is still some time before the agreed date, and he has returned to his daily life as a rich man these days. Play games, eat delicious food, and deal with key things every day, then go out to find a girl for a date. Do whatever you want, go wherever you want, and meet whoever you want. Happy and beautiful. House. Cafe. Have you made any new discoveries recently? Yi Yang looked at the girl in front of him and asked. With a smile. Bai Xiaojing shook her head. Astronomical research is not so easy to produce results. But with your investment, our observatory is already the largest private observatory in Asia. Many colleagues envy us. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. He was still very concerned about the observatory. I have reported recently that the observatory may be restructured, officially invested in expansion, incorporated into the public-private joint operation system, and will become the world's top observatory in the future. The world's largest radio telescope in Guizhou, the Sky Eye, was amazing when it was first built. Now that the emergence of pre-civilizations has proved the existence of other civilizations in the universe, of course, more investment is needed in space exploration and the construction of space telescopes. Huaxia plans to build 4 more world-class super space telescopes of various types in various places. The Magic City Observatory has a very good foundation and can be transformed the fastest due to Yi Yang's initial investment, so it has also been incorporated into the plan. Really? Bai Xiaojing was full of emotion. When she first met Yi Yang, the observatory was about to be abandoned and closed down. Yi Yang not only did not let it go bankrupt, but even developed it to the current level. In the future, it is very likely to become one of the world's top astronomical bases. For an astronomy fanatic like her, this is simply the biggest reward in the world. Love you. Bai Xiaojing jumped up and gave Yi Yang a deep kiss. When they first met more than a year ago, the other party was still a reserved science fanatic, but since the first time she has let go. This made Yi Yang secretly complain, wondering if this kind of female academic bully is reserved and cold to others, but so enthusiastic to those who open their hearts. After the deep kiss, Bai Xiaojing looked at Yi Yang. I heard that you will go back to the Sun Country in 2 days? Yi Yang looked at her in surprise and smiled. Why? Our science fanatic actually has time to check the hot search news? It's because this is your news. I'm too lazy to read other news. Bai Xiaojing said coquettishly. This is not a lie. Generally, astronomical researchers usually stay by the telescope, observe spectral data, or perform complex astronomical calculations. He often stays up for 3 to 5 hours, and has no time to watch entertainment news on weekdays. Not to mention a science madman like Bai Xiaojing. Well, I am indeed going to the little country to collect money. 900 billion euros, Jiang said with a smile, and did not talk about the black source, not wanting to make the other party worry. Bai Xiaojing's heart is pure, without too many twists and turns, knowing that these things are harmful to her. Ah. Bai Xiaojing nodded. Is it Kyoto in the Sun Country? Yi Yang shook his head. Tokyo, Tokyo. I also have a cousin there, who is studying for a master's degree at Waseda University, studying geological activities. Bai Xiaojing said with a smile. One studies astronomy, and the other studies geology. They are worthy of being sisters. Yi Yang gave Bai Xiaojing a thumbs up. Hee hee. Bai Xiaojing nodded, and was praised, very happy. If you go to Waseda on the way, give this to her. Bai Xiaojing handed a folder to Yi Yang, which felt like a disc. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Transnational mail is more troublesome, so she just asked casually. Yi Yang smiled. I always like to walk around when I arrive at a place. Waseda is a world-renowned university, so of course I have to go there once. He put away the file disk. Okay. Thank you, Boss Yi. Bai Xiaojing nodded. After drinking coffee and having a candlelight dinner, Yi Yang sent Bai Xiaojing back to the observatory. Next to the observatory, Yi Yang built some employee apartments, all of which were apartment villas. Not to mention the employees of other observatories. Even the white-collar workers of Apple would drool at the benefits. Bai Xiaojing's villa is of course the largest. Because it was too late, Bai Xiaojing stayed in the villa directly with Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled. Looks like I have to study astronomy all night again. Why? Astronomy is not interesting? Or is astronomy difficult to learn? Bai Xiaojing wrinkled her nose. Very cute. Of course it is interesting, but after studying astronomy for so long, it's time to change the taste. How about studying biology tonight? Yi Yang scratched her little nose and picked her up horizontally. The sky was full of stars. The sun set and the moon rose, rising and falling, ups and down. In one night, the stars moved and the water flooded Jinshan. Because they were leaving for the Sun Country the next day, it was not too intense. During the day the next day, Bai Xiaojing could still tidy up his clothes. I have to leave. Yi Yang held her soft and boneless little hand and kissed her forehead. Be careful. Although Yi Yang did not show any abnormal behavior, women's intuition is always strange. Bai Xiaojing felt that Yi Yang's farewell this time seemed different from the past. Yes, then I'm leaving. Yi Yang smiled slightly and turned to leave. Looking at Yi Yang's back, Bai Xiaojing's eyes flickered with a trace of worry. Dalian Port. This time, Yi Yang was negotiating with the Baylor Consortium and others on the gambling compensation on his own behalf, so he naturally could not take the official ship. So, he directly brought the Monaco Street over. The value of Monaco Street is close to 10 billion. After it came into Yi Yang's hands, it was constantly modified. Now its value and sturdiness are incomparable. It can be called a real small fortress on the sea. Are you ready? Before boarding the ship, Yi Yang called and asked. "Don't worry, boss, it's foolproof." The calm voice of the Hurricane Army Lord came, giving people infinite peace of mind. Woo! Yi Yang took the girls on board, and Monaco Street, facing the direction of the rising sun in the distance, officially set sail. First update. Somewhere in Asia. In the hall, the head of the Black Source received the news and suddenly raised his eyes. China Dalian port, that Yi Yang, has already set off. He actually dared to come out. Do you really regard my Black Source as nothing? It seems that these two victories have gone to his head. This time, he must be allowed to see the full power of our Black Source. One strike will kill. Too arrogant. No scruples at all. Not only did he give us enough time to prepare, he didn't even hide the travel information. Haha. This is so in line with his usual arrogant nature. This young man is too arrogant. Today is the day. He will die. The masked counselors of the Black Source were all angry and roaring. Yi Yang cut so much flesh from Black Source that the bones were already visible. The entire national branch was destroyed, which had not happened in recent decades. Under the leadership of Yi Yang, it happened twice in succession. Especially the layout within China made them work hard. This time, I will kill him. I admit that I underestimated him last time in you, but this time, he can't escape. He will die. That's right. I, the Black Source, will use all my armaments and weapons. Give him a fatal blow. Finally, I can see this greatest scourge die. When the news comes, it will be so wonderful. The leader of Black Source nodded, and he looked at the representatives of all Black Source parties present. The number of council members today was reduced by half, and they all rushed to intercept and kill in the Pacific. Black Source, this time it's bleeding money. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. He will definitely be our biggest enemy in Asia in the future. With him without me. With me without him. Such a powerful enemy is worth the risk. This is the consensus of the vast majority of Black Source MPs. I don't agree. I think it would be unwise for us to touch each other now. A bronze-faced counselor shook his head, but if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. What's so unwise? Just a few of you guys, cowering in fear every day. You don't look like us from Black Source at all, someone shouted. Haha, it's ridiculous for people like you, who don't have a city government, to want to subvert the current human society? The copper-faced counselor sighed. People who enter the Black Source have the lofty ideal of destroying mankind in their hearts, but the vast majority of people are outcasts of society and come in because of anger. Counselors who truly understand the evil nature of human beings and want to destroy them from a grand strategic perspective will be squeezed out by the angry majority and will not be able to reach high positions. I have to say, this is ridiculous. No matter what you do, as long as there are more than one person, even if everyone has the same purpose, there will definitely be an internal blocking force. Moreover, the blocking force often exceeds and reaches upwards, eventually leading to the decline of everyone. The bronze-faced man stood up and made his final speech. Yi Yang, not to mention his undetermined relationship with the hurricane, just because he is a general of China. This status is not what we can do at this moment. For his ideal, he fought hard and took a step forward with sharp eyes. Is it possible that you think that the military power we have in our hands has surpassed that of China? Do you dare to say this? Everyone was silent. If we really had this kind of power, we would have cleared all obstacles long ago. As for hiding in corners and wreaking havoc, why do we keep hiding in the dark? Don't we know our own hearts? People who can't recognize themselves are the most likely to go crazy, to perish. He was extremely angry because he had a premonition that his ideal would be ruined at the hands of these pig teammates. That was the last force we used to make a comeback. Let it be exposed now, and use it to exchange for an individual who has not yet become the core threat. I don't agree. He looked at the leader. We still have one last chance. Take back the order. The leader. The scene was quiet for a moment. Bold. How dare you, a mere copper-faced counselor, openly question the entire black source decision in the lobby? And you also said words that we will perish. Treason. I think you deserve to die. One of the gold-faced counselors shouted angrily and scolded the copper-faced counselor. That's right. This Jiangjing will be the biggest enemy sooner or later. Killing him before he can defeat us is the best choice. The sound of scolding was endless. The copper-faced counselor ignored the question and just stared at the leader, hoping that the leader would understand what he meant. East China Sea. The leader spoke. The place went completely silent. I know what you mean. The leader nodded, but you were only standing on the second floor, and you have not completely seen through the general trend this time. What? Copper-faced counselor Jiangjing Real frowned. Jiangjing is not just our enemy, he is the enemy of all world controllers outside of China. The chief spoke in a steady voice, as if he had seen through everything. From a personal grudge, several shadow emperors of the United States trembled because of his anger, and several major European financial groups wished to eat his flesh alive. From the overall situation, he alone almost dominated the most core breakthrough of China in the past 2 years. The world pattern is about to be broken, which is what all the original world controllers do not want to see. So, when we want to kill him, the whole world seems to be helping us, and the Baylor Financial Group will pass on the news to us. China's military, naturally, will also have equal forces to offset the involvement. He is too confident and did not see this level. Today, it is his killing situation, a situation where he must die. Do you understand? The chief looked at Jiangjing Real under the stage. This? Jiangjing Real was almost convinced. Looking at the eyes of the chief, he finally lowered his head. Whether he was convinced or not, the fact that he took action could not be changed. Because it was too late. The Pacific Ocean, the high seas. Jiangjing stood on the deck of Monaco Street, leisurely admiring the scenery of the boundless sea, big fish leaping out of the water in the distance, migrating birds flying spectacularly in the distance. He did not move at full speed, but leisurely waited for the arrival of the enemy. I can already smell the smell of gunpowder. Beside him, the battle-hardened ace bodyguard brother wearing a mechanical exoskeleton said in a deep voice. Jiangjing did not feel any smell of gunpowder, and stuffed a grilled oyster to the other party. Eat some? The bodyguard brother was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Boss, you are too relaxed. If we really fight in a while, bullets have no eyes, and human bodies are made of flesh after all. What? If I am invulnerable? Jiangjing asked back indifferently. Second update. The deeper we go into the high seas, the more tense the atmosphere becomes. Many of the people on board the Monaco Street number were special forces disguised as special forces and boarded the ship. China will not use military Force openly, but the protection is still complete for Yi Yang. Yi Yang knew that the great enemy in the West might be confronting the tip of China. No one on either side could act rashly. He only needed to deal with the black source. Didi. He looked at the message he had received on his satellite-modified phone coming. He said calmly, "What's coming?" "The radar doesn't show any enemies around." Someone asked doubtfully. Yi Yang smiled slightly. "It's not just this ship that came out with me." Ah. Everyone's eyes widened. No one knew this news. It was only at this moment that Yi Yang revealed it. So that's it. Many people think that Yi Yang is talking about China's military strength. Today's naval battles are beyond visual range. They all use radar to lock the enemy into battle. The sea in the distance seems calm, but the murderous intention has officially begun. Hundreds of kilometers away, a pure black military ship, like a dog from hell, was running rampant on the sea. In the cabin, we got the exact news. Yi Yang should be 100 kilometers away from us, and we will meet soon. Good. Haha, the great revenge will finally be avenged. I must kill him today. I didn't expect us to catch up, haha. If we really sank Yi Yang's ship, we would all be greatly promoted. That's right, maybe even 3 levels in a row. Many people can become council members. We might be able to pick off a head that even $300 billion can't buy. It's really a sense of accomplishment to think about it. Ouch. On the boat, the members of Black Source howled, as if victory was already at hand, and they had already controlled Yi Yang's fate. It is said that Yi Yang traveled this time on a luxury cruise ship called Monaco Street? Ha ha ha, is he kidding? It seems that he is so arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously at all and just drives out on the cruise ship? Do you think he is just enjoying the glory and playing games? After all, we have to sail out on a warship, right? It's just a sightseeing cruise ship, and I went there. It made me laugh too. Death. He is dead today. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard that Yi Yang actually set off on a cruise ship. This is so funny. I thought there was a tough battle to be fought. Is this the result? One shell could kill him. Civilian ships and military ships are not the same concept at all, whether it is steel plate defense, displacement density, cruising speed, or shipboard combat effectiveness. When a civilian ship encounters a military ship, the luckier one will be shot in the face. The unlucky one will not be able to see each other at all, and will be directly blown to pieces by missiles dozens of nautical miles away. They are all cheerful. Accelerate. Go at full speed. Capture Yi Yang alive and get a reward of $300 billion. Get his body and get a reward of $100 billion. The whole ship screamed. Suddenly, someone stopped speaking and looked at the sky with strange eyes. Then, what is that? Everyone looked at him. There are many black spots in the distant sky, growing rapidly. What's this? Radar analysis. It should be a strategic bomber. That's right, and the model is very advanced. Everyone was confused. Just now, I said I was going to capture Yi Yang alive. But before I even met him, he was attacked by the opponent's bomber. How is it possible? The sources of corruption and destruction in Europe and America have sent us exact news. All of China's cutting-edge military forces are frightened by the surveillance of Europe and the United States, and they will never be able to send so many bombers. I'll go, there are so many. There are only so many bombers in the entire Indo-Afghanistan kingdom, right? If you're talking about the total number of people that can take off, I don't think there are that many. Is now the time to complain about this? Hurry up and accept the challenge. The Black Source, Captain cursed. Report, the other party's fleet sent an electronic signal. The technician kept saying. Hurry up and interpret it. The content of the message is. You have been surrounded by us. Please surrender immediately. If you do not gather on the deck within 1 minute, the first round of bombing will begin. Remember, we have 100 ways to destroy you. Everyone was confused. A joke. Surrounding us. It's so funny. Isn't it just a few bombers? Do you really think you are invincible? A few fighter jets surrounded my cruiser, which was officially in service in the last century. Is this trying to persuade you to surrender? I think it's just pretentious. It makes me so angry. Fire heat-seeking missiles at me. Take down these bombers. Damn. You're so arrogant. We still have 10,000 ways to kill you. In the control room, the top executives of Black Source were so arrogant that they collectively broke their guard. You made the wrong choice. On the screen, the last enemy information flashed. The bomber group in the distance stopped circling. Under the cover of fighter jets and reconnaissance planes, they began to dive towards us. Fuck. What happened again? This is the legendary new concept bomber recently developed by the United States. It is said to be a B-2P bomber that is an era ahead of the B-2 model that previously dominated the world. These are American fighter jets? Aren't they helping us deal with Yang? Have you changed your mind temporarily? I'm sorry, this is a fart. This is the bomber with the best bomber performance parameters in the world, and one of the most proud creations of the Raytheon military group. In this century, B-2P released aluminum powder along the way, rendering the Black Fountain cruiser's heat-seeking missile useless, exploding randomly in the sky. The smoke cleared, but the conversation here was not finished yet. The black spots on the horizon have passed through the smoke and dust, turning into predatory Black Hawks, passing overhead. Not good. They all felt creepy. In the sky, slender black shadows gradually descended and enlarged. Look carefully, it's actually a huge bomb. Moreover, it is the most advanced guided bomb. It's useless to hide, people will turn in midair. On the cruiser, machine guns roared. The dense ammunition formed a fire network around the cruiser, intercepting and exploding those big red bombs in midair. Boom! The dazzling light burned the eyes of those who looked directly at this scene, and the terrifying energy turned into the purest heat energy, rushing away in all directions. The energy pulse lifts the sea. It's so terrifying that it makes one's heart tremble. First update. This. Even if they were not hit head-on, the people on the Black Fountainhead ship felt a strong shock. Roaring sounds and shaking sensations continued, and everyone felt a sense of doomsday. Send a message to other ships that we are under siege. Let them come to support quickly and destroy these unknown armed forces. Yang must be in front. If these are solved, Yang can be eliminated. The ship commander was extremely afraid of death at this moment and kept urging people to send out the news. No matter whether the news is accurate or not, just talk nonsense. In order to kill Yang, Black Source sent out more than one warship, almost all of them. Being able to go against all the countries in Asia and survive for so many years, Black Source's military heritage has always been extremely fearful. No one can tell how much military power he has. At this time, these ships were constantly patrolling the high seas between Dalian Port and Tokyo Port, looking for Yiyang's specific location. In such a huge sea area, even a ship traveling hundreds of kilometers is not enough. So the net is cast very wide, and now it is not easy to gather it together at once. We are already one of the main battleships. We must hold on. We cannot be blown to pieces so quickly. The captain yelled. Among the strongest naval fleets in the world. Today, the most powerful ones are still aircraft carriers. Only a dozen countries have aircraft carriers, and some of them only force small ships with a displacement of less than 10,000 meters to be called aircraft carriers. You know, in China, the displacement of the 055 destroyer exceeds 10,000 meters. There are also several countries whose aircraft carriers are old, have frequent problems, and are unable to form combat effectiveness at all. Only a few countries can actually form the deterrent effect of aircraft carriers. Even if Russia is as powerful as Russia, it only has one aircraft carrier. In addition to aircraft carriers, there are the four kings of cruisers, frigates, destroyers, and battleships. In the past, a country that could own a cruiser dared to call itself a naval power in the world. Today, the status of cruisers is gradually being replaced by frigates, destroyers, etc., and only 4 countries still have cruisers in service. The cruiser Black Source is decades old. However, it can still travel across Asia with a displacement of more than 10,000 meters. Apart from the 3 countries of China, Japan, and Han, how many countries can stop it? Damn it. Our luck and strength are too strong. We actually survived. Inside the cockpit, the captain laughed, feeling extremely excited. Although this cruiser is very intimidating, the Black Source has always been hidden in the dark. There has never been a large-scale war. This is the first time that this cruiser has been put into a real battle. Haha, I am really a genius in naval command. In World War II, I must have been a super naval general. The Black Source captain laughed wildly. I'm too strong. But the operators around him were in a hurry. But in the end, the cruiser miraculously avoided the bombing. Only one fell on the sideline. The aftermath killed some crew members, but there was no real big problem. The cockpit of the first B-2P aircraft. Be careful, don't really blow it up and sink it. We still hope to rely on it to surround the area for reinforcements. The captain picked up the intercom and gave a calm order. The operators of this ship are so rubbish. They dropped bombs so sparsely, and none of them were able to guard against them. It's not that we don't want to let go, it's just that the other party is too mentally retarded. On the channel, a pilot complained. Haha. It's really boring. I thought it was some kind of strong opponent, but it turned out to be a super novice. Another disdainful voice came from the channel. The pilots of these hurricanes have all experienced bloody battlefields, and their pre-combat state is not comparable to that of the rats in the corners of Black Source. Coupled with the fact that it is now equipped with the most advanced and powerful bombers provided by the American Raytheon Group, it is even more powerful. They even feel that if they did not have the restriction of nuclear weapons and only engaged in air combat, they would be able to compete with any other country except the 3 superpowers. Speaking of which, don't We just grab it when nothing happens. Ah, no, shall we purchase goods from the United States? It stands to reason that the United States should be very unhappy with our hurricane. How come we agreed to lower the price of such strategically important equipment this time? Sell it to us? Someone in the channel made a confused sound. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The team leader gave a deep shout. Oh. The channel fell into a brief silence. There was a smile on the leader's lips. He had heard the inside story from several military leaders, and it seemed the Thunder God military group is also one of Boss Ye's trump cards. Before, we basically relied on our own QM to purchase our equipment. It seems that from now on, we will have a solid arms dealer as our backing. He laughed and was in a good mood. In the past, he was invincible in those old fighter planes. But flying this truly top-notch fighter plane in the world made him feel that in addition to the 3 superpowers, he could really dominate the world. Okay, get ready and start the second round of bombing. Don't really let it sink. That won't be fun. The leader put the radio back and twisted the operating lever, and the bomber began to turn back again. Someone screamed in the operating cabin of the Black Source cruiser. Damn it! Why haven't those frigates and torpedo ships come yet? This cruiser is equivalent to our Black Origins aircraft carrier. If it really sinks, can they afford the loss? It's a bit difficult for the Navy to think about it, but our fighter formation will be here soon. After receiving the news, someone said excitedly. On the B-2P bomber, radar scanning. We found their support aircraft formation composition? Judging from the speed, they are not 5th-generation fighters. 3 formations, 5 in each, coming from 12. 8 and 4 o'clock. That's a big deal. The leader sneered, okay, our mission is over. It is not the responsibility of our bomber formation to deal with fighters. Notify the fighter formation and let them go. After they dropped the second wave of bombs, they flew away. They ran away. Haha, I knew it. The Chinese military cannot directly interfere in this battle. How can the military power in Yang's hands compare with our Black Source? Are you scared? Go full speed now. All troops attack. Kill Yang and get a reward of $300 billion. The members of Black Source are all excited. Second update, the battle has just begun. Give Jiangjing some reminders and small gifts to make the battle more intense. Let our fighter team chase after us quickly, don't let them escape. On the cruiser, the commander yelled. Receive. Pursue. Immediately. It's just a group of fighter jets. No matter how advanced it is, it's an air-to-ground equipment. It's still not qualified to face an air-to-air fighter jet. That's right. The Black Source fighter formation is very excited. This kind of restraint and combat mechanism is all round. Just like the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other, there are also checks and balances between weapon categories. Fighters restrain bombers in all aspects. They were all in a very relaxed mood. On the B-2P bomber, the team leader turned around and looked at the chasing group of Black Source fighter jets and sneered, if your fleet hadn't arrived too slowly, I would have dumped you so hard that we can't even see you. As the most advanced bomber in the world, its speed is also extremely powerful. Black Source's fighter jets do not even fully meet the standards of 4th-generation fighters. If you really want to leave, Black Source will never be able to catch up. These little bastards who have never fought before, don't really think they have the Ability to run after us, do they? Flying the same fighter jet, I'll hit 3 of them with one fighter. Haha. The bomber team controlled the speed very well, giving the fighter group the feeling that it was possible to catch up, but they were never able to hit them. The long-range air-to-air missiles were always difficult to truly target due to the skilled driving skills of the Hurricane pilots. Either it was blown up in mid-air, or it was directly missed due to the interference of the electronic fog. Boom boom boom. Air-to-air missiles continued to explode in mid-air, and Hurricane bombers shuttled among them. Their ships are coming. The team leader received the report and raised his eyebrows. Okay, lure these planes away from the battle circle, the big ones are coming. Receive. Receive. The Hurricane bombers all gave a clear reply. They're speeding up. Chase. They want to escape. Don't let them throw you away. In this way, the bomber team led the fighter group directly away from the core battlefield. Something seems wrong. Don't worry about them. What kind of combat effectiveness can a group of bombers have? It's better if they leave, so they won't bomb us. In the cabin, the commander of Black Source sneered, our fleet has been assembled nearby. Without these miscellaneous aircraft, we can go all out to surround Jiangjing and attack with the whole army. Soon, the Black Source fleet was assembled. With the cruiser with a displacement of more than 10,000 meters as the center, 3 frigates were positioned directly in front and left and right. 2 5,000-meter destroyers cleared the way, followed by 4 second-level attack ships. In addition, there were 6 conventional submarines, cruising 300 to 500 meters underwater. Nearly 50 battleships of various types, including torpedo ships and battleships, are lined up all around. With this kind of momentum, even if it is said that it is going to destroy the country, it is completely true. There are not many countries in the world that can resist such terrifying naval power. There is a reason why the Black Source has been able to achieve extinction in Asia for so many years. Monaco streets. Jiangjing was lying on the deck with his legs crossed. On the tablet, satellite images broadcast the distant struggle scenes in real time. This is not comparable to any TV series, it is a huge war scene with real guns and live ammunition. When he saw that the opponent's fleet was completely assembled, Jiangjing raised his eyebrows slightly. It does have some wealth, a large-scale cruiser and 3 frigates. Even in the monster house of Asia, except for China and Shou, Dahaming Kingdom, India and Afghanistan, and other big countries that are named, the maritime power, it can basically defeat ordinary countries. Where can an organization hiding in the dark maintain such a huge fleet? How can it remain undetected by satellites? It's outrageous. The whole world is watching. Although the Shadow Emperor and Europe's leaders and top plutocrats hate Jiangjing, they are also extremely afraid of anti-human organizations in the world. No one knows the true power of the major source organizations. This time, Black Source will spend all its money to destroy Jiangjing. It's a good time to take a look at the true background of Black Source. This site really made many countries take a breath of cold air. Black Source is definitely not the most arrogant among these source organizations. Even so, it has demonstrated its strong naval strength that can easily sweep most middle-sized countries, and its land military capabilities are even less well known. After all, the Navy is relatively difficult to hide. This Black Source is quite hidden. When the big powers saw this scene, they all commented. After all, they had the confidence to not be afraid of this level of military threats. Especially the United States. On his own, he accounts for 70 to 80% of the total naval displacement of all countries in the world. More than a dozen aircraft carriers. Although these anti-human organizations are strong, they are nothing more than that. The American seven-star admiral smoked a cigar, watched the satellite broadcast, and commented. And some weak countries are trembling. This power is so terrifying. It can be said to be powerful in Asia, but if it goes to those poor and weak continents, it will basically go sideways. When it comes to Africa, it is basically crushed in all directions. No country can stop it. Even the 5 African countries with the largest naval secrets, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, the total size of their navies is equivalent to the strength shown by the black source today, or even inferior. The Australian Navy, which occupies a continent, is equivalent to the number of this fleet. The whole world was shocked at this moment. Various emotions flowed in the hearts of many top bosses. It is comparable to a naval power, but not as good as a strong country, let alone a super country like the 5 permanent members, that transcends the conventional concept. Well, this evaluation is very objective. That's scary enough. It's really scary to build such a large fleet without saying a word. It's all those capital wolves and arms dealers. They make money and sell everything. Maybe there's another secret? All parties are discussing and talking about it. However, what they want to know most is Jiangjing's final outcome. With all parties in China being clamped down, can Jiangjing rely on himself to survive this crisis? I think he's dead this time. This fleet is too terrifying. Without the support of a superpower, no one in the world can stop it on their own. This is a military confrontation that is enough to start a local world war. The Chinese bosses are constantly contacting Jiangjing. When the time comes, they are determined to face any situation. Jiangjing must be saved. However, Jiangjing's reply is still extremely confident. Please wait for good news. First update. The fleet of the Black Fountain continued to advance. The momentum was unstoppable. It looked extremely oppressive. This is the real steel torrent on the sea. The former maritime gambling emperor, Dai Luan VIII, also called the Parrot, and the merchant ships following it, the steel torrent on the sea. Compared with the real fleet, it is far behind. In terms of momentum and terror, this is on the high seas. China can't say that those who offend China will be punished, no matter how far away they are, right? With so many constraints, they can't even send out a navy. Don't say that. How much we hate Jiangjing, how important Jiangjing is to China. No one can guarantee what will happen next. In order to avoid more trouble, we should kill the other party as soon as possible. That's right, many ships gathered together. The masked counselors discussed. Advance. Kill him within half an hour. The warships moved forward at full speed. Jiangjing looked at the screen indifferently and replied to the messages sent by other wills. This place has become the focus of the world's attention. Countless top bosses, the backbone of mankind, are looking at this place. After all, the fleet pulled out by the Black Source is extremely terrifying in terms of scale and strength. There has not been such a big scene for many years. What exactly does this mean, and what will it trigger? Behind it all make many top bosses tremble with fear. After all, war is not a joke. Will Jiangjing die? Many people are either looking forward to it or worried. And in the center of the storm, Jiangjing was paddling on the board with a frown. What is the boss thinking? If it doesn't work, let's go back first. Yumomo looked at Yi Yang frowning and asked repeatedly. I'm worried. Yi Yang shook his head. Everyone was looking at him. Sure enough, when facing such a terrible military force, even the boss would be worried in his heart. However, that is too normal. This is comparable to a war between military powers. This scene is a bit beyond control. Yi Yang looked at their faces and guessed what they were thinking. He laughed. What are you thinking about? I'm worried. Which way should I use to destroy them? Everyone was sweating. Boss. You was still as shocking as ever. Facing such a terrible force, it was courageous not to turn around and run. What boss you was thinking in his mind was which way to wipe out the other party. So you have more than one way to destroy such a terrifying fleet. Good guy. Yi Yang smiled faintly and stretched. I've decided. Since the eyes of the whole world are here, let those guys in the world who are looking forward to my death take a good look. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to die without a burial place. The initial plan was to gather all the enemy fleets together, and then the 4 nuclear submarines of Hurricane would directly use nuclear bombs to wash the ground and wipe out the opponent's fleet in one wave. But considering that nuclear bombs really pollute the environment and have radiation, they are not environmentally friendly. So it was cancelled. Previously, Hurricane's nuclear warheads were in short supply. After all, the shells were all purchased, and they couldn't make them themselves, but now with the support of Thor's military weapons, nuclear warheads are no longer in short supply. Let's clear those flying birds in the sky first. Yi Yang said lightly. Received. In the distance, Hurricane Sky Lord directly pressed the button in his hand. Boom 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 boom. Hurricane is hidden in military weapons launch bases around the world, and ultra-long-range surface-to-air missiles are launched together. Countless missiles like angry dragons formed a dense missile net and rushed towards the Black Source fighter group chasing the B-2P group. Above the sea area, the trajectory whistled, and countless white-tail flames crossed the sky, like countless meteors, rushing from all directions, splitting the sky into countless blue blocks. The next moment, it seemed that the whole world was bright for a moment. Surface-to-air missiles exploded one after another. At this moment, countless pulse waves burst out in the sky. The sky and clouds near the explosion site were completely shattered by the shock waves. The fragments of the plane scattered and turned into black carbon stars, which exploded and fell towards the sea. It was already unclear how many planes were destroyed in this barrage. In the end, only 3 fighters broke out of the explosion circle. They were all seriously damaged and had to make an emergency landing, but there was only the sea nearby. In the end, they could only parachute to escape. Want to parachute? Haha, no chance. In the distance of the sky, a sharp white shadow flashed and arrived in an instant. The most advanced 5th-generation fighter in the United States. The souls of the 3 Black Source fighter pilots who escaped death were disbanded. The generation gap between fighters is not a joke. One 5th-generation fighter can beat more than a dozen 4th-generation fighters. Stealth, speed, maneuverability, firepower, and beyond visual range killing capabilities are completely different dimensions. Just like a fully armed medieval archer fighting an ancient sword, you'll be blown up before you even see the person. God damn it. Are the United States and China teaming up to destroy us? Damn it. These guys deserve to die. It's all their fault for messing things up. This is of course not an American plane, but one that Hurricane bought from the Thor Army. F-22P, one of the most advanced fifth-generation fighters. Until now, they all thought that it was the United States that made the move. After all, according to common sense, even Hurricane could hardly get the most advanced weapons that truly reached the pinnacle of world military technology. China itself didn't make a move. What on earth are these Americans doing? We are usually in Asia, and we didn't go to harass them. If we can go back alive this time, we will expand our business to the United States and avenge today. That's right. The pilots of the Black Source were screaming. However, they also knew that they couldn't go back this time. The planes they were flying were not even fourth-generation fighters. One F-22P of the other side was enough to beat their 3 formations of 15 planes, not to mention the 3 or 2 rotten fish and shrimps now. Boom. Before they met, a black fighter fell. Passing by, another Black Source fighter was blown up. The last fighter didn't have time to turn around. The F-22P turned around with its terrifying maneuverability and killed the last one. With this, all 3 formations of Black Origin fighters were wiped out. What? In the control room of the cruiser fleet, Captain Jinmi and Counselor Jair was stunned by the missiles that whizzed past his head just now. Afterwards, news of the fighter crash continued to come to his ears. In just 1 minute, 15 Black Origin fighters were all destroyed. That was all the assets of the Black Origin Air Force fighters. In 1 minute, they were gone. Second update. This. The cabin fell into silence. This is more than half of the Black Source fighters' power. Although the Black Source's Air Force is the weakest among the 3 aspects of sea, land, and air, 15 and a half fourth-generation fighters are still a force that cannot be underestimated. Surprisingly, it was completely resolved in a few tens of seconds. The fighter unit was led away by the bomber fleet, and no one knew what happened specifically. The unknown makes people more confused. After all, it was too short. 15 and a half fourth-generation fighters were all destroyed. Just like that. What kind of power does Yi Yang have in his hands? Fleet Commander Jair looked pale. Hasn't the United States been keeping an eye on the power of China? We received the message sent by the fleet at the last moment before it was destroyed. Someone exclaimed. What? Tell me. Jair said repeatedly. It's the United States. Top 5th-generation fighter F-22P. There are also unidentified missile attacks. America? Why are they interfering? According to common sense, the United States itself treasures this kind of fighter, and it is impossible to sell the most advanced fighter. The best ones sold are the 4th-generation aircraft that they have eliminated. After all, they have to ensure their own advantages. They can't let someone buy their weapons and kill them in the backhand. If it is really F-22P, it is almost certain that it is the United States. Shouldn't they help us keep an eye on China? We haven't made trouble in America. It's really bad luck. They are all trembling with fear. If it weren't for the gossip that the United States might keep an eye on China, even if the Black Source had 10,000 courage, it would not dare to attack Yi Yang. After all, that is China. One of the 3 major superpowers in the world, except for the United States and Tsarist Russia, it can crush anyone in the world. Not to mention him, a small black organization. If they fight head-on, they will be wiped out in an instant. Could it be that this is a trap set by the United States and China just to get rid of us? The trouble we caused to the United States is not even 1/1000th of the trouble Yi Yang caused them? Are these guys crazy? We must go to the United States to cause some damage when we return. Jair was furious. The senior commander of the United States, who was diligently guarding, sneezed. He didn't know that he had already taken the blame. I don't even know if I can go back. If the United States also wants to deal with us, and outflanking China from front and back, our fleet has some deterrent power against medium-sized countries. Against these two countries, death without a burial place is the best outcome. Many people present were scared to pee their pants. They wanted to destroy human society, but they were not among them. They wanted to live well. They were very afraid of death. This scene was not much better than the explosion of the earth, and it was even worse than that. After all, if the earth is destroyed, everyone will die together. Now, only they are going to die. Haha. Never mind them. Even if I die, I will take someone with me. Charge. Kill Yi Yang. Jair roared. The fleet continued to charge forward. Not only were the people of the Black Source confused. Even the United States and all those who were able to look at this place were dumbfounded. What is going on? America, I didn't expect you to take the future of mankind as your responsibility. I am so touched. You directly took action for China and destroyed this anti-human organization. Thank you so much. I am so touched. It turns out that I wronged you before. Is it really you? This is too great, right? If I didn't know that you were still keeping an eye on China, I would have believed it. All kinds of exclamations, doubts, or sarcastic tones came to my face. The person in charge of the United States was confused. What is going on? It shouldn't be from America. I know the inside information. The counselor of Baylor Manor looked solemn. Besides China, there is another extraordinary identity behind Yi Yang. He can even get America's 5th-generation fighter jets and kill 3 full-strength, nearly 4th-generation fighter jet formations in seconds. It's really creepy, no wonder it's so hard to kill. We must find out. Now the other party has revealed his flaws. There are only a handful of forces that can mobilize such power. We must find out for me. Soon. The news was found out. There are only a few channels in the world that can get F-22P, and Raytheon is naturally one of them. The partners who trade with Raytheon are basically countries, and there are not many private organizations. After a screening, the only possibility was confirmed. Hurricane. It turned out to be it. Seeing this result, the hearts of the major chaebol and shadow emperors trembled. Compared to other superpowers, they least want to see this result. After all, as long as it is a force in the open, even if it is as strong as China, it dare not act recklessly, but Hurricane is different. They are a security company. There are no national restrictions, they can do whatever they want. They don't need anyone's permission to launch missiles. Sending such a force for Yi Yang. Could it be that Hurricane actually belongs to Yi Yang? Hiss. That's too scary. Among the many dark organizations in the world, Hurricane is the most mysterious and terrifying. It's also strange that the Thunder God Army is willing to sell the most advanced weapons to Hurricane. After all, the Shadow Emperors of the United States will never agree. They were kept in the dark. Only one person has the right to allow this. The actual controller of the Thunder God Army. This Yi Yang must be a close friend of the controller of the Thunder God, and they have A deep relationship. The most terrifying situation is that Hurricane and Thor are both forces under Yi Yang. Are you crazy? How is that possible? Then wouldn't he be invincible? He has the support of China in public, Hurricane in secret, and the Thunder God group that can provide arms. Oh my. All those who thought of this were sweating profusely, shivering. This Yi Yang is a little too scary. However, only a few people are qualified to know about this matter. Some mid-level countries, even the highest among them, have no channels to know. Soon, Monaco Street has appeared in the radar monitoring range of the frontmost ship. Found him. Someone in the cabin roared with crazy eyes. Great! Yi Yang, your death is coming. Ha 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 ha. Jair laughed nonstop. As long as Yi Yang can be killed, it is worth dying. This guy is enough to be regarded as one of the biggest stumbling blocks of anti-human forces since ancient times. As long as he is killed, he will be a saint in the anti-human world for thousands of years. First update. $300 billion, the chance to go down in the history of the world in the future is right in front of us. As long as we can do this, and still have a chance to go back alive, we will be successful. Charge! Jair shouted angrily. The whole fleet was excited. The speed was even faster. Monaco Street, on the deck. Boss, we can detect the other party. The radar shows that the other party is less than 40 kilometers away from us. On the deck, the guard special forces said repeatedly. Yi Yang nodded, finally. Here. What should we do now? Someone asked. Bomb them with missiles? Yi Yang smiled slightly. The missiles have been used up just now? Everyone blinked. Is there a super fleet ambushing the other party around? If there is a fleet around, the Black Source would have discovered it long ago, so how could it be tricked? Yi Yang shrugged as a matter of course and smiled. Then, what should we do? Boss, you don't want to rely on our Monaco streets to block the steel torrent, do you? Someone asked uncertainly. They are not afraid of death. But if something happens to Yi Yang, it will be a heavy and irreparable loss for China. I do think so. Yi Yang nodded. Major General Yi, please think twice. No matter how it is remodeled, it can't change the essence of Monaco as a private commercial ship. Fighting a warship is like an egg hitting a stone. Not to mention that the other side has cruisers and destroyers, which are powerful weapons. Yes, yes. Many people panicked. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Don't worry, I'm just joking. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Boss, what are you planning? You looked at Yi Yang silently. She had followed Yi Yang for the longest time and knew that Yi Yang would not fight an unprepared battle and would never be unreliable in serious matters. Looking at his current performance, he must have prepared a big dish for the Black Source to eat. Could it be a nuclear bomb? To wipe out the ground? But they will also be affected if they are so close. Looking at you. Momo's puzzled expression, Yi Yang laughed. My method is that I will destroy their entire fleet by myself. This sentence was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap from the ground, which was more confusing than the sound waves of countless surface-to-air missiles exploding together just now. Boss, what are you talking about? Major General Yi, this. Mr. Yi. Don't talk nonsense. 40 kilometers is just a short distance for warships. We can rush to your aid at any time. Even the Chinese War Supervision Headquarters couldn't sit still and sent messages one after another. Yi Yang looked at The people standing in the center of the electronic screen. They were the backbone of China. You want? One of them spoke with a steady look. I understand, do it. This is necessary for you. I support you too. Several backbones nodded firmly. Perhaps, now is the time for that thing to shock the world. China's rise is unstoppable, and those enemies are still unknown what they will do. Now Yi Yang is surrounded and killed every time he goes abroad. In order to eliminate the potential threats in the future, it is time to show that kind of strength. Hide the troops for 1,000 days, just for today. Today, let's test the edge. Everyone's heart is at peace. The calm eyes of the backbones of China made them calm down and look at Yi Yang with great expectation. The words that one person will destroy the opponent's fleet do not seem to be rootless. Really? Can it be done? Yi Yang stood on the deck. Hidden is a kind of wisdom. But sometimes, showing the edge is also a kind of wisdom, and it is a great wisdom. He took a step and jumped directly to the sea. Boss. Major General Yi. Mr. Yi. Even though they were prepared in their hearts, they were still shocked when they saw this scene. However, the next moment, the wind blew past, and countless parts with blue high energy particle beams just passed by their side, flying towards the front of the ship at a high speed. Yi Yang's figure disappeared for a moment, and the next moment, a mecha soared into the sky. The blue flames made him stand in the air, the shining armor, and the dazzling energy reactor shone on his chest. It can compete with the sun in the sky. This unrealistic scene made everyone open their mouths wide. Yi Yang turned his head slightly, and the helmet was lifted, revealing his face. Major General Yi. Boss. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Science fiction movies shine into reality. Real-life version of Iron Man. This is too bizarre. Everyone had an indescribable feeling, stuck in their throats, their eyes dull. Yi Yang smiled slightly. The only people who had really seen Liang #1 were the talented people who went to clean up the ruins of Changbai Mountain. This was the first battle in which Liang #1 was truly exposed to the world's military vision. I'm not good at lying. Yi Yang smiled at Yumomo. Yumomo also chuckled and covered his mouth to laugh. Just now I was so worried. The boss is still the same stinky boss. He always wants to tease people and show off in any occasion. I'll be back soon. Yi Yang turned around, closed his visor, and his eyes lit up instantly. Black Source, today, you are the prey. Boom. Instantly, it broke through the sound barrier. Liang #1 turned into a phantom and disappeared in the distance at a high speed. What did I see? So Major General Yi is the Iron Man? This kind of thing has been developed, the world is going to change. They all predicted a storm. After today's battle, Liang #1 will surely set off a world-class shock wave. Boom boom boom. More than 30 kilometers, for Liang #1, it really can't be called a distance. Yi Yang saw the fleet of the Black Source directly. With a turn, he rushed over the fleet. What is that? Look up at the sky. Am I hallucinating? Iron Man. Flying armor. On each ship, the Black Source soldiers who saw the scene all shouted. Terrified. The unknown makes people afraid. If the unknown comes from the enemy, the terror is multiplied by 100 times. What's going on? The ship commanders frowned and shouted. The screen lit up. All the commanders saw the scene they would never forget until they died. The sky was clear and cloudless. Only him. The sun was behind him. He was a shadow, standing in the air, with his head slightly lowered, like a god, looking down at the humble ant swarm under his feet. Second update chapter. 11:11 Happy. Then, what is that? War armor. It seems they are here to deal with us. How can this be? In the command room, the commanders were stunned. Everyone stared at the figure in the air with wide eyes. Oh God! What the hell is that? Iron Man. Has the United States made this thing? I think it may not be from the United States. China's technology has been like a big explosion recently and has been making continuous progress. Maybe it is from China. Not only the command room, but also the top beings from all over the world saw this scene. Today's satellite imaging technology is extremely advanced. It can even reach a resolution of less than 0.1 m, and even the headlines on newspapers can be read clearly. Of course, this requires the satellite to be specially adjusted to a certain point, and the amount of data is huge. It is impossible to use such a high resolution on a global scale at the same time. However, the current situation is obviously the time to apply this technology. All the big guys who were qualified to see the refreshed map of the core satellite saw this scene. What it is? Flying armor? I haven't heard of any country that has developed such a thing. The United States? Maybe China. It's easy to make something like this that can float in midair. It depends on the actual combat power. If it really has the combat power like Iron Man in the movie, its deterrent power will be higher than that of an aircraft carrier and second only to a nuclear bomb. With the nuclear bomb chain theory, it is impossible to launch a nuclear bomb unless someone from a nuclear-armed country no longer wants to live. And countries with nuclear weapons are generally developing pretty well. It's impossible that everyone doesn't want to live, right? Yes, if this thing really has terrifying combat effectiveness, then it will become one of the dominant strategic weapons in the future world, which is of extremely great significance. No matter which country develops this kind of thing first, it will not be a good thing for the world. Haha, I think you are all misled by this science fiction movie. With the current level of science and technology, even if we can actually make something with this superficial appearance, how much combat effectiveness will it have? I really thought that this thing could tear apart an aircraft carrier with my hands. Can it fly as fast as a fifth-generation fighter? 2. If it had just been exposed and reached that level, it would really be a science fiction movie. The big bosses from various countries are all in contact with each other, and they obviously attach great importance to this matter. The most important thing is to clarify 3 questions now. Which country does this mecha come from? What is the combat effectiveness of this mecha? If it is China, they plan to use this thing to deal with the entire the Source fleet? Yi Yang floated in midair. The cruiser made a roaring announcement. I am waiting here just to kill Yi Yang and other people. Get out of our way. I'm afraid that the mecha won't understand. It has also been played many times in various languages. Inside Liang No. 1, Yi Yang sneered. Since you have decided to show your edge today, let's show it thoroughly. His eyes moved, and the visor in front of him unfolded again. On the screen in the command room, everyone saw this scene. He took the initiative to reveal his identity. Yes. Quiet. When they saw that face, everyone fell silent. There was silence in the cab. Yi Yang. Jair almost bit off his tongue. This Mecca is Yi Yang? He came alone? How dare he reveal his identity? How bold, how confident, and how unscrupulous. It's not good. Someone muttered. After seeing such a powerful fleet, anyone who is not a fool will not come to die. The only explanation for the other party's arrival is that he felt that the mecha he was wearing was enough to compete with this huge fleet. Although these people think this is simply a fantasy, when they actually face such a scene, they still feel endless pressure in their hearts. After all, the unknown is the scariest thing. Big bosses from various countries looked at the satellite images, and their minds went blank. Yi Yang is a top figure, the backbone of mankind, and he actually appears like this, and in this way? Does he plan to face the entire Black Source fleet on his own? However, the answer to the first question has finally been implemented. This mecha belongs to China. Yi Yang, I have to admire your courage. The cruiser continued to shout, however, you are just blocking the car with your arms. You are just sending yourself to death. Is it possible that you are going to rely on this layer of armor on your body to face our battle fleet? A sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. He doesn't explain. Just raised his hand. It's easy. The blue energy gathered, and the energy pulse instantly erupted from nuclear fusion, turning into a blue, fist-thick energy pulse line, bursting out from between his palms. In front of this huge fleet. Not to mention the energy pulse line as thick as a fist, even. Yi Yang seemed extremely small. But the next moment, that pulse line, like the longest and sharpest sword in the world, directly cut the torpedo ship closest to Yi Yang in half. Gulu gulu. The two halves of the torpedo ship sank at both ends and floated in the middle. Screams, panic, and explosions were heard from the ship. Bang! 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 In the end, the torpedo ship sank completely in the ocean. There was little blood, and most people did not have time to run out and drown on the seabed. Those who finally escaped were just struggling desperately on the sea. This is the high seas, far away from any continent. I don't know how long it will take to find an island. Basically, they will be exhausted and drowned in despair. Yi Yang looked at the energy value. Nuclear fusion also requires raw materials. Although the internal raw materials can be recycled in theory, it is difficult to achieve 100% conversion. And conversion also takes time. Liang number 1 has energy restrictions during fierce battles. Of course, if you evacuate during fierce battles, even if there is no energy replenishment, after a period of time, the internal reaction materials can be recycled and continue to fight. This attack consumed 2% of the wartime energy. Although this palm pulse looks insignificant, it consumes pure energy. It's a bit much, but it's acceptable. Yi Yang nodded. He didn't know the true combat power of Liang number 1. After all, no one had the data of the battle between the mecha and the battle fleet. He looked at the cruiser again. The entire fleet has not fully reacted yet. Because everyone was stunned. In an instant, a torpedo boat was killed. First update. This. Jair stuttered. This kind of fighting power is really amazing. Not to mention him, even the big guys at the top of the world are now dumbfounded and completely confused. It was stopped all of a Sudden. This. How can we stop this? Maybe there is a limit on the number of attacks. This fighting power is too strong. Totally beyond imagination. If this is the case, there will be no need to fight this war. In the future, one mecha can fight against the fleet. I guess there are a lot of restrictions. Definitely, if there are no restrictions, I think China will become the world's boss in the future. Who can stop this? Everyone was trembling. This scene really scared too many people. The American 7-star general frowned. Many of Black Source's fleets are products of the Second World War, and are completely incomparable to the ships they are equipped with now, both in terms of parameters and technology. But even so, he thought for a moment, any submarine under his command would never be able to stop the completely unreasonable laser cutting just now. I'll cut you in half directly. What speed, maneuverability, and missile range are all a fantasy. Even if the previous shells hit the deck and were protected by military-grade steel armor, they would generally not cause much damage and would not cause the ship to sink. This is also the strength of naval ships. Normally, in a war, not many ships would be sunk. Generally speaking, we only talk about the damage rate. Who can bear this, splitting the ship in half and sinking it in one fell swoop? Everyone's heart is heavy. Blast him with me. What's the use of strong attack power? He has only a layer of iron skin on his body, and the impact of the cannonball will kill him. Even if one ship is killed, the entire fleet has more than 50 ships, so the loss is not something to be afraid of. Yes. Get orders to fight back. More than 50 ships launched an attack together. Yi Yang sneered and closed his visor. Now he wants to show the world the shocking power of Liang Wan. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage. Cannonballs passed through his afterimage. This maneuverability and speed. Oh my God, the satellite can't capture his movement at all. With such a low delay rate and refresh rate, we can't see his specific movement trajectory. He's like a ghost. Going beyond the speed of sound is not scary. The key is that you can reach this speed almost instantly. And you can also move around skillfully. You know, for many weapons and equipment, such as fighter jets, it takes a long distance to accelerate to high speed. It is also very difficult to change direction and requires enough space and time. But Yi Yang is like a legendary god, his speed is inhuman, and his direction and movements are all determined by his own will. The meaning of this is really chilling. If we say that 5th-generation fighter jets can take on more than a dozen 4th-generation fighter jets, they will be able to defeat more than a dozen 4th-generation fighter jets. Facing Yi Yang's mecha, no matter how many 5th-generation fighters get up there, it will be useless. Not a product of the same era at all. We can only hope that his defense is low. As long as the shells explode, he will not be able to defend himself. That's right. Otherwise this thing would be too scary. Many of Yi Yang's enemies hope that Yi Yang will be killed, and now they all hope that Yi Yang will be hit in the rain of bombs. Hit. Finally, at a certain moment, someone exclaimed. A bomb hit Yi Yang head-on. Huge smoke rose, and the high light, caused by the explosive explosion, made it difficult for everyone to see the details. Boom, boom, boom. After one bomb exploded, subsequent bombs also exploded one after another. There became the center of the explosion. Is it time to die now? Finally killed him. Huh. If you don't die, it's unreasonable. Everyone was looking there intently. After a long time, the smoke dispersed. Yi Yang is still standing upright in the air, and there is no trace of damage on the armor. This. Everyone stood up in shock. The defense is so amazing. What kind of metal is this? How can it withstand such a bomb bombardment? The high temperature alone is enough to melt any metal. Finally, some high-tech personnel analyzed and concluded. Through various analyses, it should be the eruption of high-energy particles. The high-energy particle shield formed in front of him blocked the heat and energy. Energy shield. When this two sci-fi term concept appeared, everyone was a little confused. However, they had been confused so many times today that they were used to it. This. I can't even ask how this is possible. Yi Yang was deliberately bombed. With the ballistic speed of these backward sailing ships, if he wanted to avoid it, under the built-in AI analysis of Liang number 1, he could completely avoid them all. He just wants to shock the crowd. Deter all those who want to kill him. Directly use this most intuitive shocking method to let everyone see how powerful he is. However, this frontal hard steel does not come without a price. In just a few moments, his energy loss reached 18%. The energy shield's energy loss rate was too fast. Now. It's my turn. Yi Yang looked at the fleet under his feet indifferently, no longer showing mercy. In his hands, the blue high-energy particle pulse knife waved around. On his shoulders, 4 groups of 24 miniature high-energy bombs were all fired. The bombs flew around and went to different targets. Buzz. His eyes also flashed with high-energy particle beams, and his body was full of weapons. Within 10 seconds, he fired all physical weapons. High-energy particle knives and beams flew around, instantly cutting and sinking all 5 ships around him. I don't know how many people died in this chain of shipwrecks and explosions. These people are here to kill him, and they are also anti-human forces. Yi Yang has no guilt at all when killing. Getting rid of them is a merit. Boom. Hualala. In the blink of an eye, 24 microbombs hit 10 ships farther away. Because they were microbombs, there was no way to intercept them. Even if the radar locked them, with the ballistic speed of the Black Source warship, it was impossible to hit the micromissiles. The micromissiles directly penetrated the outer iron sheet and drilled into the interior of these warships before exploding. Boom. The space inside the cabin was so small that the consequences of a bomb with such a huge power exploding inside it were terrifying. In an instant, the hull expanded and deformed, and countless places were broken, and blood mist and black smoke rose into the sky. Second update. This. After Yi Yang started to counterattack, in just 1 minute, 15 battleships were sunk or exploded. Such combat efficiency and destruction speed made everyone look cold and tremble. You know, the navies of many countries do not have a total of 15 warships. Now, Yi Yang had wiped them all out in less than a minute. And it was a real complete explosion and sinking, not an injury that made it impossible to fight. It's a complete loss. This scene made everyone tremble with fear. The 7-star American general's hand holding the coffee was trembling. And his lips were trembling. This is too outrageous. The bystanders were so frightened that they didn't know what to say. Not to mention the Black Source ship members who were on the battlefield. These people all looked at Yi Yang as if they were looking at the god of death. Their fighting spirit had already collapsed, completely collapsed. This is God. How is it possible that humans can compete? How to fight this? Ships are nothing more than toys to others. The shells hit him without even leaving a trace, but his bombs could easily penetrate the exterior of the ship and explode inside. It is almost certain that no one in those ships that exploded internally could escape this disaster. Terrible. This is the devil. I don't want anything anymore. Turn around and run away. Are you crazy? If you run away from battle, you will be killed. It's all death anyway. If you escape, you might still be alive in the end. Will you escape or not? Pung. In a certain fish ship. Because the ship commander hesitated for a few seconds on the decision to escape, he was directly shot to death by his men. I really can't see the situation clearly. It's not a pity to die. I don't want to die. The mutinous soldiers raised their guns and ordered the captain of the ship to turn around and run away. Don't point at me. If you hadn't fired, I would have killed that trash commander myself. Within 10 seconds, more than half of the remaining 30 or so ships chose to flee. Only some of the most secretive main battleships, relying on their strong ships and powerful guns, still retain a trace of illusion. Although Jiangjing just lost a dozen ships in almost seconds, there were no destroyers among them, and the main ship Wanmi cruiser was also unscathed. The commander shouted, "His bombs must not be able to penetrate the ultra-thick decks of our super ships, otherwise they would have attacked us long ago. Blow him up." I don't believe it, he has really become a god. He must be able to blow him up. That's right, aim at him. Blast me. Dong dong dong. Liang number 1 dodged a few times and avoided these bombs. The last bomb passed by Yang's chest. As long as you don't forcefully open the energy cover against the bomb and just avoid the trajectory of the shell, the energy loss will not be much. Hee. He sneered, glanced at the main cruiser, coldly, turned around and killed the escaping ships. Liang number 1 can reach a speed of 20 times the conventional speed of sound, and with satellite reporting, it is impossible for these ships to escape. Every anti-human organization like Black Source has the blood of innocent people on their hands. If these people escape, they will become a super scourge that poisons Asia in the future. Today, just stay here and feed the fish. Jiangjing murmured faintly, flying the pulse knife in both hands, and rushed past. The ships on both sides were cut open by the upper and lower layers, and the engines were chopped into two halves, bursting into flames. Jiangjing rushed out in the light of the fire, and then in a sudden turn, 6 groups of 36 rounds of micro-bombs on the outside of his leg armor rushed out at once. Swish swish. 36 micro-bombs whizzed past, launched at a dozen escaping ships. So far, all the micro-missiles he carried have been launched. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen ships trying to escape were all invaded by armor-piercing high-explosive bombs. Violent explosions occurred inside, turning the powerful armored warships into balloons and swelling. Black smoke rose. These escaping black sources were all destroyed. If he could survive such an internal explosion, he would probably have the physique of the Hulk. Jiangjing flew back to the central battlefield. It seems that there is no point in escaping. He has made up his mind to annihilate us all. That's right. We can only kill him with all our strength. Fight. You will die anyway. You will die faster if you run away. At this moment, all the remaining members of Black Source had red eyes. In the battle between trapped beasts, rabbits bite people when they are anxious. Now they are on the edge of the cliff of death. Even if they want to escape, Yi Yang will not give them a chance. Mr. Yi, we no longer want to fight you. Let us go. As one of the leaders of the positive world, you must at least maintain basic kindness. Kill them all, there is no difference. From us. Yi Yang sneered, mercy? Why didn't you think of mercy when you came to kill me? His voice was dull, but after passing through the sound amplifier of Liang number 1, everyone could hear it. Personally speaking, you are here to kill me, so there is a way to kill me. From the axiom, you are the public enemy of mankind. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. You equate the person who kills the murderer with the murderer himself. Your logic is distorted and you can't be called human. So, for creatures like you who don't deserve to exist in the world, whether to forgive you or not is a matter for the King of Hell to consider. What I have to do is to send you to see the King of Hell. He snorted coldly, and his body instantly rioted again. He hated the internet saints the most in his life. These guys said that those who punish sinners are the same as criminals. They are all hurting people. There is no difference. They can't even figure out the basic cause and effect, confuse black and white, and reverse logic. Their hearts are worthy of death. This kind of people are far more hateful to the development of mankind than the criminals themselves, and the negative effects they have are far greater. The other party's last words completely angered him. He looked indifferent. The high-energy particles around him went wild. The hundreds of meters of energy light blades extending from his hands swung and cut. And even the bombs shot in the air were split and exploded in the air. Why don't you show mercy when you usually kill people? Now that the butcher's knife is on your head, do you start to reflect on the preciousness of life? In a flash, another 5 or 6 warships were destroyed and exploded behind him. He slowly stood up in the air. Now, the small ships on the field have been completely destroyed. Only the destroyers, frigates, and the main cruiser of Wanmi are left. He really can't do anything to us. As long as we hit him a few more times, he will definitely be destroyed. The main commander of the cruiser was crazy. It was really the coldness of the essence of death that made him unbearable. First update. Yi Yang looked down at these last, big targets. War is about burning money, that's true. Each of the micro-missiles launched just now is about the same cost as an ordinary intercontinental missile, which is equivalent to 100 or 200 million Chinese currency. The 2 missiles fired just now. It burned tens of billions of Chinese currency. The armor loss and maintenance costs caused by energy overclocking output, and the energy cost of energy pulses. They are all extremely high. Although he was the only one participating in this battle, he had to burn at least 10 or 20 billion Chinese currency. Liang number 1, it's not an exaggeration to call it a Chinese currency armor. Whoosh. High energy particles spewed. Yi Yang glanced at the energy value. High-frequency combat consumes energy quickly, and the energy cost of the pulse knife is very high. Now there is 50% energy left. Enough. The size of these large ships is not comparable to ordinary ships. The displacement is at least 5,000 to 6,000 meters. The main cruiser, Black Source even, reached 12,000 meters. If you want to completely cut open such a big guy, the energy loss is too great. But he has already had a plan to deal with it. He really can't deal with warships with too thick armor. Seeing that Yi Yang was reluctant to attack the large fleet, the fleet commander felt a glimmer of hope and kept boosting morale. Many big men watching the battle also breathed a sigh of relief. This is more or less. If it can only deal with small ships, it can only be said to be a big threat. If it can threaten superships or even aircraft carriers with more than 10,000 meters, it will really be a strategic level killer. A super killer that far exceeds the significance of aircraft carriers. Yi Yang, why don't you fight? You can't do anything with our thick armor, right? The Black Source commander mocked on his face, but was actually testing. Yi Yang sneered. I'd just like to save the main course for last before eating. He moved. Instantly. On the screen, the vision blurred, and Yi Yang's figure disappeared completely. Where is he? Why did he disappear? Could he be invisible? Invisible means invisible to radar. Is there any technology in the world that is completely invisible to optics? This. In the command room, there was chaos, and everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, they came to kill Yi Yang with great momentum today, but they didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. How could this happen? Who saw him? Just when the cabin was in chaos, information came in. We saw that he just broke through your hull armor and has now entered your ship. Someone else shouted in the channel. What? This? Before he finished speaking, the door of the command cabin burst open, and the broken iron pieces splashed everywhere, cutting off the bodies of many people in the command cabin. Blood, bursting. A figure appeared in the command cabin. The commander-in-chief looked at this figure and was so scared that he collapsed directly. This. Yi Yang walked slowly in front of him. Now tell me, do I have any way to deal with you? Jair pointed at Yi Yang, his face pale, his lips trembling, unable to speak. However, he soon realized his situation, and the fear of death was a subconscious reaction. The next moment, after he knew that he was going to die, his face suddenly became ferocious. Yi Yang, stop being arrogant. We already know what the ultimate world will look like. In your narrow eyes, we are villains, but a humble reptile like you can't stop the trend. That is the fate you can never resist. Puff. Before the word luck came out, his head was directly cut off by the pulse knife in Yi Yang's hand, flying far away. Yi Yang sneered, what are you talking about here? He was extremely fast, rushing straight, and soon found the cockpit, engine and ammunition room, and cut them all with 3 knives. The entire cruiser was paralyzed, and the chain of explosions began to destroy it from the inside. Finally, Yi Yang was afraid that he would sink too slowly, so he used the pulse knife in his hand to draw a circle with a diameter of 5 meters at the bottom of the cruiser, and the seawater rushed up with a rumble. He nodded with relief, and the high-energy particle beam under his feet rushed, and the whole person broke through the cabin roof above and rushed towards the next destroyer. In this way, one huge ship after another continued to collapse from the inside. The many big men watching the battle looked at these scenes with dull eyes. This? They had never thought of this kind of tactics. It's simply a barbarian tactic. But it's also true that with the armor, it is equivalent to concentrating an extremely powerful force on one person, and the primitive tactics do not necessarily mean backwardness. The emergence of this armor will change the pattern of future war history. Don't change it, we can't make it, so we'd better fight with battleships. We can't even make a battleship. Many big men sighed, and the more they thought about it, the sadder they became. For these ordinary countries, the world hegemony is too hopeless, and they can only cling to others. Especially after seeing Yi Yang's powerful mecha force. The big guys all had a feeling in their hearts at the same time, tired, destroy it. After a while, there were no ships on the sea, only broken debris and bloody seawater. There were also some floating corpses that had long lost their breath. Yi Yang turned back and glanced at these lightly, without any waves in his heart. He did not stop, and the particle beam under his feet suddenly erupted, and he leapt into the distance. Here it comes. Lieutenant General Yi is back. Boss. Yumomo looked at the flying figure in the distance with a full gaze. Finally, Yi Yang landed on the deck of Monaco Street. The actual situation of the battle was top secret, and only the top bosses could see it. The accompanying personnel of Monaco Street could not see it, but because they were very close to the battlefield, they could vaguely see everything from a distance. Seeing Yi Yang return intact at this time, most people guessed the ending. It's been solved. Yi Yang waved his hand. No need to delay, continue to move towards the Sun Country. Yes. Everyone finally confirmed their inner guesses and cheered up. Unexpectedly, this new weapon is so powerful. They can all feel that now. The world's biggest bosses must be furious. This mecha weapon is enough to shock the world. Back in his room, Liang number 1 disintegrated. Yi Yang sat on the soft bed and breathed a sigh of relief. The sea power of the Black Source was completely destroyed in this battle. He knew that from now on, when he traveled around the world, no one would dare to attack him. Second update. How so? Black Source does not have its own satellite system, so it cannot see real-time images, but they have always maintained contact with the front line. However, since the war began, there has been bad news one after another. An hour ago, all contact with the fleet and aviation formation had been lost. Could it be? He looked grim. Has the entire army been wiped out? This. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. So fast? How is it possible? Even if a superpower really takes action, it can't be so fast, right? That's more than 50 warships. If China goes all out, it might be possible. I have reliable information from the United States. They have been keeping an eye on China. China's main maritime forces have definitely not been dispatched. That's really weird. Previous reports said that Yi Yang appeared in person wearing a strange armor. Could it be that he used that weapon that he had never seen before to defeat our fleet? Fart. How is that possible? Do you think it's a science fiction movie? Iron Man. Isn't that evil either? Black Source was in a hurry. There were no satellites or core information. The side participating in the war was the last to know the detailed information. Judging from the contact, the entire army was indeed wiped out. No news came in the last few minutes before the contact was interrupted. A few hours later, the first Black Source saw the TV news. Yi Yang, the leader of the Chinese business community, had arrived in Tokyo Bay. On TV, reporters reported live. It is reported that Mr. Yi, the leader of the Chinese business community, came to Japan this time to negotiate the sky-high 900 billion euros bet with the Baylor Consortium. This bet is unprecedented and attracts worldwide attention. Regarding the moon base, the space race has now come to an end. How this bet will end, our reporter will continue to follow. In the news footage, Yang landed in Tokyo Bay. Local bosses. In Japan, prominent Chinese figures in Japan, and industrial managers of Yang's assets in Japan all showed up. The entire VIP area of the pier was blocked by crowded luxury cars. Celebrities from all walks of life gathered and stood in the surrounding streets to welcome Yang's arrival. The flashbulbs of various media were turned on, and the atmosphere was lively and noisy. Obviously, almost all of these people knew nothing about the peerless battle that took place on the high seas of the Pacific a few hours ago. It seems that our guess is right. The helmsman of Black Source slumped down, not wanting to accept this result. Yang boarded the Tokyo Bay of Japan intact, and his fleet lost contact. No matter what happened in the middle, it already showed the only result. The whole army was wiped out. He knew that Black Source was basically finished. The strongest fangs of the Black Source, the maritime fleet, have been completely removed. More than half of the air power was lost. The frontal armaments on land are not as good as the maritime power. In today's era, once the wealth is exhausted, it is exhausted. It is basically impossible to secretly build a fleet. These are the foundations from decades ago. Now, he regretted it, truly. Completely regretted it. He looked at Jin Donghai, the copper-faced counselor. At the beginning, this person was the only one who had the most intense attitude and did not support the use of troops against Yang. He even dared to confront him and ask him to withdraw his order with a bronze face. At this moment, Jin Donghai sighed. It's ridiculous, it's sad. Think about what kind of organization my Black Source was back then, and how ruthless and resourceful its members were. Now that it has grown, there are so many worms who are divided and have their own purposes. A bunch of insects, nothing. His heart was cold and he stepped out. This Black Source is already rotten, so don't wait any longer. Where are you going? Why are you pretending to be here just to gloat over our plan's failure? You're just a copper-faced congressman. Even if you have been here for a long time and are considered senior, your identity is here after all. The source of black is if you want to quit, just quit. If you want to leave, leave your life behind. The gold-faced counselor, who had been the tough frontman, stood up and shouted angrily. Jin Donghai looked at him indifferently. If I had not been for my inner ideals, but just like you bunch of moths, focused on climbing up, there would have been no chance for you to sit as a gold-faced senator. Most human organizations are like this. During the entrepreneurial period, we worked together with one heart and one mind and worked hard for a common goal. Once it reaches a large scale and develops, the ingredients become complicated and the internals become complicated. In the end, absurd and obviously retarded choices are always made. No country as powerful as the United States can escape this law. Back then, it was full of ambition and dominated the world. In just a few decades, it has become ridiculous to where it is now, let alone the Black Source. Jin Donghai has watched the various changes in the Black Source over the years and has already become disheartened. But where his family is, Asia is invincible except for China, and it is possible to pull some countries to death together and enter the ultimate chaos. But after today's battle, he already understood that the situation was over. The card of mutual destruction cannot be played. Put him under house arrest. The first helmsman said calmly. Jin Donghai sneered. In the eyes of a pure child, use his pure and objective thinking to evaluate the whole thing. Jin Donghai is undoubtedly the most capable and far-sighted person here. Today's outcome proves his vision. Black Source should reuse him. The gold-faced counselor made a major wrong decision and should have been demoted. But the fact is completely the opposite. The gold-faced counselor is still arrogant, but Jin Donghai is under house arrest. This is the fact. Few people will really put the collective interests first, and everything is based on personal perspectives. In the adult world, there is no pure right or wrong. The absurd decision seems absurd, but in fact it is the result of the game, struggle, and weighing of all parties. Such a phenomenon is undoubtedly wrong, but it is also a collective law that cannot be changed by personal power / a law of a declining collective that leads to self-destruction. What should we do next? A counselor asked. What else can we do? The fleet is destroyed, and we can only give up all actions against Yang. Continue our previous plan. The gold-faced man said lightly. He held the power to dispatch the land forces of the Black Source, and the sea forces were destroyed. Not only was he not punished for advocating the war beforehand, but he had more say. The head of the Black Source looked at the other party coldly, but it was indeed the only way. He looked at the counselors in the hall, who had their own thoughts. Some came here for their ideals, some came here because of anger and despair, some came here for power and freedom, some for money, some to bully others, and some to vent their brutal temperament. At a certain moment, he seemed to suddenly understand Jin Donghai's feelings. First update. Tokyo Bay Port. Surrounded by a group of big shots, Yi Yang moved into the most luxurious Oman presidential suite in Tokyo. Although it is said to be the most expensive, it only costs hundreds of thousands per night. For Yi Yang, it feels like an ordinary person going out to find a rubbish hotel for one night. But these guys were so enthusiastic that they had no time to say anything else. It's hard to live with the kindness. Yumomo looked on and laughed inwardly, but on the outside he was still serious and responsible, taking care of all things and interactions in an orderly manner. Yi Yang sat in the center, with many big guys sitting on both sides, all trying to get close to him. His international reputation is now so great that even the super consortium dares to confront them. What else can he not dare to do? Moonbase says make it. The super consortium will hit you in the face whenever you want. Hundreds of billions or trillions of bets, if you dare to mention it, he will dare to bet, and he will never lose. With this kind of courage and experience, how many people in Japan dare to take the lead? Among Japan's big boss circles, only the Mitsui Group, Japan's only super consortium, one of the top 10 conglomerates in the world, can remain calm. After a while, these big guys didn't dare to disturb Yi Yang anymore, and left one after another. Yumomo counted the list and raised his eyebrows. Boss, although today is lively, the Japanese host has never shown up. Oh? What host? Yi Yang asked doubtfully. Japan has 6 major financial groups, which almost control and monopolize all the lifeblood of Japan. In a sense, they are the talkers of Japan, and they are the same thing as the so-called shadow emperor in the United States. Yumomo explained, among the 6 major consortiums, only the Sanzu Consortium ranks among the top 10 consortiums in the world. It is the first echelon consortium in the world. The other 5 followed him and formed a consortium. Today, many of Japan's top bigwigs and forces have sent people or come in person. This is a gesture of welcome to your arrival. But it's true that the 6 major financial groups never showed up, and they didn't even send envoys. After hearing this, Yang smiled slightly. Several American and European consortiums have been offended by us. Japan is following the US and Europe. His father has been beaten by me. Naturally, as a son, he dare not come to see him openly. Umo was stunned. Yang's metaphor was really unkind. But I have to say, it's very appropriate. This time we are here again to collect debts from the Baylor Consortium. It's weird for them to dare to see me. Yang sneered. But he was muttering in his heart. When I arrived at Lao Lai's son's house to collect debt from his father, why didn't he come to greet his uncle? Don't worry about them. Help me choose a place to live first. Yang said. The habit of buying a new property every time I visit a new place continues to this day. After all, only when you have your own house in a place can you feel like living here. Otherwise, you will just be a wandering passerby. As a developed country, the real estate resources are naturally much greater than those in Hue City, Vietnam. 1 billion in Hue City can buy the top villa estate, but in Japan you can only buy a top villa. It's not as expensive as I thought. Yang muttered. Compared with those super luxury houses in Shanghai, the prices here are not bad. The most expensive one is only about 2 billion. Those properties with special bonuses, which are extremely special and are rumored to be above all luxury properties, can reach the billions level. But such a manor is relatively far from the city. This time he came mainly to do business in the city. After thinking about it, he decided to buy a place in the city first to make do. Let's just say Zhongwan is the king of buildings. After Yang made his choice, he asked Momo to pay the bill. The world of rich people is very simple. On the day the money is received, all kinds of documents and contracts are handed over. After a night spent trapping the president of Oman, Yang then came to Tokyo Central Bay Tower King, which is worth more than 10 billion yen. A typical new Japanese-style villa, designed with great care, and it's worth taking a look around. It even feels quite affordable. Although Luwangli has its own supporting hot spring bath. But Yang still went to the public bathing beach of the Zhongqing Bay Villas. Because I heard that there is the essence of Japanese tradition here, mixed bathing for men and women. The Central Bay is filled with Japan's top socialites, and there may be a few Japanese royal princesses bathing in the mixed bathing beach. Master, are you here to meet the royal princess by chance? Yu silently smiled. When discussing business matters, he would call him boss. When discussing personal matters, Yumomo would still call him master in a fun way. Ahem. Let me declare. I have heard about Japanese culture for a long time. I came here now to experience the legendary mixed bathing culture. It is true to experience culture, not for some little princess. He spoke righteously. Puff. Yumomo was made to laugh out loud by Yang's serious look, but it's inevitable for him to be curious, and I'm curious too. Yang looked at Yumomo. Do you want to join us? Oh boss, you tortured me too hard last night. I'm so tired. Now I really want to go take a dip. Umo stretched out, showing off his perfect figure, and said with a smile. Yang touched his nose guiltily. There is no difference between mixed bathing and beach bikinis, except that the beach is soaked in cold water and sand, and the hot springs in mixed bathing are hot water. Since hot water always makes people think of bathing, and bathing is a private matter, many Chinese people always find It's difficult to understand when they hear about mixed bathing for the first time. Anyway, Yi Yang understood it this way before. It wasn't until he arrived at the scene that he realized that he still didn't understand the perversion of Shaoli people deeply enough. The manager of the bathhouse told him the rules of mixed bathing. Put on a towel before entering the water, and after entering the water, the towels were removed. That is to say, we really need to be honest about mixed bathing in our childhood. Although the water is usually colored water, and you generally can't see what's going on under the water, it's still exciting enough. Apparently not many people visited the public bath today. After all, it was still morning, and not many people would come over to take a bath. Of course. Except for guys like Yi Yang, who want to experience mixed bathing culture for the first time and learn the culture with a pious heart. After listening to the rules, Yu Momo said that after returning to Luoyang, he would take a dip in the hot spring that Luoyang brought with him. Yi Yang was wrapped in a bathrobe, humming a tune, and opened the vine door of the public bathing house with anticipation. This. As soon as he came in, he saw a scene beyond his expectation. Second update. What's going on? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a dozen blindfolded men, wearing black Japanese-style uniforms, sitting cross-legged in a row in front of him. The momentum is fierce. Could it be that this is also a characteristic of Japanese mixed bathing culture? There is a row of blindfolded bodyguards sitting in front of the bath. Yi Yang looked at the dozen blindfolded men indifferently, looked through them and saw the mixed bathing pool. In the bathtub, the water vapor is curling up, and you can vaguely see the burgundy hair and the hazy graceful figure. Any more and no one else will be seen. There is only one person in the hot spring. Go out. The blindfolded men all raised their heads and shouted angrily. Yi Yang frowned. Isn't this a public mixed bath? Who are you? Why do you chase people away when you open your mouth? This place has been requisitioned today, leave now. One person stood up and yelled. Yi Yang frowned. He had used systematic language learning potions, and he could understand Japanese and speak it naturally. However, he still insists on speaking Chinese. Nowadays, there is no difference in the popularity of Chinese and English in the world. Japan's economy is quite developed. Most of these people must be able to speak Chinese. Chinese? The blindfolded warriors stood up. What are you doing? You can't understand the words. Sure enough, after the people present heard that Yi Yang was Chinese, someone yelled in broken Japanese-style Chinese. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The people who live in the Jingdong Center Bay Villa complex are either rich or noble, and the people who come to the mixed bathing beach should also be of very high status. Even if these people have black belts over their eyes, they should know this. Even so, he is so arrogant. It is conceivable that these people have some reliance behind them, and they are definitely Japan's top backers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to speak so harshly. Thinking. The vine door opened behind him, and 2 more people walked in. One of them, Yi Yang, met yesterday and came to greet him. Morita Yuhata, a young business representative from Japan. I heard that his father is one of the Japanese congressmen. He has a very strong status, and his status in Japan is also very high. Hi. Mr. Yi. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Yi Yang looking over and bowed repeatedly. Yi Yang nodded. Chinese people like to bow at 90 degrees. When meeting people. This is their etiquette. But China also has Chinese etiquette. Mr. Yi, you are so excited, come. Here to have a mixed bath, Morita Yuhao chuckled. Looking past Jiangjing, he wanted to see which eldest lady from the fishery was coming to the fishery today, so that he could have some excitement or, a friendly exchange. However, he saw the row of black-clad and blindfolded warriors. What's going on? After looking at it for a while, his expression changed. Is it them? We occupy this place today, you guys, get out quickly. The blindfolded warriors shouted. Ahem, Mr. Yi, let's go. Morita Yuhata muttered, these people are underworld. Although we are not afraid of them, there is no need to cause blood all over. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered, do you think you are the palace guards in your childhood? Even if it is your emperor who is soaking in the pool, he still has to come ashore respectfully and meet me in a friendly manner. Who do you think you are? A mere rat from the underworld deserves to talk to me like this? This is a public mixed bathing place, and the other party is so domineering that they directly occupy it. Do you really think you are invincible? When you drive people away with such a bad attitude? Ahem, Mr. Yi, the situation here is different from that. In China, the gangsters here are not rats. Let's retreat quickly. Oh? Yi Yang sneered and didn't care. He single-handedly destroyed 50 battleships from the Black Source, and punched and kicked the top conglomerates that controlled the lifeblood of the world. Even if this gangster is so outrageous that his true identity is the actual controller of Shou, there is no right for him to retreat. In Japan, the underworld is a legal organization. They rule the dark world legally. Their power is weaker than the main world, but not much weaker. It is very powerful. The three major underground forces, the Black Dragon Society, the Sheki 8 families, and the Yamaguchi Gumi, divide the entire dark world of Japan. Morita Yuhata repeatedly explained, they have no taboos in their actions. Even those of us who are well known in Japan must respect them. After all, we still have to abide by the rules, but they can legally break the rules. Except for the 6 monopoly consortiums in Japan, no one dares to offend them. Yi Yang nodded. This little country of Japan is not big, but its forces are complicated. It sounds different from the places I have been to before. After all, in terms of population and economy, Shou is at the forefront of the world. Such a large population and huge economy, crowded into such a small area, naturally gave rise to complex situations. Yumomo analyzed it for him last night. In the small days of the country, the royal family, the left and right factions in the parliament, the 6 monopoly consortiums, the 3 underworld associations, and the American influence in Japan. On this small territory, 7 factions compete for supremacy. Mutual utilization, mutual penetration and control. Combined vertically and horizontally, it is known as the modern version of the Little Warring States period. No one can say that they truly control everything in their little life. After all, the military aspect of childhood is inherently emasculated. In a normal country, whichever side holds the military power will rule everything without dispute. But the little Japan has no overt military power at all, and only has the right of self-defense. But even this right of self-defense has been divided into many parts, which has led to the current complicated situation. Baga. Who is so arrogant? No one dares to talk to our 8 snakes like this. The blindfolded warrior shouted, "If you don't leave, don't blame us for not warning you in advance." "Mr. Yi, let's go." Morita Yofa knew Yi Yang's weight, but this is Japan after all, and the three underworld organizations have always acted without taboos. If Yi Yang really suffers here, let China be furious. In the end, the ones who suffer are the little Japan merchants who are doing business with China. I want to know, how do the 8 snakes compare to the Baylor Consortium? Yi Yang asked. Morita Tomoka was confused by the question, but still said, there must be a gap. After all, their power is only effective near Japan. The Baylor Group can influence the lifeline of Europe and even the international situation. Then can the power of the so-called Snake G8 be comparable to 50 ocean-going warships? Yi Yang asked lightly. Puff. Morita Tomoka almost fell down because of this question. Do you still need to ask this? How many forces in the world can compare with 50 ocean-going warships? All the warships of Japan are put together, about more than 100, but the powerful warships that can achieve ocean-going are only about 50. Among the 50 warships sent by the Black Source this time, only 20 are ocean-going warships, and the remaining 30 are just to make up the number. Moreover, the overall weapons and ship technology are relatively backward. If they really fight with the Japanese Navy, they will definitely be crushed. However, it is equivalent to about 1/3 to 1/4 of all the ocean-going combat power of Japan. Japan's naval power, without considering the nuclear factor, is enough to rank in the top 5 in the world. It can even be said to be the strongest, besides the 3 superpowers. Of course, if the nuclear strike capability is taken into account, I don't know where Japan will rank. After all, when fighting, there is a complete difference in dimensions between nuclear and non-nuclear. First update. You don't even have 50 warships, and you dare to make a noise in front of me? Yi Yang sneered and shook his head, not wanting to pay attention to the arrogant Black Dragon Society. Get out of the way. Morita Tomoka was speechless. Mr. Yi was too fierce. Even after hearing what he said, he was still not afraid of the 8 Snake Clan. This is one of the 3 underworld societies in Japan. And it's the most powerful one, and it's on their territory. It's simply a peerless fierce man. However, he still hasn't figured out why Yi Yang asked if the other party has 50 warships. Baka Yarrow. The blindfolded warriors collectively stepped forward with amazing momentum. If you block my way, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Yang said lightly. Morita Tomoka and the guy next to him were stunned. Hey, you are surrounded by a dozen black warriors now. Why do you say that it seems that you and a dozen people have been surrounded by me alone? The guy next to him patted his head, as if he remembered something. Mr. Yi, although you are a Chinese kung fu master, a good tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. Morita Tomoka suddenly realized. Yi Yang is also a kung fu movie star. He even seems to have defeated the world's strongest boxing champion Conti Nason. But even so, he may not be able to beat a dozen people alone, right? It is more reliable to say that a boxing champion can beat a dozen ordinary people who have never practiced. These dozen people are wearing the core warrior robes of the Snake 8 clan, with the Yamada no Orochi embroidered on the collar. At first glance, they are the most elite of the Snake 8 clan. They are thinking. These dozen warriors have already punched without hesitation. Bang! Yi Yang kicked one of them directly in the face, kicking him more than 10 meters away, and bursting into the big hot spring pool, splashing countless water. The slender figure in the distance was obviously frightened by the scene and swayed slightly. You dare to attack me with just a dozen people? I'll be interested when you gather 100 or 80. Warships. Yi Yang only extended one hand, with the other hand behind his back. After kicking, his body did not move at all, just like the classic posture in Ip Man. Everyone was stunned. Is this the Chinese Kung Fu master? This is too outrageous. Wing Chun, Yi Yang? Good guy, I thought it was just fancy moves when I watched the movie, but I didn't expect that fighting in reality can be so beautiful and elegant. Morita Tomoka opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. He has visited underground boxing matches and invited many masters of various boxing styles from all over the world to fight without rules. These masters of various routines, when they really fight without rules, actually look like cuckold punches. Of course, they must have their own routines, but laymen can't understand them. They all wrestled together. This is the first time I have seen such an artistic fight in real life. Morita Tomokazu felt deeply shocked by Yi Yang. This is so handsome. What are you pretending to be cool? Fancy boxing? Don't force us. We have mastered the skills of killing. Now we are blindfolded, and we don't know who you are. If something really happens, we will not be responsible for it. The leading black warrior threatened. You said it. Yi Yang originally just wanted to shock the other party, but the other party actually threatened him with the word killing, so he simply didn't save his face. He took a step forward and slapped the head of the person in front of him. The man's whole body softened, and the whole person seemed to be slapped 3 inches, and fell to the ground. Yi Yang stepped over him and strolled leisurely, like hitting a fly, and every time he made a move, he would kill one person. Clean and sharp, but not fatal. Anyone who got hit by one blow never got up again. Oh my God, they were all killed instantly. One strike directly eliminated their resistance. This is still avoiding the vital points, if they hit the vital points. Morita Tomoka remembered an ancient Chinese poem. Kill one person every 10 steps. If Yi Yang hadn't restrained himself, he would have killed one person every step today. Of course, if he knew that in the battle in the Pacific, Yi Yang killed a whole ship of people with just one move without blinking, he would have been paralyzed by fear. Not everyone can overcome the negative impact of killing. Killing is easy to say and only 2 words to write. But if you really face it in reality, it is extremely heavy. Some people are stimulated by killing and become murderers. Some people are scared by killing and suffer from psychological trauma from then on. These are all manifestations of being overwhelmed by the negative emotions of killing. People who can truly face it rationally and are completely unaffected by the negative impact of killing have a strong mentality that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Before Yi Yang could move, the dozen elite warriors were either lying in the hot springs or lying under the rockery, spitting blood all over the floor. Come on, let's soak together. The hot spring pool was originally wine red, and there was no change at all at this moment. Yi Yang invited, with a faint smile. This. No, forget it. I suddenly remembered that I still have 3 sows at home that have not been milked. I will leave first. Morita Yofa was so scared that he ran away with his friends. Yi Yang is a strong warrior and a true god of China. The 8 snakes are the emperors of the Japanese underground forces. He can't afford to offend any of them. He'd better run away quickly. If there's a fight, his little arms and legs won't be broken. Yi Yang shook his head in boredom. He took a glance at his bathrobe and went directly into the water. He kicked the guys he kicked into the water and sent them to the shore. Then he raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and walked towards the deepest part of the mist. You, who are you? How dare you do this to the 8 snakes? In the mist, Yi Yang couldn't see the slim figure, and the other party naturally couldn't see him clearly. My name is Yi Yang. Yi Yang said lightly. Yi Yang. Are you the Yi Yang from China? The slim figure gritted her teeth, watching Yi Yang slowly approaching, her figure becoming clearer and clearer, her face flushed. Don't come over. Second update. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and increased his speed. Soon, I walked through the fog and saw a girl. She has a delicate face, burgundy hair, and a proud expression. Although her figure is hidden underwater, you can still vaguely see the bumps. Beautiful indeed. Yi Yang nodded. There was a different kind of beauty about the other person. Don't be disrespectful to our princess. Someone else fell to the ground and wanted to crawl here, but they were beaten by Yi Yang and must have been unable to move. Oh? Are you the princess of the Sheki 8th family? Yi Yang asked. What's your name? You rude person. You don't deserve to know my name. The princess of the 8 Sheki family said in a cold voice with her neck below the water. Haha, you turned the entire public bathing place into your own private place just to take a bath. Who is rude? Yi Yang sneered and said, even now, it was your people who attacked me first. I went into the water and stood in front of you. It is also the public rule of this public bath, isn't it? You, the princess of the 8 Sheki family, did not expect Yi Yangzue to be so powerful, and her face turned red instantly. What do you know? There is a special reason for this. Uh-huh. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, what's the reason? Perhaps because of this reason, she was not very convincing. The 8th princess of Sheki snorted and said arrogantly, you won't understand even if I say it. Oh, Yi Yang looked at it. When the opponent raised his head, his upper body was a little out of the water, and the white ball basically floated. Don't look at it. Princess Sheki's 8th family let out an angry cry, her cheeks turned red, and she sank again, with only half of her head exposed, staring at Yi Yang. Tell me what your name is, and I won't read it. Yi Yang teased. My name is Yusuji. Okay. Turn around. Princess Mayusuji of the 8 Sheki family finally compromised. Yi Yang said oh and turned his eyes away. Huh, you're still trustworthy, hey. Why did you come back again? Mayusuji, who was about to take the opportunity to sneak ashore and put on her bathrobe, turned around and saw Yi Yang turning his head again, and they were face to face. At this time, half of her body was above the water. Rogue. Mayusuji's face turned red, and she had no choice but to sit back in the water angrily. I said I won't watch it for now, but I didn't say how long I wouldn't watch it for. Yi Yang smiled, looked at the little girl's angry look, and turned around. He has a high status now, and now there are a few pairs of outside eyes, so teasing must be moderate. Otherwise, if word spreads, it will be China's face that will be damaged. Seeing that Yi Yang seemed serious this time, Yusuji Mai turned back 3 times. Sure Shiran walked onto the shore. After putting on her bathrobe, her aura changed instantly. She was timid just now. and suddenly turned into a small child. Like a tigress. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed, soaking in the hot spring, feeling extremely comfortable. Yi Yang of China. You crashed into the meeting between my Sheki family and the royal family. I will hold you accountable. My Yusuji raised her head, her snow-white neck as slender as a proud white swan. Yi Yang looked at her and was about to ask a question. Just then, the wooden door opened. And several people walked in. There were several women in black costumes, with a girl in the middle guarding them. The girl also has fiery red hair, long eyelashes, and a slender figure, but her temperament is soft and quiet. And her blue eyes are clear and simple, like a child who is ignorant of the world. She was wearing a Miko costume, white socks and clogs, and her red hair hung softly and naturally. The calves are delicate and smooth, with flawless skin. This is the real princess. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. This girl's temperament and appearance are enough to rank among the top 5 beauties he has ever seen. The girl obviously didn't expect that there were other people in the pool, and looked at Yusuji Mai with confused eyes. Sister Mai, didn't you say that today is a party for the two of us? Why are there other people? Her voice was soft, as if she was afraid of waking something up, which made people feel pity for her. This is an uninvited guest. He's from China. You should have heard of him. His name is Yi Yang. My Yusuji waved her hand, telling the girl not to be afraid. Yi Yang was helpless. He looked like a wild beast, but he was also handsome. How could there be a little girl afraid of him? Oh, hello, Mr. Yi. The girl bowed to Yi Yang, very well behaved. Hey. Yi Yang, forget it if you bully me, but don't bully my Xiaoyi. Otherwise, I will try my best to make you look good. My Yusuji bared her little tiger fangs and threatened without much force. She won't call Yusuji Eri, right? After Yi Yang heard this, his heart moved and he asked in a strange way. Ah? How? Do you know? But you guessed the wrong surname. She is from the Yuan family, the daughter of the current emperor, and the legitimate princess of our country. My Yusuji puffed up her chest and said very proudly. She looked at Yi Yang suspiciously, but there should be very few people who know Xiaoyi. How do you know her name? What a coincidence. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In a novel he liked very much, a female character who made him feel uncomfortable was named Eri. He didn't expect to see a girl named Eri in the real Japan. Moreover, both her dress and image were in line with his expectations when he read the book. Guessed it. Yi Yang said. I don't believe you. My Yusuji snorted. Since you really have something to do, why don't you take a hot spring bath in your villa instead of coming to the public bath? Yi Yang asked. It's none of your business. My Yusuji wrinkled her nose. Sister Yusuji. Eri pulled Yusuji Mai's sleeve, then smiled apologetically. At Yi Yang, nothing to talk about. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so we came here to soak in the hot spring. She thought for a while and said, or, let's go to my house. Listen. To me, it's here. Your house is not as big and comfortable as this one? I'm not happy with this. Yi Yang. He took advantage of me just now. I'll soak here today. Yusuji Mai said repeatedly. Haha, that's great. Yi Yang nodded. Anyway, he took advantage, right? These two beautiful women took the initiative to take a hot spring bath with him. What a blessing. Why are you such a jerk? Yusuji Mai was annoyed by Yi Yang, but In the end, she couldn't resist Jiangjing, but she didn't want to be looked at for nothing, so she had to pull Eri away. Before leaving, Eri nodded to Jiangjing to express her apology. Obviously, she also felt that her best friend was a little bit unruly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. First update. What a pity. Jiangjing looked at the group of people leaving and curled his lips. He thought he could bathe with two princesses, but they ran away. He smiled slightly. But overall, his luck was pretty good. He came to take a bath, and he met two princesses at once, one gangster princess and one royal princess. It's worthy of being the Tokyo Central Bay Villa district. The chance of encountering a princess is quite high. He looked around and saw that the thugs of the 8 Snakes had cleared the place. Now the venue staff carried away the thugs of the 8 Snakes who had been beaten up. He was the only one left in such a big public hot spring. However, soon, he didn't have to feel this loneliness. There was an endless stream of people. Many Japanese celebrities were in this area, and there were also young people like the second generation of rich people who came to see if they could encounter a princess or something like that. However, Jiangjing was soon disappointed. What happened just now was purely a special case. The princesses obviously valued their status and basically would not come. The bathhouse is full of rough men, or high-class socialites who come to seek opportunities and mingle in high-class social circles. But to put it bluntly, they are high-class prostitutes, and Jiangjing naturally doesn't care about such things. There are some rich girls who are open-minded and avant-garde who come to play, to see if they can bump into tall, rich and handsome men to play with, but their looks and temperament are several levels lower than those of the 2 princesses before. After Jiangjing elegantly rejected several girls who stuck to him, he went ashore. Boring. He stretched and went back to his villa to find Momo and the Shou sisters. His girls are still more pleasing to the eye. In the evening, after playing for an afternoon, Jiangjing sat under the Japanese-style dining table in the courtyard next to the hot spring and drank sake. In a small life, if you have money, it is indeed very comfortable. Jiangjing asked Momo to contact the most senior chef in Japan to cook for him. This is the highest level chef in our country. He can be called the national chef of Japan. A Japanese-style beauty bowed to Jiangjing and introduced him. The news of Jiangjing's shocking battle has gradually spread in the past 2 days. On the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, he alone destroyed a fleet of 50 warships of the Black Source. This was too big a thing, even if only those big guys could see the real-time image. But such a big thing, after all, can't be covered up. Even the shadow emperors of the United States, who had an extremely bad attitude towards him, and the Baylor Consortium, etc., have changed their attitudes. As their son, the 6 Japanese chaebols. As soon as the old man's attitude changed, they immediately responded quickly. No one had ever contacted Jiangjing before. In the afternoon, Momo just released the news that he wanted to find the most senior chef in Japan. The 6 chaebols immediately did everything they could to contact these national chefs of Japan with the fastest efficiency, and also arranged a Japanese-style beauty to lead the team. It was obviously a delivery of food. Jiangjing nodded, served the dishes. Hi. Several Japanese national chefs bowed 90 degrees and began to cook respectfully. The characteristics of Japan are sushi, sashimi, and sashimi. There are a lot of cold dishes. Jiangjing didn't like to eat this kind of raw food in China, but since he came to Japan, he would see if the sashimi and sashimi made in China were not authentic, and try how the master of raw food made cold dishes. The ingredients are naturally the best. The 6 monopolistic chaebols contributed all the ingredients they treasured. This meal can be called luxurious. The fresh bluefin tuna sashimi is the lowest level in this meal. What kind of white truffle king seasoning soup and Japanese heirloom sake are everywhere. Yi Yang tasted a bite of tuna sashimi. The meat is very delicious. But this is the taste of the ingredients themselves. He finally understood that if you don't like sashimi, you just don't like sashimi. When you come to the birthplace of sashimi, the things you shouldn't like can at most become things you don't hate. It's hard to really make you really agree with this form of cooking. There's no such thing as authenticity. Well, the sushi is really good. Yi Yang picked up a piece of Japan's 5-star Matsuba crab meat and sea urchin rice sushi, dipped it in white truffle caviar, and added a special mustard soy sauce. When he took a bite, the fragrance burst out in his mouth. The fresh fragrance of plants and the top-grade fresh meat make you feel extremely satisfied after taking a bite. Fresh, fragrant, chewy, and sweet. Really good. This sushi is indeed very delicious. It deserves to be the country of sushi. He gave the chef a thumbs up. Then he tasted the tenrfu and other representative Japanese delicacies. Yi Yang's blood and qi are now like the sea, and his use of food and internal energy has reached the pinnacle. If he wants to digest what he eats, he can consume it quickly. There is no need to worry about the embarrassing situation of being full before you have finished eating. It can be said that this is a god-level skill that even top foodies envy. Hey, Mr. Yi has a huge appetite. Several members of the social group from the 6 major monopoly consortiums came to accompany the drinking and show their goodwill. They were drunk by Yi Yang. Some of them blushed and started singing elementary school folk songs for a long time. If the singer was not a little beauty, the Japanese flavor would have come out immediately. This day was very relaxing and happy. But many people haven't slept for 2 days. Yi Yang's display of force in the Pacific Ocean made many people feel uneasy and sleepless. I don't know how many people sent various agents to China at all costs to get information. Even many top-level secret agents that would not be used until the critical moment of life and death were activated. Swear to find out the detailed information of Liang No. 1. In the past few days, China's intelligence has made great gains. Caught many big fish. If it weren't for Liang No. 1, those super-secret agents would not hesitate to expose themselves and take risks. You dare not think about their true identities even if you rack your brains, those people are actually foreigners. If it weren't for Liang No. 1, if these people attacked at some point in the future, what a fatal blow it would cause to China, it is simply hard to estimate. China also consciously let some news leak out. Half true and half false, real and fake, can best protect information. Damn it, we lost so many core strategic level secret agents, but we only got such unclear information. Contact other countries, cooperate, piece together the information, and analyze it together. We haven't even figured out the power. Let alone the details. This intelligence says that Liang No. 1 can destroy the world, and another says that its endurance is not good, and the battle in the Pacific is its ultimate combat power. What kind of shitty intelligence is this? Second update. In the end, they had to give up spying. After all, it was impossible to tell whether the information was true or false, and whether it was true or false. As for the core data of Liang number 1, it is impossible to obtain it. China's protection of core data is extremely strong. China has always been good at protecting its face in the world, and it is estimated that it will not take the initiative to use such a big weapon, as long as we don't provoke it too much. Good. However, we must continue to test and follow up, continue to build public opinion and discredit them. Big bosses in many countries have made plans. Although Yang's exposed armor made some people more fearful, it also made some people feel excited, or wanted to find allies to squeeze China harder. Or they want to completely destroy China before this armor is completely mature. The world is complex and everyone has their own hidden thoughts. After everyone calmed down completely and made follow-up plans, the Baylor Consortium also set the exact date for negotiations. Did we discuss it so quickly? Yi Yang was at the top, so he could naturally guess what the other party was doing in the past 2 days. Reassess your threats and reformulate your plans. Obviously, the other party has thought everything out and is planning to have a showdown with him. Yi Yang sneered. None of these people are good in the game with him. He talks loudly about love and peace, but behind his back, he provokes 99% of the world's disasters and wars. Such an insidious person will not make any good decisions even if he thinks about it. It must be extremely disgusting. However, before revealing Liang 1, he had considered all the implications. If we get to the end, a big conflict will really break out. He also has his own ultimate solution. He touched his chest. The photon weapon launch control button there was his biggest trump card. This is a more powerful deterrent than nuclear bombs, but it cannot be exposed too early. The enemy is not a fool. On the contrary, they have controlled the mainstream and general trend of the world in the past few hundred years. In essence, it is extremely difficult and threatening. Although the photon weapon is powerful, it cannot be said to be able to kill all the nuclear weapons on the Earth in an instant. If he only thinks about himself, the photon weapon can make him invincible in the world. It's just a matter of time before everything is wiped out. But there is Huaxia behind him, and he wants to act wantonly, at least from now on. It is absolutely irrational. It would be nice if I could unlock something like a super defense shield, he thought, but this would depend on luck. He stretched. At least from the current perspective, things are still hidden under the water, and it is impossible to tell what the final outcome will be. By the way, it's time to do what you promised, by Xiaojing. Yi Yang thought. Before coming to the kingdom of the sun, by Xiaojing once asked her to give her a folder, and asked her to give this file to her cousin when she had the opportunity after coming to Japan. Her cousin's name is Hoshino Shizuka, and she is of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent. When I was a child, I grew up in China. After graduating from junior high school, I came to Japan with my father to study. Today, he is a graduate student in geology at Waseda University. I heard that he has excellent academic performance. Although he is still a graduate student, he is already well known in the geological academic circles in Japan. Belongs to the super genius category. This made Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. As expected, people who study well have a strong family talent factor. Bai Xiaojing is also a science geek. With her own financial support, she has obviously published many influential articles in the past 2 years and has gained a place in domestic astronomy. In the restaurant before, she said she had no results and was just being humble. After all, when she had no money or resources, she made considerable academic achievements on her own. Yang chose a car in the villa garage for a while. When you buy real estate, you naturally have to buy a car. There are a lot of luxury cars. Oh, I have almost bought all kinds of luxury cars in this world. These brands are everywhere I go. I'm a little tired of them. Yang shook his head. After all, there are only a few luxury car brands in the world. How many new models can they release in a year? When he buys cars, he buys them in bulk like cabbage. Of course, as he buys them, he feels that the cars in the garage all look the same, and they lose their freshness. If I have the chance, I'll have to customize a car that's just for me. Yang suddenly had this idea and handed over this task to you. Momo. That's it. Yang chose a new Rolls-Royce Phantom GoldenEye. Nowadays, he no longer needs to buy a car in person, so he doesn't know how much the car costs. After asking you Momo, I found out that the car cost more than 30 million. It's okay. Apart from being a little cheaper, it looks pretty good. Yang commented casually. Rolls-Royce is more business-oriented, and he wants to leave a good first impression on by Xiaojing's cousin. After all, my status is different now, and I have to pay attention to maintaining my dignified image in a foreign country. Driving a sports car like a Lamborghini always makes you feel like a wealthy second generation. This is it, boss. Xiao smiled. The bodyguard sisters naturally followed this time, and the driver this time was Xiao. No matter where you are, money and status are always worthy of respect. Yang didn't even need to show up. This Rolls-Royce Fantasy Golden I was big enough to drive in, attracting many people to look over and envy. After all, the latest models of these top brands are generally very difficult to get, and they are also limited. More than 30 million is not a lot. Only those who can spend more than 30 million are extremely deterrent. At least he is a powerful person. Many knowledgeable people looked at him enviously. The school leaders naturally knew that Yang was coming from the guards, and in a hurry, they all quickly organized a welcoming team to come. After all, even if nothing else, Yang's identity as the president of Huaxia Jiuzhou University was enough for them to come. Huaxia Jiuzhou University is now rated as the world's #1 university. The president of the world's #1 university came. Of course they had to welcome him grandly. Yang was not used to the other party's enthusiasm. But he gradually got used to it in the past 2 days. People in Xiaorizi country are always too enthusiastic on the surface, and they do a lot of face-saving work, so you have no idea what they are thinking in their hearts. This is also their cultural characteristics. In China, you may think this is too artificial, but in Xiaorizi, everyone does this, so they naturally don't think it's artificial. I just came to your school to find a female student. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's really no need to make such a big scene. Oh, we all understand. What do you understand? First update. I'm really just looking for a female student. Yang emphasized. Understood. I understand everything I know. Only through communication. Can we learn? Several old guys in the communication department were all laughing. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to say, do you have a graduate student named Shizuka Hoshino in your geology department? I'm here to see her. Forehead. Those old guys were stunned when they heard that Yang was really here. To find a female student, and then they laughed without leaving any trace, that Hoshino Shizuka. That's a new figure. Rising in Japan in the field of geology in the past few years. Star. We know her. I didn't expect that she, a scientific researcher, would be related to Mr. Yi. Several old guys asked in awe. People with extraordinary talents have never been tolerated by the world. No matter where they are, there are struggles. Apparently someone here has excluded Hoshino Shizuka. At this time, he asked with great anxiety. Yi Yang saw through it but didn't say anything. After all, the girl will still work and study here in the future, so he can just stop there. Her cousin and I have a deep relationship. Oh now, these little old men really understand. The relationship is deep. That must be really deep. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. It's true that the porn industry has been written into a legal and compliant country. These old guys are really open-minded in their words. Ahem, Mr. Yi, let's go find her. Right away. Let her come over. Oh my God, I didn't expect that. I thought she was just an ordinary little girl who likes scientific research. I didn't expect that she would be with such a big shot as Mr. Yi. Such a relationship is really unexpected. Some people muttered, murmuring inwardly, glad that they had not targeted the other party before. This girl is really not simple. I am the director of the Department of Geology, and I know more than you. The Black Dragon Society and the Shekiate families seem to have some contact with her before. Of course, they can't compete with you, Mr. Yi. Academics generally have no favorable impression of the underworld. I have a natural affinity and awe for Yi Yang, the president of the world's #1 university and the president of the world's #1 academic evaluation institution. Oh? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Is there still this matter? Yes. I was surprised at the time. After all, there is no reason for her to have anything to do with those shady guys. The head of the geology department shook his head and added, but the inside story seems to be about academic research. What does the underworld have to do with academic research? The other school leaders were confused. I'm not sure. Originally, as the director, I wanted to ask about it, but the royal family directly took over the project of that laboratory and listed the laboratory as the direct control of the royal family. Even I can't ask too much. This matter it's been put on hold for now. The head of the Department of Geology shook his head and said dumbfounded. Oh, I remembered it too. Many school senior officials know about this. After all, it is rare for the Royal Research Society to directly request a school laboratory to do docking. They all remember it. Yi Yang looked at the portfolio bag Xiao was holding. With his keen intuition now, he could feel that this seemingly ordinary gift was not that simple behind it. How could a geological research laboratory involve so many seemingly unrelated top forces at once? It's really worth pondering. Ordinary people are powerless in front of big forces. He knows this very well. Hoshino Shizuka is his woman's cousin after all, and she has a close relationship with him. If she really gets into trouble, he will inevitably help. The teacher who went to find someone came back soon, looking a little abnormal. Where are the people? Although these school senior officials knew that the laboratory was vertically connected to the royal laboratory, they did not know that the underworld was involved. After thinking about it for a while, I realized that this matter was not simple. Hoshino Shizuka has a close relationship with Yi Yang. If something happens, They are worried that there will be problems during the academic evaluation next year. She was picked up this morning and she hasn't come back yet. The teacher kept saying. Picked up? Picked up by who? The director slapped the table. Don't make things unclear, just tell her where she is. The teacher hesitated and couldn't explain. Speak quickly. Several school leaders obviously felt something was wrong and urged him again and again. Actually, people in their laboratory said that she was supposed to go to the Royal Laboratory to submit data today, but for some reason, she hasn't been able to contact her yet, but she might have gone on a date or something. As she talked, she didn't even believe it herself. Hoshino Shizuka is a well-known technology geek. It would be strange for such a girl to have a boyfriend. It is even less likely that data submission will be delayed because of the object. Ahem, Mr. Yi, I will contact the Royal Police Department and ask them to look for it. We will urge other colleagues in the laboratory to contact Shizuka-san as soon as possible. The senior executives expressed their opinions one after another. Yi Yang shook his head. This school seems to be unreliable, but it's not their fault. Judging from what is known now, there are a lot of things involved behind this matter, which cannot be controlled by just one school. Check properly. He turned his head and said to Xiao. Clear. Several senior executives looked at Yi Yang with strange expressions. Could it be that he thought his intelligence network in Japan was more efficient than the local police in Japan? Even though he is now famous all over the world, this is not China after all. Just when they were suspicious, they had just finished calling the police to explain this situation and filling in the case filing information. Yi Yang's cell phone rang. Boss, we found out that it was the Black Dragon Club's car that picked up Miss Shizuka this morning. This is the coordinates of where the car is now. After Yi Yang received the coordinates, he stood up directly. Mr. Yi, please be patient. The Japanese police will definitely be able to. No need to go to so much trouble, I've already found the person. Yi Yang waved his hand casually, leaving only a handsome back figure to the confused crowd. Looking for it, found it. Only a few words were said in total. Does Yi Sang also have such terrifying intelligence power in Japan? Is he really just a businessman? Isn't he a man of extraordinary skill and vision? If he can go to the moon and open a lunar base on behalf of China, you still think he is just a businessman, right? After Yi Yang left, the Waseda School senior officials immediately exploded. But the next moment, the principal hung up the phone with a serious face. Everyone in the audience, listen, no further discussion is allowed on this matter. We have neither heard nor seen this matter today. Do you understand? Second update, weekly non-prize Q&A, another wave of plot has unfolded. Welcome all lovely readers to discuss the development of the plot. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Golden Eye arrived at a red light district. The atmosphere here is ambiguous and languid during the day, but it will be full of lights and wine at night. Now that the sun is about to set, this area is about to revive. Where rats gather. Xiao Qingxian wrinkled her nose. The surrounding environment is indeed unpleasant. In the most prosperous city, there will be many backward areas. Yi Yang walked into an alley, and after turning around, he entered the location indicated by the intelligence. It's here. He looked at the alley in front of him indifferently and walked in directly. What kind of work are you doing? The two guards at the door frowned and shouted. If you come forward, you'll die. Yi Yang was too lazy to pay attention to these minions and stepped. Indirectly. The two guards were about to draw their swords, but they were slapped by Shou Qingxian and Shou Zhu, and they fainted on the back of their necks. After entering the interior, several Hurricane Elite bodyguards who were in charge of the front station had already cleared the courtyard, and the guards inside had been silently eliminated. Boss? It has been confirmed that Miss Shizuka is here. We have not launched an attack on the core area yet, fearing that rash actions will lead to emergencies, the elite bodyguard reported. Yi Yang nodded, indicating that he understood, and then stepped into the core area. The guards in the core area looked at Yi Yang in doubt. Who are you? Are you here to make a deal? Yi Yang was stunned. It seemed that the other party had misunderstood his identity. Yes, let us in, Shou Qingxian said lightly. Where is the token? The guard at the door raised his hand. What token? The identity token of the Black Dragon Society. Could it be that you? The two guards just realized that something was wrong, and they were kicked by two elite guards who jumped down from the small building, one by one, and they were directly knocked unconscious. Yi Yang walked in directly. In the hall, a girl was tied to a stool. Her face was a little pale. She looked a bit like Bai Xiaojing. Both of them were academic tyrants. Her outfit was also very refreshing, natural and unadorned. Even though her hair was messy now, she still looked very elegant. Are you from the Black Dragon Society? You came early enough. A man with tattoos stood up, obviously the leader here. These people were not from the Black Dragon Society. After all, as a legal gang, the bad things they could do were limited by rules. Kidnapping was naturally not one of them. At this time, they would find these real gangster groups to help them achieve their goals. Originally, they agreed to hand over the person in the evening, but now it was only dusk. Yi Yang did not answer his question, but just sat down calmly. Boss, I think this person looks familiar. A younger brother said next to him. Everyone looks familiar. The man with tattoos frowned and scolded. You haven't paid the balance yet. 10 million yen, agreed before, pay it quickly. There were heavy guards outside, and those who could walk in safely were naturally members of the Black Dragon Society. The man with the tattooed arms had a preconceived idea. 10 million yen? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It wasn't much. Maybe he could borrow the money to watch a show. Besides, Shizuka Hoshino was in the other parties hands now. It would be better to avoid conflicts for the time being. Shou Qingxian took out several stacks of banknotes from her bag and threw them over. Come to Japan, of course, she has exchanged a lot of cash. The largest denomination of Japanese yen is 10,000 yen per piece. 10 million is just 10 stacks of money. It just so happens that she has enough cash pocket money today. After confirming the amount, the man with the tattooed arms grinned. The Black Dragon Society is really particular about doing things. Alas, it is 100 times better than those of us who have not been legally recognized. After getting the money, his attitude was obviously very friendly. Quickly let go of this girl and hand her over to the big brother of the Black Dragon Society. Oh. The younger brother who held the knife against Shizuka Hoshino's neck nodded, used the knife to separate the ropes on her body, and pushed the girl directly to Yi Yang. Yi Yang grinned, thinking that he was going to show off his extreme speed, but he didn't expect that it would be solved just like that. It seems that there is a reason why this small gang has not been legally certified. It's really not reliable. The man with tattoos was very enthusiastic and wanted to send them off, but Shou Qingxian refused directly. He took Shizuka Hoshino out of the courtyard directly. Yi Yang sat in the back seat with her and tore the seal on her mouth. Your cousin by Xiaojing is my friend. I'm here to help you. Don't make a sound. Shizuka Hoshino saw the file bag in Yi Yang's hand, which was indeed written by Xiaojing, and she calmed down from her panic. I seem to have seen you. Are you Yi Yang? Shizuka Hoshino asked repeatedly. She pays attention to the affairs of the science and technology community, so she naturally knows about the moon landing base, nuclear fusion research and development, and has seen Yi Yang's photos a long time ago. I didn't expect my cousin to know someone as powerful as you. Shizuka Hoshino admired Yi Yang very much, and said with starry eyes. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this little Shizuka too neurotic? She didn't look like she had just been kidnapped. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Yi Yang asked. Maybe it's because of my recent research results? The results of that experiment were so shocking that many people didn't want the results to be discovered. Hoshino Shizuka sighed. I really hope that result is not accurate, but in the end we still have to rely on the data sent by my cousin for final comparison and confirmation. Oh, Yi Yang nodded clearly. Then shall we go back now? Shou Qingxian asked. You spent 10 million yen, so you must stay and watch the show? Yi Yang laughed. The people from the Black Dragon Society will probably arrive soon. I wonder how they will react when they see that the person has been impersonated. He drove the car into the corner next to him, ready to see what was going to happen next. However, the development of things was not what he expected. Soon, two convoys came in from both ends of the street. From the convoy on the right, a group of black-clad toughs came down, with black dragons tattooed on each hand, and a fierce expression. The leader is an evil and charming man. And from the convoy on the left, a familiar figure walked down. It's him? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The visitor was none other than Mayusuji, the princess of the Sheki 8th family. Could it be that the two groups conspired? He looked down. The Black Dragon Society is so bold. They even hired someone to kidnap a royal scientific researcher. I think you want to take the legal hat off your head, right? Mayusuji asked with a frown. Kidnapping? I didn't kidnap. The evil man sneered. I just received the news that someone was kidnapping on the territory of my Black Dragon Club. As a legal gangster, I want to maintain the stability of the area, so I came to destroy this evil force. I just didn't expect. You Sheki family are quite well informed, right? First update. However, this is the area of my Black Dragon Club. Whatever happens here, we will naturally solve it. There is no need for you Shekiba family to interfere, otherwise, it will be a foul on your part. The evil man sneered. You are so shameless. Mayusuji gritted her teeth. The Black Dragon Club was indeed very cunning. This is to send in those guys who have been used by them and shut them up completely. In this way, the Black Dragon Society can not only control Hoshino Shizuka, but also be justified, and also gain a reputation for destroying evil forces. What I said is wrong. The charming man bared his teeth and showed his elegant demeanor. The Black Dragon Society is really a good bastard of the 6 plutocratic families. I really admire them. Mayusuji mocked. Now it seems that the only thing to do is to see whether it can provoke the other party. To make the other party take action first. The provocation method is of no use to me. The evil man sneered and waved his hand. Let's go. Follow me in. Arrest anyone you see, don't be polite. After saying that, he led the people and rushed in. But soon, angry roars came from inside. The evil and charming man was covered in blood and walked out with a gloomy expression. He was carrying the man with the flowered arms, which was already covered with scars, and pointed at Mayusuji. You teamed up with them to deceive me, the Black Dragon Society. You are so brave. It's really your people who just picked up that girl. The flower-armed man had actually inferred that Yi Yang was not from the Black Dragon Society from this situation where the boy outside the door was knocked unconscious, but now he could only bite this point to death, otherwise his life would be in danger. It's you. Pretending to be our Black Dragon Society, you stole that woman on our territory. The evil man could no longer maintain his composure and cursed angrily. Mayusuji was stunned for a moment, but quickly deduced that a third party should have intervened. At least Hoshino Shizuka definitely did not fall into the hands of the Black Dragon Society. She smiled and said, Hey, didn't you just say that you were just trying to eliminate violence and keep good people safe? Are you admitting now that you colluded with this man with the flowery arm? Stop talking nonsense. Hand over that woman to me. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave the territory of my Black Dragon Guild today. The evil man's eyes were blood red, and he was obviously going crazy with anger. These useless pigs can't even be used as scapegoats. He actually lost his target. You are so unreasonable. We also came to save people. But we were beaten up without anyone seeing us. I even said that you deliberately framed our Sheki family. Mayusuji said angrily. Really? That's not what you said. Let us search your fleet. The evil man sneered. Kamida Yoshi. Are you showing off your brain? If it were really us, would you come back and throw yourself into a trap? Mayusuji frowned. The evil man, Kamida Yoshi sneered. He was just too angry and wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. The Sheki family and the Black Dragon Society have always been on different sides and have different opinions, and now they are taking the opportunity to humiliate each other. The people from the Black Dragon Society rushed forward instantly. Mayusuji's expression changed. This was the Black Dragon Society's territory. After all, it was not a good choice to conflict with them here. Pung. The two groups of people collided. Instantly, a fight started. In the car, Yi Yang watched things evolve to this point step by step, and shook his head. I originally thought that the so-called 3 underworld families were a force, but now it seems that the reality is different from what I imagined. The complexity of the forces within this little country may be even greater than expected. First take you, the princess, back and play with her. Although Kamida Yoshi looks neither male nor female, his fighting ability is still first-rate. After using a machete to chop down several black-robed samurai from the Saraki Hachi clan, he came directly to Yusuji Mai. Mayusuji has practiced fighting kung fu since she was a child, but compared to Kamida Yoshi, her physical strength is an inherent disadvantage. After 3 or 5 moves, he couldn't withstand the opponent's strength and was slashed to half-kneeling position. The next moment, the opponent was about to take away his weapon and directly kidnap him. At this critical moment, the roar of a car came. The black and golden shadows were like tigers lurking in the darkness and rushing out in anger, directly scattering the crowd. Kamida Yoshi turned his head and turned pale with fright. He only had time to jump up and use his strength to roll up the hood of the car. However, the energy and blood surged up due to the huge impact, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body was knocked 3 to 5 meters away and hit several Black Dragon Society thugs, knocking them down. Mayusuji was stunned as the door of the Rolls-Royce in front of her suddenly opened, and a handsome face suddenly filled her eyes. Before she could react, she felt her wrist being grabbed and pulled into the car. Crack! After the car door closed, the Rolls-Royce flashed away like thunder. The princess was kidnapped. Hurry up! The thugs of the 8 Sheki families were not interested in fighting, and they all chased after the Rolls-Royce. The young master was hit and killed. Send him to the hospital quickly. The Black Dragon Club's thugs surrounded Kamida Yoshi. Kamida Yoshi weakly gave the guy a slap in the face. What the hell, are you calling me Baga? I'm still alive and working. In this way, what should have been a bloody struggle came to an end. Woo 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 woo. Because the Rolls-Royce Phantom is a 4-seater, after being pulled in, Yusuji Mai's upper body lay on Hoshino Shizuka's lap, and the rest of her body was kicked around Yi Yang's legs, which was very elastic. She kept struggling until she saw Yi Yang, who was smiling inexplicably at her, and then she said angrily, "Why is it you? I see. You are about to be beaten to death. Let me save you." Yi Yang said calmly, "Why don't you kowtow to me a few times and thank me for my great kindness?" Bah! I can't thank you enough for your great virtue. It turns out that you kidnapped Miss Hoshino halfway. I almost got a beating. Mayusuji bared her teeth and claws, but was quickly subdued by Yi Yang with one hand. After all, she is so weak that she can't even beat Kamida Yoshi, let alone compare with Yi Yang. Now she has her hands behind her back and is caught by Yi Yang with one hand. Her face is buried between Hoshino Shizuka's legs. She can't help but push up. Unfortunately, under Yi Yang's iron clamp, she can only move a small amount. Swing! Stinky Yi Yang! You bad guy! You are kidnapping me, I'm warning you. When I'm safe, I will tie you up and give you a good beating. Yusuji Mai resisted angrily. If you say this again, I'll slap your ass. Yi Yang threatened fiercely. Snort! Mayusuji's hair was now messy, her clear eyes were looking up at Yi Yang, her cheeks were white and rosy, and she had a unique charm. Second update. Park your car behind Tokyo Center Bay Villa King. Yi Yang got off the car. Hoshino Shizuka followed him. Although Yusuji Mai pouted, she also knew that Yi Yang was kind to her. If Yi Yang didn't save her just now, her end would be easy to foresee. A group of people walked into the Luwang tea room. The tea room is quiet, with floor-to-ceiling windows that let in the stars. The fragrance of the tea makes it easy to calm down. On the tatami next to the coffee table, the group of people sat down cross-legged. Oh! It's so dangerous. The Black Dragon Society is so shameless today. Mayusuji held a cup of tea with both hands, took a sip, and breathed a sigh of relief. She had called her father just now to report that she was safe, and the Sheki family had temporarily settled down. After all, Yi Yang has a close relationship with Hoshino Shizuka's cousin, so it shouldn't be detrimental to Hoshino Shizuka. As for the Black Dragon Society, they are crazy. A frantic investigation is underway to identify the owner of that vehicle. How arrogant! How dare you hit my son with your car on my property? I want him to die. The president of the Black Dragon Society roared. And this guy should have ruined our plan. We have checked the surveillance of this street. Although there is no surveillance in the block, the surveillance at the intersection shows that this car entered here in the afternoon. That bitch Hoshino Shizuka should also be in their hands. I really don't know what they want to do. How audacious. Who dares to do this to our Black Dragon Society? Even those royal princes would not dare to do this. The people below the Black Dragon Society were also very angry and noisy, vowing to make those who did bad things pay the price. President, we have found the owner of this car. The long-legged secretary in black stockings from the Black Dragon Society ran over and said repeatedly, "No matter who he is, hire a car and break his legs. Even if he is a member of the royal family, no exception." Guildmaster Black Dragon waved his hand and said with bulging veins, "But this person." The secretary in black stockings opened her mouth. "What? Didn't you hear what I said clearly?" Black Dragon Guild President Kamita Miten's eyes were filled with fierce anger. No one in Japan dares to do this to my Black Dragon Guild. God is here, and I want him to break both of his legs. The secretary in black silk stockings turned pale and had no choice but to put the report on the table and turn around to issue the order. Snort. Kamita Miten snorted coldly, but still grabbed the report and opened it, his face instantly solidified. Just as the secretary was about to go out, he heard a loud shout. "Stop!" The secretary turned around in confusion and looked at Kamita Miten in bewilderment. "Ahem, this." Kamita Maidan coughed, raised his chest and raised his head and said, "This goal involves too much. I need to discuss countermeasures with several other top beings, and we will discuss it later." "Oh, then won't you break his legs?" The secretary smiled and pretended not to understand. The difference between what Kamita Miten was doing just now and what he is doing now is really huge. Roll. Kamita Miten angrily slammed the table. "If you ask me again, I will remove your legs and make them into specimens." The secretary's face turned completely pale. The president of the Black Dragon Society was cruel and cruel. He could really do what he said. "Call." Kamita Miten sat down. Next to him, Kamita Yoshi was lying on the bed, crying. "Odu-san. Why don't you avenge me immediately? No matter how strong that person is, can he still deal with our Black Dragon Society in Japan?" Kamita Miten did not immediately respond. "The person who hit you was not someone else, but Yi Yang, from China." "Him? Why should he bump into me? A mere Chinese. He has little international influence. Why should we be afraid of him? This is on our own territory." When Kamita Yoshi heard that his father was so afraid of a Chinese, he almost gave up on avenging him. He couldn't help but become so angry that his eyes turned red. He was injured, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kamita Maidan frowned. "What do you know? The big guys in the United States have warned us that this Shi Yang is too special. In the past few days, even the top people in the United States have been meeting overnight to discuss this matter. Yi Yang's next move. And we are just a black dog in someone else's doghouse. How dare you act rashly against Yi Yang? Kamita Miten is disgusted with being a dog, but he is very proud of being a dog in the United States. Is it so evil? Doesn't he just have some money? He is from China and is destined to be suppressed by the mainstream of the world, European and American countries. It is difficult for his influence to go beyond China, so why should we be afraid of him? Kamita Yoshi sneered and mocked. But what he said is true. Over the years, the American and European plutocrats have controlled the world's public opinion and the world's economic system. Those who don't listen to them, no matter how powerful they are, will be targeted. They have too many dogs. One dog is difficult to deal with. If a bunch of dogs are released, no matter how powerful a person is, he will be tired of dealing with it. That's the kind of financial resources that can compete head-to-head with the world's top financial groups. It's not something you can describe with just a little money. Kamita Miten shook his head, and then said with a serious face, moreover, we have verified the remnants of a war in the high seas of the Pacific Ocean in the past few days. The United States caution in the past few days should be because of this. However, I haven't figured out the specific details yet. I'll discuss the specific attitude toward Jiangjing after the Baylor Consortium and the delegation from the Shadow Emperor of America have completed their discussions. That's right, the negotiating teams from the Baylor Consortium and the Sayers Consortium and other forces have already arrived. I originally planned to wait for Jiangjing to land and give him a thunderous blow to catch him off guard. Unexpectedly, the battle in the Pacific shocked the whole world and everyone had to reconsider their attitude toward Jiangjing in the future. Not to mention those guys who owe Jiangjing money. Center Bay Villa King. Tea room. So, you want to protect Shizuka? Jiangjing naturally wants to figure out the whole thing, and he has the responsibility to protect this little cousin. Yes. Mayusuji raised her chin and said proudly, in other words, we can protect her without you. Forget it, you almost had someone arrest you, so you protected yourself. Jiangjing laughed heartily and exposed his shortcomings mercilessly. I will bite you to death. Mayusuji's teeth were grinding, she felt like she wanted to take a bite when she saw Jiangjing. This man was so hateful. So, what exactly are you studying? Jiangjing turned around and asked. Hoshino Shizuka bit her lip and finally decided to speak out. Mr. Yi, this matter is very important. You must keep it secret for the time being, because it has not been confirmed yet. Once the news leaks out, it will cause super panic. Oh? Jiangjing asked, curiously, then I really want to hear, what is it? First update.